I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モール始めよう 近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? I never You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. Your move got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain of a lock, won't you hold me down? won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be
outside your door. You find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only, how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown, wake me up. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, sensations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for
ahead. I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life, oh, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wishing away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. You're getting ready to take that chance, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop, I'm reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back.
Welcome on in, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split. We are in week 3, day number 4. I'm Mazel. I'm joined for the first time by Alk Battery. I'm going to try not to cry on broadcast tonight, but we get to join each other after knowing each other for so long in the casting scene. And here we are at last, my friend. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's been great to be here with all the other play-by-plays. I'm glad you can finally join us here in the
I got
booth.
the kindred right here, all right? Don't make me get it.
Okay. I'll make sure. But yeah, we've got some great games today, and I'm glad that we finally got to reunite on something. Hey, if it's LPL, we take it. These are yesterday's highlights. I mean, Lennon, these games were rough. I was part of that LGD Weibo game, and I was sad for LGD, man.
Yeah, there's some feels bad moments for sure. But also, again, I think we find that there is so much fight in a lot of our lower rung teams, and we see it on display. And then, of course, you have to talk about the Return of the King. And I'm not talking about Lord of the Rings here, because Uzi made his debut back in the LPL. And boy, was it a slobber knocker.
I think it was just beautiful. Not only his return, the interview that he gave at the end saying that he felt like his place was meant to be here back on this stage. It takes a certain somebody, a certain person to play as a professional player. And it just feels right. Back him having him here now in the LPL. It felt weird to not have such an amazing AD carry like Uzi, and hopefully for EDG, they can kind of use this to revitalize their season going into the back half of the split.
That's the biggest thing, is you've got to try to find some traction to get rolling in this split if you're going to try to influence it. But then we ended the night with Top Esports versus FPX.
Well, what can we say other than the fact that Top kind of just carried out with normal business. Shout out, I haven't been able to do a Top Esports series yet, but Jackie Love, man, this guy is insane this season on AD carry. He is putting up
Jackie Love is
numbers for his team.
insane? Oh, that's crazy.
I know. No one could have seen that one coming. Incredibly cold take for myself there, but Top Esports, man, they are putting in work, and they are looking, and you see it in the standings, to push for that top 3.
They are indeed, and that is the slate of games that we had yesterday. It was not a full 9 games, but man, we had some fun ones. Weibo with that 2-0, EDG with a 2-1, and Top Esports with a 2-0. Kind of OP to be on the left side, no? We got to take a look at... Yeah, for sure. We got to look at today's games, though. Ahead of us, we will have another 3 best of 3s, because we have 5 days a week of those later on, but those will be interesting because we have some of our top teams. We have JDG playing tonight, we have LNG playing tonight, and with JDG on a 5-win streak, there are a lot of expectations tonight that are set, and LNG trying to follow up a little bit of success of their own.
Yeah, for LNG, they're trying to fix the early game of this season so far. It has not been as clear-cut as if people were to just look at the names on this team. They really want to try to make sure that they can continue to be a top 4, a top 6 team. And for JDG, we're looking for them to clean out house. The last match of the day as well, Thunder Talk versus BLG. BLG looking to continue their streak. But so far, Lennon, at least this week, I'll say, some of our lower standings teams are really fighting back against the Kings.
That's why I love the expectations that there are in the LPL, and that the LPL smashes it every single time. The fact that we have all of our top teams playing tonight, or at least LNG, a would-be top team, but JDG, BLG right in the running for that first spot. BLG trying to stay undefeated as well. It's going to be a fun night of action, so I hope everybody's got all their snacks, everybody's wrapped in, ready to go, because we are headed off to our first best of 3, as we're going to be doing a little bit of jet setting across 3 arenas tonight. We will be at LNG's home arena of Suzhou in contest of RA, where themselves for RA on a bit of a win streak, 2 wins in a row, feeling pretty good. Want to continue building off that one a little bit, but LNG are here as kind of the big brother to shut it down.
Yeah, Rare Atom, they're doing pretty good. If you looked at their last week compared to their first week, going up against RNG and BLG, they couldn't take a series. Coming to week 2, 2-0 versus FPX, 2-0 versus LGD. We're pretty excited for this team, especially when we're looking at the rookie coming in, Xiaoshu, coming in as the rookie of the week, surprising a lot of people and putting names onto this team.
And it's so interesting you see RA kind of pocket in the development here. Obviously, Feather had come in as well in his rookie split, maybe wanting to redeem for a couple of the last performances, but still a strong connection with Loyen, which specifically I think is that bread and butter for RA, who they always go to for win conditions. Him and Strive connecting in the mid-jungle duo is of utmost importance, and especially tonight against their competition.
For sure. Lan, huge early driver. I want to see what we can get out of him in particular. I loved his Nocturne. His Vi has been excellent. And as someone, when we're looking at RA, they have a bit of a different identity than a lot of teams where they won't do up too much in the early game. They'll look to farm and then come third dragon, see what we can do in a team fight. Lan, he says, screw all that. I'm just going to do 3 camps. Let's see what happens and try to go for a gank. But they've got Titans in front of them, Mazel. They've got LNG staring them down on the opposite side.
LNG have picked up a couple guns along the way here. Tarzan, the remaining member coming into the year. But then we had a lot of pieces surrounding him, specifically, most importantly, most recently, Gala in the bot lane, who has been on a tear this split so far. But I do want to hover over the fact that we have Tarzan, one of our best junglers. I would say maybe the new jungle king, taking over a crowd of Tarzan for Tarzan. But the fact that we have Loyen in an aggressive matchup against Tarzan, who has specifically hovered that Viego so often in this split, I think we're just going to have a bloodbath between these two.
We can only hope. If I see full clears, Lennon, I'm going to start crying on broadcast. I'm just going to let you know that right now, okay? If I get a single
I'll be there
full
with
clear,
tissues, buddy.
There you go. Okay, as long as you're there for me, then we're in good I'm in good hands. The rest of the broadcast is as well. But like you were saying, man, that you just saw on your screen, Gala coming in for LNG, just feels like this team has leveled up. They had LP last year. They weren't able to do too much damage, but now with Gala, it feels like LNG have all the pieces, all the tools ready for themselves to make a deep run, not only here in regular season, but we're looking at those playoffs oh so far in the distance.
And I think for LNG, you have to look at the roster itself. When you have the likes of Tarzan, Scout, and Gala, you're like, okay, well, those are names I know, right? But then on the outskirts, you have Zika and you have Hung, who I think have had maybe not as much representation on the Rift, but standard and standout roles of their own, right? Without having some connection between Hung and Tarzan, without having some of that stable tank play from Zika in the top lane, it gets a little bit more difficult for LNG. And that's where I wonder if RA can try to take advantage.
If everybody wants to be a star, no one can really. If you don't have anybody to set up all of those plays, Gala, Scout, Tarzan, they can't do the job that we expect them to do. So, like you were saying, looking forward to what we get from them, especially when we've already highlighted Xiaoshu by himself and Feather, someone we haven't touched on so far. Feather has had a bit of a rocky start to the split, let's be fair. So has, I think, most of RAs. They've kind of started to figure out what their style is, mostly finding that on Rakan, and most supports will say that Rakan is so good for not only his ability to engage, but how slippery this champion is. If you do make a mistake, it is very easy to get out of that, and for a player who is new to the stage, new to the LPL, that's a good thing, giving them some way of making up for a mistake or two that they would make.
Try to find a little bit of breathing room, maybe a little bit of a feather fall for Feather. But as I think the combinations that come through in the 2v2 will be interesting, especially the way that we look at the meta and how it's come out. I still do expect first rotation needs to go to Tarzan and Loyen, but I also expect a lot of fluctuation between the bot lane 2v2s, and that being of very, very high importance to how that jungle matchup's going to go, because we've said Hung and Feather, they've been able to connect pretty well with their jungle counterpart.
It's gonna be pretty weird, I think, when we've seen how these two teams have operated. Assume and Feather have not really had the best time against some of the bot lanes so far in LPL, and when you're looking across the table from them, Gala and Hung have not been very kind. They do not take prisoners in a lot of cases, so for them, I'm again looking towards Lan. How does he hook up with Hung to get some early action, maybe even look for those dives? If they're going to be on blue side, look towards that bot lane. But Rare Adam on red side, it's all about Lan going up into that top lane, getting something good for Xiaoshu. and destabilizing the map. If they can take down that top laner that we've been talking about, Zika, that's such a stable force up there, then there's some wacky stuff. Tarzan loses accesses to some of his jungle. You lose out on that Herald. Only time will tell what we get from these two teams, especially when they've been changing up some of their identity.
Those two guys right there you see on your screen, those are the two carries of LNG. Those are the guys that have been propping up this team. And as we look forward for this team, this is an expected dub for them. But then we harken back to even just recently, AL taking a game over BLG. You see a lot of expectations maybe busted. And that's where I'm really looking at an underdog story here for RA tonight, but still something that they have a lot of fighting power with, right? And you find the chaos of the LPL sometimes leans the way of the underdog. And that's what I'm expecting tonight. As we're hitting to the arena for game number 1, we got LNG on the blue side. We got RA on the red side. We'll be sticking to at least LNG's color. We got Rakan banned towards Feather, as I know we were talking before the game started and saying, you know, Feather really likes to hover Rakan in these games, but maybe a little bit stronger wording than that. And then Vi is also going to be banned away by LNG. We got the Emilio and the Nico by RA.
Some pretty typical bans for this meta so far. Rakan, touching on it for a little bit more, it is Feather's most played champion, and I think when off of that, RA do tend to struggle in terms of their ability to engage, for them to find flanks. So I want to see what RA are going to have in store, as Feather has made a very concerted effort at moving on really great timers towards the top lane to cover for Xiaoshu, move in with Leanne, find vision, make sure that they can track the opponent jungle. We'll see what they can do. If they go for an enchanter, expect for something a little less likely of him being able to actually move out of the lane, but we've been seeing more Nautiluses, a little bit more Braum. There's always an option, and especially for the LPL, they're going to kind of do whatever they want. I thought that the EDG series last night, with the fact that we saw Aatrox, Gangplank, Fiora, I was like, yes, more of that, please.
Yeah, love to see some of those wacky picks. Maybe not wacky, but just kind of more niche picks.
Different.
But it's first pick Jace here for LNG, so we know where their priorities lie at this point, and it does provide a little bit of flexibility too. But there's still the Yuumi champion, the all-known Doomsday Kitty Cat on the table, and there's a double lock-in potential for RA. They go ahead and get that Aphelios.
Yeah. Getting as well as the Ahri takes away some kill potential for Scout, a champion that Scout this split specifically has really found a lot of impact on. And interestingly enough here, RA in a bit of a kind of cool position here. They could grab that Yuumi like we were talking about. I think that they should try to look for a jungler here. Maybe we do end up picking that Kha'Zix or the Wukong that is still available, because there are still a lot of supports that Aphelios can still work with. LNG have not even picked their bottom lane here. So RA, start to get rid of those. I like the Varus. I want to see Xayah next as the priority.
I will say, coming into this one, we had a very specific thought in mind when we were looking at this jungle matchup, because there is one thing that is consistent with Tarzan, and it is if you slip one time, he will wrestle away the entire game from you and chokehold you out. You'll wake up going into round 2 wondering what happened. And I think with the Maokai, you get that style from him, right? He is waiting to see what you do, and he's trying to react to it. And I think that gives LNG so much strength around objectives, around control, around macro decisions. And now with this Kha'Zix locked in, it's all about that forward aggression. And if you can get those punches in for RA, as we go into the second phase, we get that Varus, the Lucian, and that Sion ban.
Oh. Thinking of other top laners. Okay, cool. So they do ban the Yuumi. We are in good. We are doing good. We're eating tonight, Leonard. We do not have to worry about any kind of Yuumi shenanigans like we did yet last night, and really for all of pro play so far these last couple patches. So LNG, what are you going to pick for your bottom lane? They have not been the most proactive at playing around the dragon, so I do think that we're probably going to see something that is going to scale later in the game. It's going to give Gala the team fight tools. A lot of the AD carries have all of that, and I'm thinking it's going to be a Xayah. If not, I mean, there's been some talk about maybe Ezreal coming back, but just don't think it has enough firepower to really punch through a lot of these tanks.
With Gala's track record, Xayah makes sense, but also with the peel ability that you have on the Xayah, it just makes a ton of sense on this composition, because you're going to have a lot of forward momentum from RA. I will say we've been getting this a lot more recently. It is the counter pick support coming through, but that Nautilus was locked in for LNG.
So I like what they're hovering right now for RA. They're just kind of going through it. Braum has been the most popular. Obviously, it is a great answer into the Nautilus. It will mean that RA are lacking a little bit of engage. They are going to be playing much more reactive. They're going to be trying to play against the dive. We look at what LNG have. You have a long-range Jace to be able to poke out. Gala is going to be able to put out as much damage as he wants. And more of that control when we see from Tarzan with this Maokai sending in that ultimate just means that RA, they're going to have to either have a very strong punch when we're talking about their entrance in the fight with their jungle and mid combo, or play back, wait for LNG to play into their hands, and let Xiaoshu just rip with a massive Gragas ultimate, or assume with this Aphelios.
And we saw a lot of positive things when Xiaoshu was able to get ahead in his lane itself, but I do appreciate that RA are all inning into the momentum-based competition. We're going forward, we're going to fight you. We hope, you know, that Assume can stay alive and follow up some of that damage, but it is just about how they're approaching this game against LNG, because LNG are, again, just kind of waiting back, waiting to see what that swing is going to be, and all eyes will be on Tarzan versus Lian early and how quickly the team can kind of mesh around that, because it looks right now that LNG just have a composition that as you let the game go on, it'll get even more difficult for them to, at least for RA, to find a way in.
It will be a little bit difficult. There are still, I don't think there's enough tanks to be able to say that like LNG can just stand there and stand in front of RA and there's not going to be much for them to do. But that control that something like a Maokai will be able to offer stops Kha'Zix from finding flanks. From Kha'Zix like, oh, I'm going to walk into this brush. Why is there a sapling in here, man? Like, I can't do anything. I can't get into these fights fast enough for my team.
Yeah. Well, here we go on to the Rift for game number 1. The start of our super day here as we're in the home arena of LNG. We're seeing them contest RA.
Oh, Feather, wait a minute.
Best of 3.
You might have
Feather,
to
you're
use
a
the
little bit
flash.
caught here. That's a lot of damage that's going to be coming on to Feather, and I don't think you have a way out of that one. Dreadflat says, get back here, and first punch goes to LNG. There might be a second one here. Strive gonna get poked down. That'll be a worse lane or arrival unless you get that back off fast enough.
Even with the mid lane, it's already 1 minute. The minions are going to start pouring in.
Oh my gosh.
There's just no
That's
respite.
a flash roll again.
Mazel, we are already.
That's tragedy.
Yeah.
That is tragedy.
It depends.
I
if
didn't
you're an
know we
LG
were going
fan.
Shakespearean tonight. I thought we were signing up for like a
invades.
wrestling match.
Oh, this is beautiful. We haven't seen too much. There's been a lot of 5-point just like fanning out. Land with no flash has to immediately abandon the top side of his jungle. They're not going to even bother with the red buff right now. They're just going to take all of his top side camps. So we had set up before this the fact that, hey, Lian is an early driver for this team, wants to be that early aggressor, tries to get out any summoner spells, but now just has lost an entire quadrant, and then Tarzan, the king of the jungle, insanely good at pathing, is now just going to take his bottom side quadrant. There's absolutely nothing left for Lian to do.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a move from Tarzan in this wrestling match right now to get a chokehold on Lian, but we'll see if he can get himself out of it here. Hung and Gala going to play the aggressive stance down here as they should get that level 2 mark first. We will see, actually, Lian maybe pathing up towards this top side of the map, and actually would approve of a little bit of love towards Xiaoshu. We already said how important he's been, how standout he was in week number 2, but needs to get a little bit of a dampening on this Jax before he gets a little bit too strong later on.
If you can poke him out with a few more of those barrels, you're thinking, hey, I'm feeling more than comfortable trying to find out Zika, but until then, they have perfect vision. They'll know exactly when this gank is going to be coming, unless Lian gets pretty creative. No sweeping lens in his inventory means he's just going to be fully spotted. And as a jungler, you're just saying, well, now I'm on full vision. There's nothing I can actually do in this situation. Like, playing Fog of War on a jungler. Exactly. LNG are just saying hi. I was going to say, if Zika was going to invade on Jax, it's something we saw when Fiora was really prevalent, just going in and being a true menace to the enemy jungler. They know exactly. Look at what Tarzan's doing. He's going to take all of his bottom camps, skip some of these top camps, and move immediately to try to stop Lian from getting any action.
Just wants to get something. Zika playing very far up here with a little bit of knowledge that, oh no, but Loyen has waited a long time. They already knew Loyen was up here, so that is the reason why you have the firefighter suit on for Tarzan. He waited for that scuttle crab to spawn. Loyen buying his time. I don't think there's going to be any contest coming through here. Should go back to his crowd.
But look at this. I mean, he knows he can't go into the enemy jungle, so Tarzan has a couple of options here. Could go for this invade. Simply just putting down vision, getting down saplings is good enough. And his Raptor camp is starting to respawn. Strive is taking a recall right now. This is another camp that Tarzan is taking.
What did I say, man? Like, they literally, he will just look to choke you out in every avenue. You have to check him. You cannot just let him get away with that. And you see Loyen trying to put up a bit of a fight here, but Scout has first move from mid.
Yeah, Scout fought Strive as soon as he came out of that teleport, saying, I need to get this wave under the turret. I need to be able to contest, push you under that turret. So just in case, if that fight does spill over into mid lane, I have the first say. I have the ability to hit first. Speaking a little bit on this bot lane as we kind of move on down here with Tarzan making his way into the river, it has been very tough for them. That first blood dictates so much of this lane. Not having that flash available to you not only affects Feather, but it also means that Asum can't actually walk up. He cannot get priority, cannot fight on this minion wave, because they're just missing out on so much combat power with this Braum already being down.
We have a little bit of breathing room here for Loyen as the back came through for Tarzan, but he's coming right back onto the map. And with the priority they have in bot lane, this could be an early stacking objective dragon for LNG as well. But actually looks like Tarzan going to adapt his path and not going to go for a bottom-centric one so far.
Looks like instead what he will do is clear out this top side. There's a few minutes before that Rift Herald, so either looking for something in top lane or with Scout, who is just now pushing out this mid wave and probably going to be able to catch the next one, will end his path on the bottom side. You see some of those pings coming out towards the dragon. So in about a minute's time, LNG should be looking to fight for this dragon, where RA still have not made an aggressive early move. It is because of all this vision, all this control that we've attributed to Tarzan and LNG, that this Kha'Zix cannot get any work done.
It just keeps being seen by every ward, by every scrying bush. Like, Loyen, I feel for you. You don't know it, but I feel for you. As we actually see it collapse here.
Ooh, okay. I was gonna say, as another jungler, if you're like, I'm constantly getting spotted. Okay, Scout flash to try to find.
Oh, the Ari! Oh my God, Scout! You just did the math in real time, baby.
I think there's probably a reason neither of us thought that was going to happen. I did not think that Scout was going to go for that flash. But that just takes out RA's bottom lane out of this game. Again, look at where Tarzan is, making his way towards bottom. Scout not missing a beat, just flashes over that wall. Trust the first strike.
Alk, I got some visions here. You close your eyes, everybody. Look at this.
All right.
Tarzan already has RA in a chokehold here. Scout comes out and just sweeps the leg. Just takes him right out from under you.
It's Scorch. It's Scorch max range shock blast. And I don't know if maybe that's obviously I'm gonna trust that my shock blast is at max range landing that one. That maybe comes with a little bit of veterancy, which is what we come to expect when we have Scout playing Jace. Just one of the legendary champions that he has been able to pilot throughout all the... Yeah, apparently. It turns out Scorch is pretty OP. Who would have figured that one out? Dragon here now for LNG. They have first move into the river. They're already getting down that control by throwing down all of these saplings. And Gala should have a pretty easy time with a massive wave down here to get this, fight Assume under the turret, and look to start to get that dragon stack that we were talking about.
Yeah, they already had plate go over to Gala as well down in bottom lane. Loyen will be able to clear the rest of his blue side jungle, though. Tarzan should go back to his farming jungle. Go back to where the tree belongs. As for now, I think we will see repositioning from both sides over towards this Rift Herald, which will, I at least would expect, be traded out for this dragon at some point.
At some point. We're hoping. We've been talking about this dragon, and neither of these teams have decided to go for it, instead opting to farm out, get more of these clears. Scout is coming off of a recall here and will be able to redeploy out onto the map. So hopefully for him, he'll be able to do this. Zika does have the wave under his turret, and Xiaoshu, without any jungler in his on his side, should just know I'm going to be able to farm it unless a massive barrel comes out. Tarzan actually starting up this Rift Herald, it will open themselves up. If they are able to grab this, they can use this in mid, use this in a side lane to try to open themselves up, so then we can maybe even either take over a structure or get ready for another objective.
And RA really not going to find any contest for it, but also not a trade on the other side because of that priority that Gala has been keeping up on the bottom side. So Rift Herald for Tarzan expected to be used towards Scout or Gala at some point. They try to break some bricks off, but that means that LNG are in decision-making priority here as well.
Ooh, and Feather is not level 6 yet. Hung is. That is a very big tool for them to be able to use when supports do not have your ultimate. You're just a fundamentally different champion. It is obviously one of the most impactful skills in any single toolkit. But Hung already, look at this vision being cleared away from RA. A team that so far this match have not had fun. The first blood going over, the kill onto Assume, like there is just nothing they could do right now. They're waiting for either LNG to make a mistake or now Leanne, who has finished the Umbral Glaive, has level 7. I think there is a window for them to be able to do something. Hasn't even been able to really proc any of that first strike gold that he's been sitting on.
Don't worry about that. You got Umbral Glaive now. You're functioning. You're a functioning adult on Summoner's Rift right now.
You can at least
Leanne.
stop them from seeing you, which has been the problem the entire game.
It truly has. As Tarzan comes out in mid lane, Hung will already be on a roam, which just gives LNG so much power around this. And because of their move up from bot lane as well, they just are forcing the hand of RA. Leanne only has a couple camps to go to, so it looks like he's just going to take those as pity prizes.
I love that LNG are not even starting the objective. They're just standing in front of it so that RA can't have it. They're like the kid who's like, I'm taking my toy. I don't care. If I can't have fun with it, no one can. You're not allowed into this pit. Finally, they're going to commit to this objective. Strive taking a recall just means, RA, this is not your turn, not your time to go for this. As we're going to see a top lane trade here, Xiaoshu.
Xiaoshu maybe needs to be a little bit careful. There's the flash. The cast comes back, but not under turret. Both top laners a little bit worse for wear. Looking to back away from the 1v1.
Wait, Leanne's coming.
We got Leanne on a tear towards this fight, and here he comes. He's got the smite, he's got the evisceration, and Leanne gets RA on the board.
There we go. That is the brand new prospect of Xiaoshu coming in, taking a pretty good trade up against Zika, opens up that top side, and finally, Leanne will be able to pay Tarzan back for the fact that he has taken some of his camps. You can take his blue buff, take his Gromp as well, set up a little bit of a camp, hopefully, for him up here. But on the opposite side, they got that kill. They weren't able to crash the turret in time, and it just means more and more plates for Gala. Tarzan could drop the Rift Herald here if he wants, but it's just going to put so much damage.
If they drop that Rift Herald there, that'll be all 5 plates for Gala. They are getting a bit of a response from RA here in the top side. Assume going to try to take a couple plates for himself.
Yep,
looks like that Rift Herald will finally respawn.
This is such a great trade for LNG's bottom lane, where they are more than happy with, hey, take a couple plates up top side. We're just going to completely destroy the bottom side of the map here, which will set them up for further dragons. 3.5 minutes from now, it is a pretty long time, and I love that Hung is already here, covering for his top laner, again, allowing for Gala to get more of that solo gold and be a much stronger force, be that huge team-fighting AD carry that we have come to know and love here in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, you can't talk more about him because it'll start getting the Gala bias coming through. He's just a little bit too good. Now, we actually looked at that 1v1 up here, and it didn't turn out at anything, just a very hard-fought one.
Exactly. There's just a lot of trading between these two, but getting out summoner spells and getting out some key abilities was just enough for Leanne to get started. We'll see if LNG or RA could snowball this a little bit of a lead that they have through their jungle, but it's going to need a lot more. They're going to need so much more action from their side, finding more picks, as they're already down almost 3,000 gold.
Yeah. Again, it's that slow choke that comes through from LNG. As you just start losing positions on the map, you start losing connection with different parts, and the shadows start taking over. You still already look at the map and the amount of vision control that LNG have towards this top side of the map between the top lane and the mid lane is actually insane, and that is where they look to be focusing a lot of their positioning, because we have the mid lane adaptation from the bot side duos, but as well as another Rift Herald in about a minute and a half.
Exactly, and look at what both junglers are doing. They're taking their bottom side camp so that they can end up on the opposite side. So Looks like RA are going to be looking to contest on this objective, saying, all right, that's enough. No more. You're not getting any more freebies. They're going to be looking for something. And so I want to see what Feather can do. Already investing some wards into the bottom side, but really need to make sure that they're able to keep track, find where certain members of LNG are, and maybe make plays, because we haven't seen all that much. Yeah, there was that one kill from Leyen, but right now LNG, they control this top side. Majority of their vision is here, and they are already starting to clear out some of rare atoms.
Now, we did have a bunch of completions across. We have the Evan Shroud completed from Tarzan, which is, I feel like, a bit of a defensive option for the Maokai for sure. But the Duskblade counteracts that for Scout, so, evens up. On the other side, get the double Everfrost combo from Xiaoshu and Strive. So definitely looking for the lockdown to set up Loyen and Assume.
If someone doesn't get hit with the double Everfrost, then they weren't meant to be. Unfortunately, we've seen it from time and time again. I love that we're getting a little bit of diversity of which top laners love to go tank on the Gragas and which ones are going to be going for Everfrost. This
I'll always vote full AP.
Yep, there you
time.
go. For Xiaoshu, it will mean that he is not as tanky as obviously his counterpart, but it does give them more damage, and when they're looking for resets with this R8, that's exactly what you need, especially if you have a Kha'Zix. That deadly, the amount of assassination potential you have will be pivotal in enabling RA to actually contest in this fight. Now battling over the Rift Herald. Leyen not spotted yet, but we'll be seen with this this sapling in the brush. And right now, like, look at where RA are positioning. Xiaoshu is nowhere nearby. Assume is still fighting over mid lane. They're going to try and force out a summoner spell or something from Gala?
Oh, try to get Gala over the wall there. Cleanse does end up coming out a decent amount of damage, but Hung gets that re-engage. And now this means that things have evened up a little bit. Tarzan has started up the Rift Herald already.
Ooh. 10 seconds before the Dragon, Ari should just be moving down here. You know you're not going to be able to contest for this. Strive unable to really move Scout out of this lane. Scout is putting damage down on this Ari, forcing him to recall constantly. And it means without the teleport, RA are just stuck. They don't have a mid laner that can show up for fights. Lane's going to start up this Dragon. But look at this. Tarzan is still finishing this Rift Herald. That is the saving grace for Rare Atom.
All right, all right. I was going to say, RA finally trade.
There we go.
It's good. They get the one. But it's a 2-for-1 trade at this point. It wasn't a 1-for-1. You're losing out. The deal's gone wrong. Soured. Get out. Get out.
Oh, no, no, no.
They can't get him. They can't get him. Strive's too good. Strive's too good. He's also got Flash. He also has Spirit Rush. He's okay. He's okay.
He's out of there.
We do get actually a pretty heavy reset coming through from LNG, where they'll lose a little bit of pressure on the map. Maybe Zika wanting to have a little bit of help down towards this bottom lane for Xiaoshu, but I still look at this side lane while we have so much presence in this matchup, the spotlight on Tarzan and Leyen. This side lane Jax is going to become a problem at some point.
Gragas will not have the easiest time of being able to deal with him. Going for the Trinity Force, so expecting for fights to go very long and not necessarily trying to index for a Divine Sunderer there. So similar to what you were just saying, if Zika can actually apply pressure on the side lane, it'll be really nice. It'll be great for LNG, but really the side lane, in my opinion, is not going to be as important right now, as the rest of the lanes are just doing very well. Split pushing feels really good when your team is super far ahead, and that's exactly what LNG are at. RA, if they are going to be side laning, that can be a spot for them to punish, find kills onto Zika, push him off of the objective, and get gold in their pocket, which they so desperately need right now.
Oh, RA, they found themselves in a sticky situation there. They pulled the trigger on the TP. The Xiaoshu come to save the day. It's an all-in affair. You got Moonlight Vigil connecting on the 3 here. A lot of shock rooms for Assume, but here comes Scout on the side, and Loya dies to Hung as Scout goes for another engage, but he's by himself as everything's been traded down. They lost Hung for LNG, but here comes Gala. He looked for it, flash over the wall, and here comes Gala for your life. Can't get the kill there, but the sapling might. As the shock blast goes a bit wide, it's running season from RA, and they're just trying to get the bodies out. Xiaoshu gets sniped by Scout.
And the entire time that is happening, they got not only the teleport from Xiaoshu, but Zika is taking a turret in that side lane. Immediately, egg on my face. I was wrong here, Lennon. They did a fantastic job of splitting RA there. The 4v5 was too much for the side of them, and they're just going to lose out on so much. The gold, the turrets, LNG are taking care of business.
They are indeed, and that's exactly what we set up for them. The expectation is LNG will rise to 4-2 tonight over RA, getting that win. But RA have that give, have that gumption to try to contest them. It's fight like this that start well, the fight afterwards, the follow-up is all LNG.
I would love this idea if Assume was in a better spot to be able to deal damage right there. Scout collapsing on this fight. They needed to make a pick, and they needed to do it fast. And for RA, it just wasn't in the cards. They're a little too far behind in terms of the gold. It doesn't turn into too much of a kill. They do eventually get Xiaoshu, but I love that Gala is willing to flash over that wall and continue. Scout not getting as lucky this time with the max range shock blast.
Feather's like, I feel the singe on my beard, on his goatee, because he's Braum, I guess. But you do have to be a little bit careful now redeploying onto the map for RA. I think a lot of confidence has been gained by LNG. Sometimes that can be a little bit of overconfidence. We'll see if a Scout and Hung get punished
Lian,
here.
though.
Loyan has been looking for these angles, and now he's going to find it on the Scout, trying to get the isolation as there's the
Nice.
the Glacial Fisher, the knock-up Scout. He does go down, almost takes Loyan with him as Hung is able to survive with a nice little spider hook out. RA punished bot.
700 gold there, shut down for Lian, and it should be a turret for the side of Rare Adam. They find a little bit of a prev, get that kill onto Scout. Good looking from them, and even able to arrive top lane to make sure that there's not going to be another turret assaulted by Zika. LNG just playing a little bit too far up. Scout being caught right there. It's not something we have not seen all season long. All of LNG really kind of still feeling out their spots as, I didn't even realize Tarzan died before this fight. Okay, we were just in the replay for a little bit. That's 2 kills and a turret. That's really good, actually.
He got the mechanical outplay on Strive by getting the dodge of the charm and the combo, but then he died anyway. So, you know, commit to the bid, I guess. And then this is how Luyan ended up in this position.
I do like how Lian actually played that fight. Did not want to give Scout an out by staying out of range of hammer form to the skies. And eventually goes in to try to find that execute. It is going to turn into more kills. But now, Dragon spawning here. RA are first to the play, and it means that Tarzan is going to have a tough time walking into this river, is going to really have to face the brunt force of his opponent. And the entire time now, Scout has finished his second item, has that mirror mana completed. Look at where Zika
They're pulling the
is.
triggers. Oh, Tarzan gets the dragon.
What?
That second dragon secured. They're taking the fight out. Xiaoshu's gone. They are just eviscerating one by one RA. I didn't even see that coming, but they get caught on the flank, and now LNG is committing. The depth charge goes across multiple members, and Zika has claimed Assume's life. Scout with the haymaker over the side. It is just hell for RA right now.
They cannot do anything in these fights. A amazing corral of RA into the bottom side. Tarzan ganking that dragon just feels like a knife in the heart for Lian. He's like, no, our one claim here for this dragon was we were supposed to get it. We were supposed to be the chosen ones for this objective, not you. 30 HP on that dragon. And Zika with this amazing teleport finds the flank. RA are corralled into the bottom side, and they are fighting for their lives in this bottom, but it is just not enough. Assume has to build a cleanse. There's nothing they can do. LNG are now slapping them with their wallets.
The amount of damage that Scout is doing is just insane. And going into that fight, look at that. Going into that fight, I was like, okay, well, RA are positioned around Dragon, but that's kind of where LNG want to be. Scout wants to take you down before they just win the fight, and 4,000 damage kind of does that.
He almost did the entirety of RA's damage combined right there, so you can just see how strong this Jace is. And for LNG as a whole, they are just going to continue to push on 2 separate waves, utilize this mid, utilize this top lane in their favor, and if they ever need to, if they ever find a structure, if they find a kill, you can imagine they're going to start up this Baron immediately. As I'm a little sad here, as Zika actually went for that hull breaker to continue some of that. I'll hold. Should be able to get out with the counter strike.
Has Tarzan and Scout here. Leap strike away. Not going to find anything for LNG.
Lennon, do you know what happens when you click on Hullbreaker in your inventory? You know what it does? I am hunting alone. And then it also says, you are too close. And it says it in chat. So
Spam.
you need to be, if I'm Zika, you can hear the Like, I get away from me, Scout. I love you. You're doing great, but I
But
need
then Scout
to be able to
says
hit
I
this.
have
Oh,
3
look at
items
this
and I get to do
engage.
whatever I want. As they're going all the way into mid lane, look at Scout. Look at Scout. Oh, he hits. He doesn't hit it. But he does go in with the hammer down as now Scout flashing away. Gets knocked up in the end. Xiaoshu is here as a frontline agent for RA. Doesn't look like any of those shots are going to hit. I love that I point out Scout and he misses all the accelerated shot class.
That's the ultimate caster curse right there. It's not enough
You're
for us to be
welcome,
able to.
Scout. You're welcome,
Yeah.
RA.
You can't be right all the time, and that's okay. Just like Scout, sometimes we take some shots and they miss. But
I just
it
want to
does
see
mean
the
that-
damage numbers with 3 items, okay? I want to see the big numbers.
We will. You
Oh
can
my
already
God,
see-
talk about big numbers.
Whoo, Scout with that damage percentage already. Okay, he's doing great for himself. Right now, LNG, they did invest. Scouts teleport for this play, and Zika's going to push out this bottom wave, recall, and you already see how they're positioning right now. LNG, they want to pull Rare Atom to this Baron, fight them. Rare Atom, they were able to save themselves by using some of their ultimates. And most importantly, for this next fight, assumes Cleanse is going to be up. So both summoners available for him. And kind of the last standing member alongside Lan and Strive to be able to impact some of these fights and bring RA back into this game.
Well, the pillows of RA are being shattered one by one here in this series so far. It's just game number 1, but it's LNG bearing the brunt of full force onto them. And I see the second item spike for Assume. I still want to see that third, but the timer is starting to get a little bit short here for them. I feel like the fight is going to continue here, especially that we're hitting 3.5 items for a lot of the carries for LNG. But this is the LNG style, right, at this point. They will have control of the game, and they'll try to squeeze it out of you.
They're a pretty slow, methodical team. They want to make sure that they can take every single good fight. And right now, every fight is looking good for them. There's not a bad angle unless it involves maybe diving under some turrets and getting a little feisty for them.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it.
No. And maybe if
That's
you know
something to worry
if Scout misses a few more shot blasts, maybe RA are in a better position.
You know
But-
what? You know, Scout, I'll give you some room, okay?
Yeah.
You know, you're finding a new home. This is 6 months into your new home, okay? You're still getting used to it, all right? You're still trying to feel yourself out.
Hey, it's also still week 3. We are getting
See, look.
to that halfway Strive. We just gotta, like, he's doing it from Fog of War, so there's actually just no way you can see this coming unless you have it. Immediately, RA are just going to start up this Baron, but look at what Zika is doing. He is pushing. He's getting the inhibitor here.
Oh,
So
no.
RA are stuck.
Okay, they're gonna. No, LNG says, nah, you want to fight? We'll take the fight, baby. As they're going straight in. The Baron taken by the Jungle King, Tarzan. As LNG have come for RA's head in game number 1, and they'll come up big with it.
They can just end the game through bottom lane if they need to. You see the pings coming in. An insanely great fight. Good hands coming out from Scout as he wanted to finish off Strive. Gets the flash out of the Ahri, the last remaining member, one of the franchise players since the inception of RA. Is just going to have to watch as his game 1 just explodes around him. His Nexus doing the same.
And Scout, man, what can you say about this guy in game number 1? He spent so much time in EDG's arms. He has found a home at LNG last split, and now LNG, when they have control, they look like one of the best teams in the LPL. And Scout with the Jace, they first picked it, by the way, on blue side, and he shows why it's worth.
Whew. Remember, everybody at home, results may vary with first pick chase, so just want to make sure that you're being careful with some of that LP. But yeah, that was an insane performance from Scout. That was an insane performance from Tarzan, playing with with full Fog of War toggled off versus Leyen. There was nothing they could do. That early game, that literally the level 1 by itself, felt like RA started the game off with one knee down in this map.
Yeah. That is the approach, though, for LNG, and that's why this was a bit of an underdog story for RA coming into this series, because LNG tend to down smash opponents if they get a hold of you, and it's about the way they do it. It's macro decisions, it's objective control, it's map control, vision game. is so strong when Tarzan especially has the Maokai. And you saw that be played so much information into LNG's hands that they just had the priority in decision making a lot of the time. And I think that's something for RA that I don't know if they have an answer to, right? They were looking to try to punch out LNG, and they didn't necessarily find that in game number 1. But I feel like if you take a facilitation, late game scaling style jungle into Tarzan, you might get the same results if you do. So I'm trying to find a way in for RA.
I would love to see Strive get a little bit more, in the mix for the team. When we talk about this already, it's all about the ability to be aggressive. But that felt like it was removed, cut out from the game plan for RA as soon as Scout was able to get first blood. As soon as he was able to get Strive about 150 HP down, level 1, there's very limited options. You need to be able to contest Jace on the wave early on, and once he gets started getting those items, you just don't have enough damage to match. Scout's hands were also impeccable, dodging out on a lot of skill shots coming out from Strive.
Hey, he's there for a reason. You pay him the big bucks, all right? He will carry you games with a first pick Jace. But him and the combo with Tarzan, I still think are so unbelievably strong. I know I was such a big praiser of when Doonby came into this roster for LNG and was connecting with Tarzan, but I think Scout really has unlocked Tarzan because he just plays so well in the 1v1 laning phase. And yeah, I mean, numbers speak for itself here. Scout showed out in game number 1.
He has so much damage. Jesus. I don't know what to say about anything we haven't already said for LNG. They didn't really focus many of these dragons, and they just took over the top side. It was because of that Maokai, because of the early game there, and Scout even on side lane alongside with Zika. Zika just completely ignoring a lot of these fights. He was on the side lane. He was taking structures. He has got probably the most damage to structures in this game. And that's all you got to do at a certain point. You just got to say, hey, my team is winning on the opposite side. When I'm split pushing, if my team is ahead, then this just looks like one of the best scenarios for me.
And just a lot of cohesion from the LNG roster coming in here. They had a really stout game plan. They were like insta-locking their picks on blue side. And on the other side, I think Xiaoshu still had some of those standout moments you expect from him as our best rookie of week number 2 and our best top laner of the week. And I want to see them try to play around that matchup a little bit more, not just give Zika a side lane that he can kind of feel free into, and maybe find more strength in the solo lanes as a whole, like you were kind of mentioning.
For RA, just make sure that those early wards just don't happen. If that level 1 doesn't happen, this game is so much more even. Yeah, it's a completely different game right there. There's no ability for LNG that early on to have so much vision on you. You saw that the top side of LNG, all 3 of them, they huddled up, they walked right into Land's jungle, and there's nothing for him to do. He's like, all right, well, I guess I just lose my top camps.
Also losing the flash early, flashes across the board, like, hey, that feels a little bit bad. We'll see if RA can stop the reeling and get into this series for game number 2. We're going to step away for a little break, and we'll be right back.
복구를 시켜야 될 것 같아요. 전력 있는 거요. 사이온을 상대로. 예. 근데 모건이 한 명은 날려도 가다가는데 그냥 그러니 스파이더맨. 와, 된 거죠. 스파이더맨.
Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my back against the wall? Ain't no backing down.
TP de novo, Croc sem flash. Vai ter que dar uma volta completa e aí vai ser difícil demais. Será que dá? Será que dá? A Loud tenta um milagre, no máximo dispara a distância, acabando não conseguindo. Vai tentar agora batalha para o Barão. É pra definir o jogo. Eliminação do cima do Weiser. Caiu 1, caiu 2. Embora o Carioca. Perde agora também o suporte aqui pra Loud. Perdeu os céus. O Dinquedo com a linha de frente. Quase amassa por ali o Tinoz. O robô vai ser penalizado. Ele vai sair do cronômetro. Round! É quadra kill!
Going hard and going home. Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my own?
They're just going to try to fight it front to back with a 4v5. They got Page 1 on the side, but he can't do anything. They've already gone down with Yuyaja and a big insect on the Juan Fong. Xiaohao consistently making the difference. And AL, they are hungry, they are bloody, but they will beat down TT.
Drop the ball, yeah, I'm clutch like Rich. Light work, I beat all the odds, got them pissed.
컨트롤러도 でした。リキャップはフラッシュインからのティバーズ、ハニーはただスタンが入っていない。1000分 M からの開始からの英雄降臨。さあリキャップとの 1v1 オールアウトラップ、イコライザーを敷いてはいますが、今度は上に全員で駆け抜けてハニーがダメージ出すことに成功。1人で残っている遊女はなんとかソウルが倒すことで成功しましたが、いやただチャクラムがとってもない。ソウルフラッシュあるぞ。トリプルキルからクアドラだ
たので、そこにオートアタックしてしまって、
なるほど、それでオートアタックモーションが1回遅かった。
なのでアフィリオスのオートアタックが届いた。
ただドラゴンはかわし
取れるか、
どうだ。取れない。実質ペンタ。いやペンタだ。
こんなに長いのクワドラって。
Grown man, call me Mr. I handle biz, lot of blood, lot of tears, what it took to get here.
올라거라. 그리고 또 봐요. 앞으로 제리를 못 잡았어요.
우리 레지스탄이요. 넥서스 땡겨와라. 죽여라. 죽이지도 못하면 넥서스 깨면서
consistently pressuring this inhibitor. He's already gotten it, but I don't think he can get anything more than this. So he can realistically TP, but it's gonna get stopped by Fearness.
He can fight.
He stole it!
Oh my
Phoenix
god!
stole the ban!
No way! No freaking way! Phoenix steals the Baron! No way!
Shield doesn't block it. Are you serious?
The world's coming after me, but I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Alec Battery yet again, and we're in our first series of the night. You got to see a little bit of a teaser, a little bit of a hype trailer for the LNG home arena in Suzhou. That's where we are tonight in our series, but we have to get out an MVP before we get back to the arena, and that will, of course, go over to none other than the Jace, the 6-in-1 monster. He wasn't over 40% damage, but it's the mid lane for LNG. It's Scout.
It was basically, that's close enough. I'm going to round that up. American math is going to come through for me on this one.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. He gets the round up.
Like 2%
He
doesn't
put a
even
heart
matter.
in his photo. Like, you
There
know,
you
that's
go.
just...
The only time 2% matters is milk. So great job for Scout. The fact that he put in so much work, the early kills for him were amazing, and he just never let up the gas, especially after this play. This play, I felt, set the tone. Like, RA, you're playing in our home arena. We're the expected favorites for this match. Let's show you how LNG gets down.
Oh, they showed him all right. It was a full court press from LNG from minute one, burning flashes, getting first blood, and it just never stopped from there. Tarzan was manipulating the jungle so often, and it was because of Scout's early priority in lane and his prowess on the Jays. First pick, by the way.
First pick Jace has never looked so good in Scout's hands before. This was an insanely great game for LNG and one for RA that, while they are, the David versus Goliath here, this is an early game that got out of hand so quickly for them and unable for our early game aggressor, Layen, to really get a hold on this game. Just too slippery like Mercury.
I hope you're not handling Mercury by your hand. Have some protective equipment there at least. But RA themselves coming into this series, they were on a 2-win streak. They're trying to take momentum into this LNG roster. But something you pointed out to me when we were coming into this series is that between these orgs, they're 3-3. But the last win for RA hasn't come since summer of last year. So RA definitely up against something, but maybe, repeating some cycles coming through. And I think that might help RA as a game plan comes to fruition in game 2, trying to find priority in solo lanes.
Yeah, that matchup was a long time ago. It was, hey, the last time that they played, there was a bit of a different roster here. But for RA, it's like, RA, it's been a while. It's been, the fact that they haven't been able to do much really all this year so far. They haven't had too much success. They ended 12th in the spring season, looking to trying to change that with a couple of new pieces here. I want to see what RA are able to do when the game is not necessarily decided at level 1 for the jungler.
You don't like to flip at level 1? Come on.
I love to flip for level 1, but I want to see RA fight back, especially when we talked about how exciting Xiaoshu was coming into this week, how this team could have been, they were coming off of a double 2-0 weekend last week. This could have been them riding that momentum. There's still time for them to correct it here in this game too.
I mean, LNG just came over to the car and pulled the handbrake right there in that first game.
They reached over, they're like, you're done. You're done,
like,
bro.
I'm sorry. You're out. Get out of the car, hand over the keys. It'll be all right. But I do want to see that kind of adaptation in draft. They will be on blue side, so we can see some of that difference in the first pick meta for them and how they want to approach this one. But I want to see if LNG just go right back to a composition that kind of is like, let's see what you do, and then we'll just respond. Because they saw what the game plan was from RA, and they said, well, we know how to attack this. Let's just go early. And if they get a more flexible comp like that, it's a scary LNG that we'll get for game 2.
It was a pretty big departure from the style that we expected to see from LNG. Not necessarily from the control side that we've been setting up for Tarzan, but the fact that it wasn't Viego. Viego was not seen anywhere in this draft. And Tarzan's most played champion this split, by far, almost 3 times as many as any other champion he's played, has been the Ruined King. So hopefully, for us anyway, I love Maokai and all, I want to see Tarzan on this champion. The mechanical excellence, the fact that he gives him some aggressive tools to play is exactly what I want from a player like Tarzan. The pedigree, the legacy that he's had so far.
You don't want to see him press one button and throw a little sapling into a bush?
Maokai,
I feel like that's pretty
W flash Q is just not hitting for me, especially since we've seen it for the last 6 months.
Got all the Scout fans in the audience there as well. Just love to see the live audience too, as we're going to be getting into picks and bans of game number 2 here. RA on the blue side, as we had said. We'll have LNG on that red side. 1-0 up so far in their home arena of Suzhou. And now we have the Jace, the Zeri ban from RA. So some respect given over to Scout, but the Nico and the Vi by LNG.
This does mean that there is a missing ban here. They're not going to be able to get rid of Scout's Annie. And LNG sticking with some pretty similar bans, but the Rakan still available for Feather. I expect for RA, if they want to make sure that they can grab Feather, something that's going to allow them to make some early plays, link up with Leyen, that is something that they could prioritize, but there is a ton of champions for them to go for. The Yuumi is still available. They could go for that Aphelios again, or pick up the Wukong. There you go, and there's
there
that
it
Rakan.
is. So Feather gonna get his comfort champion here on that Rakan. LNG might just feel confident to take this Xayah on the other side. They did in game number 1 for Gala, and it will be the case yet again. So a very safe ADC for a would-be carry.
And LNG, they can just pick their mid laner here if they want. They can go for another Ahri pick if necessary. That Annie that was banned in the first game. Scout has been putting a lot of games onto this champion and has felt as impactful as much as you can with an Annie, especially with how much we've seen her rise this year, especially. Rare Adam could look to pick up another AD carry, look for maybe their jungle matchup for Leyen to try to get that before the next round of bans.
It is tried and true for LNG, though, getting something that can be mobile out of mid lane and connect with Tarzan. That has been the strongest 2v2, at least, situation for LNG in a lot of their matchups. While they can rely on Gala later game, they do tend to find a lot of their leads through the priority Scout provides, but Tarzan's aggression. We will actually see Strive pick up that Ahri here as a response.
Into Xayah, what AD carry are you really going to want to pick up? It seems like for Rare Adam, they're going to wait. They're going to say there's a couple of pairings that we are feeling more than comfortable with for Assume as we head into the second phase, or waiting for the last pick here on the first phase for LNG. I did want to comment quickly. 2 weeks ago was actually Assume's 1-year anniversary for joining Rare Adam. So happy he's able to make it. And for Assume, who has been in the LPL for a little bit, is still kind of looking to make that journey as a fresh AD carry into the league, now cresting over the 2-year mark. Like, what can you do? Let's see what that journeyman looks like, experience looks like for this AD carry.
Originally started with Suning's LDL roster way back in the day in 2020. That does not feel like that long ago, but ended up going around as a sub for the main roster as well, but then went to the Weibo Gaming Youth Camp. And then ended up on LGD for a long while, at least one split. And then now here he is with Rare Adam for himself a bit of a representation in a league that is so full of so many great AD carries.
For sure.
And he's sitting across from one right now, Gala, who has himself found a new home coming into this split, and he's looking right at home there. Now, we do get that Aphelios ban and the Draven ban towards Assume. The Draven ban definitely towards a comfort for him. We also get that Sejuani focus, and I'm sure continued jungle focus here for RA in the second ban phase. It is that
Whoa,
Viego.
no, guys, I'm so sad. That was a selfish pick for me. And LNG just slam it. You talked about it, about the draft and how they just were flying through the picks. LNG, they know exactly what they want. They're going to give no time for RA to kind of mull over some of their choices. Just getting everything they want. This Poppy is going to do wonders against the likes of what we've seen already for RA. And if you're going to take a immobile AD carry like a Jinx, there's going to be a Poppy living on top of her with the Annie, with this Nautilus.
Yeah, and that just combos so well with that duo. But let alone that, when we had the Poppy coming back into the meta last year, Tarzan and Tien were the ones I always looked towards, because they were the ones going for these crazy Hex Flash pathings that would just absolutely catch everyone awry at like level 2s. So I want to see if that continues to be the case here on this new age Poppy for Tarzan, but we do get a tried and true pick and a matchup we see consistently if left open. It is the Gwen versus Cassante in the top lane.
Okay, well, Zika now on a bit of a carry. We had set them up as more of those tank top laners, going for maybe a little bit more AD in terms of the bruisers. But here now goes for the counter pick here. So LNG are feeling more than comfortable with what they've gotten themselves. They have a lot of self-sufficient carries for, in terms of the Gwen, in terms of the Xayah, and great setup this time. Something that I thought if they weren't able to get ahead in game 1, maybe they'd be lacking just a little bit. But Poppy, Nautilus, similar vein into, you know, hey, instead of a Maokai, we're getting more. And I will say, Lennon, I am happy that it's Poppy, not only because it's not Maokai, but you got more skill expression. There is a ton of cool things that Tarzan can do on this champ.
And also just putting the brakes on a lot of forward momentum that RA are going to be looking for, right? You catch a big all-outed Cassante with the keeper's verdict, well, you're not going to be all out, are you? And there's a lot of avenues here, a lot of mechanical expression. Honestly, across both teams, I love that Feather gets his comfort on the Rakan, but we're going to be getting into a game 2 that is a make or break in this best of 3 for RA. They got smacked upside the head and maybe a little bit of chokehold in game number 1 by Tarzan and co. Scout on that Jace was looking mighty fine, but it's LNG with expectations set on a win here and a potential sweep over RA in their home arena to get themselves to 4-2 and try to get those upper echelons. We see RA hitting the rift now to try to bring us to 3.
Level 1 here. Hung. He's got to be careful. Could put a ward over the wall. But it's just so tense if they're able to do this. It'd be a complete reverse of what happened in game 1. And as we see them maybe disperse, they're eventually going to start leaving these brushes one by one. I do want to comment, Feather has been so good on this Rakan, his most played this split, and has looked like a completely different player on this champion. He has a great eye for an engage and understands the timers for the opponent, not in terms of the jungle, but also for his laners. Xiaoshu has been able to call up Feather into the top lane in case he needs a certain play to be made, in case he knows that they're going to make a play topside. Going straight on Strive.
A little bit of a 3v3 here. Strive in some trouble, but Hung taking a nice trade back. Love the 3v3 early action between these two. But back to your point about Feather, right? He was a JDG prodigy. He was a guy that was on Joy Dream for so long, at least since 2021. But he also just found a lot of representation on that roster for being the kind of engage-centered style, and the Rakan coming through, the Nautiluses, things like that. And to see him come over to RA and still have that and be able to represent it on the stage in a lot of these top-tier matchups is really nice.
Wow, that early trade by Hung.
They might have it. That's a flash from Assume. He wants to try to get it. The cleanse comes through. One more. It's not enough. And now he's in a little bit of trouble as Gala steps up a little bit too far. There'll be trades in the 2v2.
Ooh, man. All right, well, this is a good start. I was going to say, the trade in mid lane for Strive means that he's gone through all of his corrupting pots and is still half HP, is chugging on them right now to make sure he's able to get back. Early level 2 here for Rare Adam's bot lane. A much better early game compared to what we saw in game 1, and hopefully it means that for them, will be a much more competitive game. As the bot lane there, I mean, Gala hanging on by a thread, trying to make sure that he's still alive, and kind of baiting them in under the turret.
But that's why you pick this Xayah for Gala, because in an age where we can see Gala pop off on the likes of the Aphelioses, the Zeres, he can also be a late game carry if you just get him there. And a Xayah will get you there at some point. So definitely play into that game plan for LNG. And right back to the game 1 game plan of Tarzan bullying Lien.
Even Scouts moving on over, so finding that poke onto Strive is still paying dividends here. Land, the only camp he has on this bottom side are the Krugs, but look at what's happening. Hung, after getting back from that reset, is now either going to be able to look for a Hex Flash here, or they're just going to try and contest.
Oh, the hook actually connects. There's a TP now coming down. That will be Strive joining the fight. LNG in a 4v4. Big knockup from Feather. That's on the 3 members. The charm going to connect. Hung's going down. It's a trade back and forth, though. I think it was actually Strive that got first blood. And you look back across it, it is Chaos in game 1 that comes out on top for RA.
Okay, LNG going a little too far right there. Hung could not do much. There's not a lot of flash. Gala had to overexert himself, overextend into that lane. And after that first play, they don't have a lot of damage. So Strive gets to be involved, gets to make up for some of the early woes that Rare Adam are finding. Now up 2 kills. We get to look at this replay. I mean, look at where the damage dealers are. Gala's nowhere near this fight. Scout is half health, and again, not in effective range. And all of RA were just playing this beautifully, especially after
right
this.
Here.
Yeah, Feather,
oh
man.
My god. But I think it's good heads-up play from LNG. They realize things are going awry. They turn back around as quickly as possible. And you actually saw there, it was first blood to LNG, and that's why LNG are not very far behind, right? Because you get that 400 gold influx and the 600 from the 2 kills over. So I actually really like that heads-up play from LNG to try to capitalize in a moment that was looking more dire than it should be.
And while we have a little bit of a timer, well, things should be able to calm down. I did want to take a look at some of these schedules here for these two teams. As RA, they really need to be able to turn this one around because their schedule does not get much easier. This week, they are still having to face up against Weibo. And next week, they've got EDG at the end of their week where on the other side, LNG, if they get to 4-2, they're going to play EDG later this week and then BLG next week. They need to grab wins where they can because they have not been the most consistent this split so far.
I know I shouldn't talk about it, but man, Gala versus Uzi, bring it to me,
yes.
please. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. Anyways, we're getting back into this game as we do have that trading heavily from the top lane 1v1. We actually see Lian trying to answer to Tarzan's invade on this side, but you have this time movement from Strive first.
Tarzan, even avoiding this, already has the ward down first. Don't know if they're going to try and make this play. Scout is level 5 and does... Oh, Tarzan.
We got that engage there as well. Hung trying to get around the corner, but Tarzan will just go down to Lian. Strive on the other side, though. Lian getting low. He does get traded, so it will be jungle for jungle as both teams actually go back to lane.
It's funny. I will say Tarzan maybe showing a little bit of mechanical rust on the Poppy right now. The W's are just not coming out in time, and it allows for this team to engage, for them to escape, where maybe LNG were not expecting it. We're talking about that feather engage comes out a little too late before the grand entrance comes in, and here again, Tarzan goes down. It's more kills into the back pocket of RA. It is that 1-for-1 like you were talking about, but when Tarzan is not on the map, Radom are feeling very comfortable.
So far, my favorite part about this second game is the full commit. And we're seeing a full commit. And assume you're going to commit to a death. Gala gets him on the board. 1 kill for the 80 carry of LNG.
Such a close fight right there. I mean, Assume almost had his flash. And so LNG, they have the opportunity. They can try to get this wave under the turret and then look to pressure onto the dragon, but are instead just kind of sitting here. You see Tarzan, he's not fully committing. Scout just drops the Tibbers on top of Strive, and he's like, all right, cool, so there's my trade. I'm going to control mid now as the
There's 3/4 of your health, God. What are you going to do now? Your move. I just threw a giant buff Teemo at you.
I love the thought that, like, normal Tibbers is just like, he's just a regular guy. Just happens to be a stuffed teddy bear. And then when it's the anniversary skin, just jacked Giga Chad Annie skin.
I need a Giga Chad Teemo now. I need somebody to recreate the Giga Chad emote with Teemo.
Yeah, we should.
Give the gray shading and everything. Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days. But one of these days, Loyan might stop getting invaded by Tarzan.
Not today.
I don't think it's going to be today, though.
Nope. Unfortunate for that, as Tarzan is going to continue to take more of his camp's land, is going to be surprised as he jumps over this wall and is going to be like, okay, looking for my blue buff. They're actually going to skip this, move straight into the river to try to grab any kind of vision and stop the potential play, as 10 seconds from now, we've got the Rift Herald. I'm looking for where Feather is. Feather's actually moving away from this play, and it means that RA will not be able to fight for this if LNG decide they want to go for it.
Well, Zaya's no slouch to taking turret plates, and I don't know if you just want to give over all this gold to Gala, as we saw him get a lot of plates last game, and with the oppression that they were able to put on Assume, there was no real defense right now. As plates go down, RA on the other side trying to answer.
I think this is also surprising, the fact that Strive does not have priority in the mid lane. You already see Annie's now moving. Hung, what you doing there,
That's a little
bud?
bit of a tricky situation there, but able to give a little bit of flexibility to himself with that Hex Flash. Now we see Scout with the knock-up, or with the stun, ready to go. He flashes over the wall. There's the Keepers. Wait, no, he goes back the other way as well. Xiaoshu tries to get that all out, and he is out. The Mega Death Rocket goes a bit wide, but LNG, with all the ultis burned, well, they will be able to get that Rift Herald.
Okay, that was incredibly close timing.
Looking for it, Xiaoshu.
Nice. Nice hands coming out from Xiaoshu there to dodge out on the hook. I was wondering if that Poppy ult was actually going to go off. The fact that it does saves that play because it knocks out Lian from being able to interact with that fight. If he was still there, that should have been a kill onto one of the members of LNG and them taking up the Rift Herald. But instead, LNG come out very big on that play.
Had a little pressure to be dealt with bottom side, but definitely love the state of the game for them now, with Tarzan heading back onto the Rift with a Rift Herald to boot, and 2 kills that Scout has rung in early, setting them up for a very powerful 2v2 in that regard.
And now you see RA, their bottom lane, alongside Lian, are trying to go towards this dragon. Strive has now pushed in a mid-wave, and instead of going for this plate, is actually going to use this time, drop into Fog of War, grab some vision, alongside with Feather here getting into the river. Don't know if they're going to be able to contest for this. If they don't start it up immediately, LNG are going to come back with a few more items, a little bit more powerful, and be looking to trying to find something. Scout is now back into mid lane, but you already see Feather here. They want to get level 6 for their recon and get ready for a dragon fight.
Well, we see them all collapsing here with actually the wave being pushed in by Assume as well. They should be able to get some good vision here, but I think LNG are going to want to contest this with the way they're moving.
Yeah. You already see it. There is no teleport for either of the top laners, so it's going to be a straight 4v4. Feather, you are so lucky that that hook does not land onto you. Doesn't know that Hung jump over this wall will now show himself.
Hung just wants to get that level 6 mark. There
It's
he
just
goes.
defensive posturing right now, right? Like you're saying, getting that level 6 for the Nautilus, but they're just waiting for one team to be just slightly out of position so that they can punish with either a kill, getting out some summoner spells. It might be here as Hung without the Nautilus hook. You already see Strive is moving over, but yeah, they're just waiting. They're waiting for one false move from either of these two teams to really pull that trigger.
See now, though, with Zika try to proxy the wave up here, what this top lane is going to mean. We don't have TPs available for a little bit for Xiaoshu, and LNG are stacking on this bottom side with the Rift Herald.
Should be able to grab some plates, but look at this. They will be spotted on vision here. Won't be able to get all that much.
Yeah.
And actually, all this gold's going to go into Tarzan's back pocket. So hopefully gold well spent if they're able to finish out on some of these items on a vision board there.
They were looking to actually get a nice little follow from Gala, but Lian was hovering right around the corner there. But nothing going to come of it just yet. We still do have the solo lanes going at each other here as well.
They're having fun.
Yeah, you know, having fun with the noodle fights. Why not?
Until they're able to find a pick, I think RA are more than happy. They have this Jinx at scaling. They haven't been able to find a pick here.
This was brewing for a while, and now we're going to get on the full 3v3. We need to get excited for Assume. He does get in. Tarzan goes down as well. That'll be the ignite for Feather, claiming that kill. Feather oversteps just a bit. Gala stepping forward, but won't be able to clean that one up. LNG lose 2 crucial members.
They were waiting for that final punch to come through. Hung with that Nautilus hook just means that they can't actually walk up, and I love that he's using the wireframe here to make sure that he's checking for where Strive is. They actually don't go for the dragon. They're pretty low HP. They recognize that if LNG wanted, with Scout and with Gala still having ultimates available, that was a potential for LNG to come up with a really big win there. So they'll grab the kills, they'll get a little bit of gold, they'll be able to spend it now, but kind of a reset in terms of where we're at in the map state.
Oh, look at that replay. The attempted engage from Feather, but it was a consistent 3v3 that we were watching develop, and then the trigger got pulled.
Exactly. Immediately after Hung uses some of his spells, it opens up for Feather to get down and dirty. It's exactly what we would expect from him on this recon, his most picked champion, the one that he has felt most comfortable with all split long.
And what a far cry from game number 1. Game 1 was an absolute headlock chokehold by LNG over RA. This game, RA are actually punching back, and we're seeing some of that early aggression not go the way of LNG. We do see them actually preemptively start up the Dragon just to try to test the will of LNG, but I think Lian has had a lot better performance this time around, a lot more stable. You're also having some focus around this bot side, which I think gives them a lot of strength in that regard.
This should not be a timer for LNG to contest. You look at Lian's items right now, and I don't want to be facing a Wukong who already has finished Divine Thunder when I haven't finished my own Mythic here. And
but what if your Annie has Ludens?
Oh, maybe
and
that's the case.
What if you lose your Rakan? Does that change things? Okay,
right.
Feather survives.
That actually does significantly change things. I don't think I can find
They're
this
going to go
pick
back
here.
in. Look for Scout, though. Scout wants a big Tibbers. He can't get in, though, as already Assume has claimed a kill and is running away speedily. Zika is here with that needlework. Should be able to sew down Lian to the grave. And he's trying to chase down Feather here as well. It will be a response. Both jugglers go down yet again.
Marcel, are you? This must just come with the fact that you've been here for a long time. I'm new. This is my first week here. Of course, you know that as soon as Feather's going to do that, the fight is going to start. That's just I'm just gonna chalk that up to veterancy on your part. Congratulations, but Feather.
Like I've been here for a little bit. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Feather got
Crazy.
caught there, and it opens up space for LNG. They don't grab the dragon, but it's more kills in their back pocket, and that just means gold for LNG. As Feather, my man, you're just too far up. The start of this fight looks so good as Asum was able to find resets.
Yeah, they had a nice turn, right? And that's decisiveness that you don't see that often displayed right in front of you. But it's still the fact that LNG had all their guns ready to go.
They were even able to grab the teleport out from Zika, so I like that they're actually now swapping their attention away from this Dragon Pit and instead moving towards the Rift Tail. They need to be able to grab something for Zika. He got a kill in that fight, but he teleported away. There were some early plates given over to Xiaoshu, so want to be able to use this now, open up the map, go for our first Dragon. You see how they're posturing. RA, they're going to want to rush this. And if they don't want to, LNG can actually just decide, ignore this objective, drop the Rift-Tailed, and let's start grabbing some mid-turrets.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. I mean, this is first Dragon at 15.5 minutes in. I think you can let it go at this point. Rift-Tailed does end up getting that charge into an outer tower. They'll get another one here as well.
This is huge for them. This makes it so hard for them to contest. Now they're going to make it engage.
Over the wall. Scout went with the preemptive Timbers, and it might have just made the fight. LNG go right to the heart of RA, and that might just be a little 1v1 going on in the side. Mega Death Rocket doesn't make a difference, though. Zika with a double kill. The flash, the dredge line, LNG are everywhere, all at once. As Asum goes down, Scout wants the kill. Scout is hungry. He wants to take down Strive. The last pillar for RA will crumble to dust.
And RA now will be able to grab nothing off of that play. You got the dragon, but immediately got put down in your own jungle. They don't get the inhibitor. Great timing on that at 16.5 minutes. But that is 4 turrets in a single play for LNG as they explode in terms of the gold, and RA are unable to fight back.
I'm going to have to look at that gold graph after this game, man. The spike is going to be unreal.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe a little bit of a shock to the system. We did get full resets from LNG here. At least Scout maybe a little bit behind the place. Feather, stop him. There you go. Let's go. We're going to take a replay of that. And look at this flash from
damage that they can get a reset. The fact that Zika doesn't go down here, just a heartbreaker. It's as close as I think I'm going to get to Viego this game.
That
right
flash
now,
from Hung,
you can
man.
see. Yeah, they're just getting more kills. And in the picture-in-picture, with that redeploy, or with all of the backs coming from LNG, it is giving them a timer here to get some objective bounties, get some gold.
We got to go to the picture. Okay.
There you go.
They got the engage after a 2-man keeper's verdict out, at least, but now the re-engage from RA onto the back line as Tarzan getting low, but he tanks up, and Scout has already taken Asum out of the play. As Xiaoshu's actually looking for Scout on the side, but he's all by himself into 4 members of LNG. This might not be the fight that you want, bud. And there he goes down to a double kill to Gala as Zika is in the side lane.
Yeah, I was about to say, Zika, that is his bread and butter this series so far. It has just been push turrets, push on the side lane. RA, they're getting more and more desperate. I think the idea is there. You know, Jinx can get excited after the turret take, but Scout just puts any kind of doubts for these team fights to rest. Immediately gets into that back line and stops at any move from RA to be able to do anything.
Now, my real analysis here is, have you ever tried to butter a piece of bread with scissors? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, technically, those are knives. They're like 2 separate knives. So I haven't personally tried.
Is that your take on scissors? They're 2 knives.
I think it's playable. There are much worse things you could use to try to spread butter.
You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We'll actually see a little bit of butter spreading here, though.
Yeah, Strive has to use the ultimate. You see that they're getting right back into this play, but no vision onto Scout. Look at where he is. This is another instance where the AD carry is in not a great position to actually deal damage, and Scout from Fog of War puts the tippers on top of Asum, gets the cleanse, and just unable to deal anything. And unfortunate here for Xiaoshu, who teleports thinking that they might be able to turn around the play, gets left behind, and it's another kill for LNG, where Dragon spawning in a minute. This entire map has crumbled. 8,000 gold in a matter of minutes. In a matter of 4 minutes, this game has exploded for them.
It was such a heavily contested game. We were even praising RA for coming back into this series. And then just like that, LNG take it all away from them. It's a huge
dashing their
advantage
hopes.
for LNG so far in this one. RA still struggling to come to grips with what's going on, but they do have a decent composition. If you get the catch outs, you've seen what they can do in a team fight setting if they aren't being, scouted out from behind.
Game 1 was a bad level 1 that turned into full jungle control, and now LNG gonna maybe find another pick on the Feather, but they can immediately start up this Baron at 20 minutes on the dot. They don't have to worry about Dragons. Dragon sacking is not going to be a win condition this game. As LNG, they're just gonna use this gold and force RA to walk into them.
Nice move from Luyan to get that clone. Here comes the TP from Zika though, and it's actually RA that want to preemptively go onto him, but Gwen is immune. The dredge line doesn't connect. Gwen isn't immune for that long. Keeper's verdict came out. Gwen is maybe going down finally at the end of the fight. Xiaoshu all by himself yet again in the midst of LNG. And they find yet another advantageous fight. Although it is a 1-for-1, it just means that LNG can force RA's hand.
They have to walk into this pit, and not a lot of vision, not a lot of flanks for Rare Adam to go for, so walking into Fog of War, we'll see what RA can do. They could just go ahead and try to grab this dragon. And I think rightfully so. They recognize they don't do a single thing here.
Man.
This game is over
That is
regardless.
literally the recreation of that cinematic where the dredge line just comes out of the trees trying to cook Ari. Like, Scouts speaking of coming out of the trees! LNG are coming out of the woodwork here! And RA have no answer. That's a Baron in the eyes of LNG.
This is a horrible play if you're trying to sit in it. You're going into Fog of War, you're going into those woods that we were talking about, and there is no Goldilocks sets of porridge there for you. There is just a big, angry Papa Bear getting dropped on top of you as RA. LNG, like you said, gonna take this Baron, gonna look to close out this game right now, and I am, as you, way more interested in the gold grad after this game.
Yeah.
15 minutes, we were like, okay, RA are even, they're looking okay, they're going pound for pound with LNG in this game, and then it took all one play. You see it right there, Gala and Scout are putting in work.
There were two choices when you came into this this decision-making process for RA. There was the left side, which was, Goldilocks edition bears. You get the porridge. It's all nice. Yes, you're just talking about chairs and porridge. Is it warm? Is it comfy? Then the other side is just a dark cave with a literal bear inside. And that's what RA decided to go into today. They got mauled apart so far in this one. And LNG have just gone from strength in this series to strength in their compositional strength going forward and strength in this last play.
Ah, man. It's so sad. 80 carry moment right there. Just didn't have the flash, didn't have the cleanse. It's a tough position to be in, even as does Jinx.
Going at him, man.
Yeah, Tarzan does not care. He is tanky enough. He can just walk at you with this W if he wants for bonus movement speed. He has Scouts shielding as well. The silver lining, I guess, for right now is that RA will get a little bit of gold thanks to Strive being on the opposite side of the map and getting some of those.
For LNG, they needed to come here and get this sweep. They needed to find that stability in their own right. They won over FPX, but it was a 2-1 hard-fought win, and now they're looking for a second in a row.
So far in the LPL, these last couple weeks, we've seen some of the lower standing teams as Xiaoshu gets caught out. This should be the last final push here for LNG.
Feather Storm going forward from Gala. You thought it was a defensive ulti, but it is aggressive in the hands of the Star 80 carry. And LNG will put RA in their places here with a little bit of minion help, but no. We walk away. That's a TP on the backside here. Xiaoshu wants to make the difference. The player of the week for week number 2 in the top lane. Can he be it? He's not able to find any damage back. He goes down and traded. You got Assume getting excited, but Gala's even more excited as he's not even playing Jinx. Assume is getting very, very low and playing by that breath of his life. And it's just Feather going back in and trying to save it, but Scout had already taken out his ADC. Tarzan will find another death, but LNG will find another win.
Oh, let's go for LNG. Again, their schedule does not get much easier after this, but it's got to feel good. Seeing yourself at 4-2, a team that we're expecting to be in the top ends of playoffs, need to continue their streak here in the schedule if they want to make it at the end of the season.
And it just feels so damn good because Scout and Gala, we set them up as these are the carries of the team. If you're going to find success in later games, in decisions, it's Tarzan bridging the gap for these two if he can't find a lead of his own. And rightfully so, Scout ends up at 4-0 and some crazy amount of assists, and Gala ends at like 10-0 on the Zaya. So things are looking right as rain right now for LNG, and the way that they're approaching the game and the pieces are finally coming together for this roster.
Yeah, and we had also set up that the external pieces, when we're talking about Zico, we're talking about Hung, being the setters for this team, making sure that they can give opportunities for the carries of LNG to make those plays. And Zico on the side lane in game 1, even a little bit more in game 2, but really taking a more active role on the Gwen this time around. Hung on this Nautilus, just dominated every single game, every single play as well against Feather on his main champion Rakan.
Banded away in game number 1. Game number 2 didn't need to in the end, as I think Comfort coming alive for RA definitely still needs to be the case. Leaning towards Xiaoshu in some instances I think can also be the end, but just finding some stability for Lien to play around is the way forward for RA. We just haven't seen a consistent version of that yet. Soon.
Hopefully soon, if you're a Rare Atom fan. There were some good looks, only really in game 2, but the goal lead was just too much, and there was one play towards the end there that just felt like, yeah, that's the game. The Poppy ultimate that just knocks away every member that could have frontlined for Assume.
And then Assume is just gone.
Yeah, just like tore away any kind of protection you may have had, and then it's like, oh, there's just like, it's like a crab, right? You get rid of the shell, and it's like, oh, there you go. There's the prime jewel. There's nothing for us to do there. They completely tore open Rare Atom, just really left nothing.
You've been tearing open crabs recently?
No, but I really wish I have. I've been missing some good crab, good lobster, and it's hard. I do live in Seattle. Shouldn't be that hard. Living in the Pacific
I wasn't
Northwest,
gonna say anything, but if you just want to out yourself, you can't find the seafood hookups. But there was some seafood hookups tonight. The crab was on full display for LNG, and they had their fill. It felt like a 2-0 victory. And I think right back to form for LNG. We came into this one. It was a complete underdog story for RA. Although they're one of the teams we've seen lean into that chaos. Speaking of chaos, hey, I see one thing in particular. You see that line that has the 15 under it? Like right there, next to it, to the right? That's where it all went down.
You see, it was so even. It was so good. And then, boom, 12,000 gold. For LNG, a swift, decisive 2-0, something that coming into today we were expecting for LNG to win this series. We just weren't sure how decisive, how incredibly one-sided it was going to be, but we got a very good performance, and against Rare Atom, they're going to be looking at this loss, they're going to be saying, okay, this is a team that is seated a little bit further of us. We need to be able to use this loss as something that can help hopefully prepare us for the Weibo game that's going to be coming later this weekend and trying to make that push into top 10.
And that's what I want to talk about next, is just looking forward for both these two rosters. When you're kind of looking at LNG moving forward, you do have that little bit of a break until you're up against EDG, the big matchup between Gala and Uzi. That's going to be absolutely incredible, and I think you can lend a lot of the strength of the jungle to bring that matchup to even to some extent, and I think that'll be an important factor going forward for LNG as well.
We can only hope that LNG can keep this form. They've had a bit of a rocky start to their season for their schedule, but hey, bouncing back 4-2 now in the standings, feeling pretty good. They're kind of encroaching that top 6 spot that we had already said. They already were 6 at the beginning of the day. So hopeful for them. I do want to see them level up. I think they are, if in terms of when it gets chaotic, there can be some moments that other teams, specifically our other top teams, can take advantage of against them. And it's all about honing those skills. And no better place to do that than the LPL.
True. Do you see any strengths from this series in particular for RA to kind of bring forward into the Weibo matchup they have later on?
If Lien can keep doing some more of what we have already expected of him coming into this matchup. I think going up against Weibo, who have had some downturns, they obviously, that game up against LGD is a little worrisome for me. I think that RA can do a little bit of work, especially if Xiaoshu is on form going up against the Shy. We could have a very fun matchup there.
Yeah, definitely could. So that's a little bit of a look ahead for both these two teams. But now we got to look ahead at who we think is going to get MVP. And I already highlighted Scout and Mr. Gala with the excellent KDAs. But at this point, I think Gala is rightfully due an MVP.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I would not be surprised if either of these two got it. I think these two were the most impactful, and that is just true across the board for most teams. Mid AD carry does tend to have the most impact in a lot of games.
It gets
Gala
the meta.
being, yeah, exactly. Gala being no slouch in his damage numbers for his team. He is a large proponent of their wins, especially when we get to team fights. But this game, as much as it was really fun for Gala and him being able to kind of have some really cool outplays, Scout this series was way too good. The Jace game, the Annie now, like, if Scout doesn't get it, I would feel a little bad for him. Like, you played your heart out. You put your name on this game.
The thing I love, though, about LNG is they represent in every fashion. Maybe Zika, not as much. He's sitting at like a sub 60% KP, but it's rare that you see everyone else on the team, all 4 other members, at a 70-plus KP. You have both carries at 25% damage done or more, right? And you just have a lot of cohesion between this roster that makes it to where, as the season goes on and as this grueling gauntlet that we have for our summer split goes on, some of that honing will become even more prevalent.
That's all we can hope for, especially for a team that is expected to do well. It's not just a team that is, hey, coming out of nowhere really, or not expected to do very well. This is a team with a ton of great names, a lot of legendary names for LPL history, and they need to be able to perform. We obviously saw them in spring last season, or last split, and they fell about where we expected them in terms of their standing, but they want to make that push. We obviously have people who have won MSI, have won Worlds. They want to be able to push forward and go further into the tournament for playoffs. And if this is the look we're going to get, I think this is an LNG that's going to be very scary going up against our top teams.
I still look back at that run, right? It was LNG that ended 3rd in regular season. They started off in round 3 of the playoffs, and then they ended up losing in the first round, not making it to double elims. So there is an expectation of making it further this time around, making it to those double elims. It's a long way to get there, though. We do have our MVP to give out. I did not hear who it was, but we'll give out our gracious. And 2 in a row, Scout gets MVP.
No heart this time. No almost 40% damage share. He doesn't need it. 80% kill participation. And just being an absolute monster on this Annie, like setting up all the plays so that the likes of Tarzan, like Gala, can just tear open at Rare Atom. There was nothing for them to do. He has 6 MVPs. He is getting very dangerously close to just being the #1 MVP holder in the league right now.
He almost has a 50% MVP rate on his games played, which is just insane. But it was the decisiveness that you've come to expect from Scout, but it is such a breath of fresh air for LNG.
I just love how in tune with a lot of these champions are, and when we're talking about the legendary kind of mid laners, they don't typically need to be huge carries for their team. It is mostly that facilitator role, which you get a lot of from Scout in his experience here, just playing as a player. And it is insane to me that after all these years, Scout is still an incredible mid laner. The ability to stay this far up in a league that is as competitive as it is as the LPL, impressive all by itself.
Spent 7 years with JDG. Before that, he was the understudy of Faker for SKT, and really making a new home for himself on LNG this year. But specifically this summer split, I feel like last split was just a bit of a training arc for Tarzan and Scout. How can they kind of cohese? We saw it work out really well. Like we said, ended 3rd in the regular season, but this split, it feels like the chains are off, the weights are off. They're really going to town with it. So it feels good to see that combo come through.
They're getting together finally. They're finally done. They're like, okay, we did all the intro homework. We're done with LNG 1101. Let's get into some advanced topics. Let's start doing some funky stuff. Let's see how down and dirty we can get with some of the LPL teams.
Indeed. But that is it for our first series of the night. Just 2 quick games. LNG with a sweep over RA. We're going to be stepping away for a little break while we're getting ready for our second series of the day. It's JDG versus AL. Expectations, again, about the same as we had in game number 1. We'll see what happens.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死！阿比打到第5个人头。
最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
来 BLG， 新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。杰克拉夫也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫杰克拉夫。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到 陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，很那一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q3杀很快，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候。 就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种泽赛啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道泽赛这个人他在韩服打得很好。 我就挺看好他这个选手的，然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜。 就导致了他后半段的比赛，他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1。我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了。然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS。
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开。
直进世界赛。
第一年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。
对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
三杀到了，还有吗？别有了，别进了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝又有了，四杀五杀嘛，大吉！
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 LNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上台选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的。首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了，我觉得，然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第一年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我要一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。
我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Just as boring as it has ever been, but I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our wanna fight tonight. I don't 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 wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You exited the pile. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted in the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care.
下场对战 AL 战队，虽然他们战绩不是很好，但是感觉比赛内容是非常就是有冲劲吧。然后对阵他们的话，我们也是要小心。我觉得 AL 下路风格的话，因为他们两个也是比较新人吧，然后就还不是特别了解，就是我们就是打好自己的就可以。新主场氛围的话就是特别好吧，然后主场整体也是非常棒，然后想对之后来。我们主场的客队们说，就是不会让你们进裁缝间的。
下一场要对阵的京东下路，跟他们打是有压力的，因为他们刚从 MSI 夺冠回来，但还是想以挑战者的姿态去赢下他们。具体一点的话，是从对线的一些失误，就是从在玩法上面，就是争取不要贪线，然后打法更加团队一点，跟着资源点去走。我觉得我这个赛季的小目标就是先杀所有下路，加油！我们 AL 是最强的。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2023. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Outbatter yet again, and we're going to be getting into our second series of the day, JDG versus Anyone's Legend. You got to hear a little bit from both sides there, but specifically, JDG do not want to give you any interviews at their home arena, which is where we're going to be at tonight in AL. They want to give a bit of a fight to the MSI champions.
I love not only that answer, but I also kind of liked how we saw Zora just say, not only do we need to kind of work as a team, but we're also going to be challengers. We want to make sure that we're challenging them. We don't really care that they're the best team. We want to make sure that we can give them a fight no matter what. You got to make sure that you're respecting us at least at all times. Make sure that they're awake, that they're looking forward to the game.
I mean, you better be ready for a fight if you're going into this team. This roster is absolutely stacked. Some were talking about the MSI hangover. Maybe we saw some struggles early on, but since then, we have seen a 5-win streak for JDG, and they are the expected winners of this series tonight. There is another underdog matchup like we had in our first series, and the underdogs are these guys right here. Harder getting the continued start here, as well as Yachoi coming in as that rookie. Another big pivotal moment for AL to try to build towards this rookie development.
And they've been, rocking some pretty fun plays. Obviously, when we look at their schedule, they have been playing a little bit of, they've been playing some other teams. We're looking at the key players. It's these junglers that we were setting for. It looks like today, Mazel, all we're going to be talking about are junglers, which is fair.
It's the LPL. We always just talk about the junglers because we have some of the best junglers in the world, and we also have some of the most aggressive junglers in the world. You see Kanavi, point and present, one of our best, but also just a consistent key for JDG over the last years.
Kanavi, I mean, what can be said about Kanavi that has not already been said? The early split for this year has not been great to him. He definitely had some moments that were not amazing, But as this split has gone on, he is coming right back into form, and that can be said across the board for JDG, as they're looking, like you were saying, to take this game. Opposite of him, Zhao Hao has been the early driver for aggression, one of the few reasons that we've seen this team pick up a couple of wins off of the back of things like him and Pinzi with their LeBlanc and Lee Sin play that we saw from them in week 2.
And we were talking a little bit about, Kanavi's pillar-like status for JDG, but Xiao Hao on the other side, one of the only remaining members since the Rogue Warrior days, still kicking over here. So love to see it for them. But AL have an uphill battle to climb tonight, and I think they will need a lot of step-up moments. I actually appreciated Harder's entrance back into the fold here and seeing how he's going to adapt against Knight, the golden left hand of JDG as well.
It's definitely a hard matchup, and AL are no slouches. They have been able to pick up some wins, but necessarily in terms of series wins, it has not been as consistent for them. Harder coming in, while for and against for Pinzi, it's like these two mid laners are still kind of struggling to find, I think, an identity on this team, especially with how mid lane has shaken out to be more of a facilitator role for the rest of the team. I do want to see what Harder brings as we continue to see more and more of this player take the starting spot for this team, but they've also been willing to swap them out mid-series.
Yeah.
So there's a very high likelihood that we see both of these mid laners get a chance at night.
Exactly that. But we're going to be heading to the arena tonight here for JDG, again, in their home arena. And doesn't it look like a beautiful sight here? We're in Beijing tonight in China, and JDG do not want to give any room for any upset with their home crowd watching near and dear. But I just want to go back to the Harder point as well. A couple things for this guy. He has seen some track record for AL as well, but he was the 1v1 king this last year in 2022, so it kind of cool to see him back into the fold here. He also used to have one of the coolest mullets that I've ever seen.
What?
Yeah,
I missed out on the mullet?
Yeah, man, he had like the most epic mullet, man. It was so cool. It was so cool. But he doesn't have that any longer.
Yeah.
And
While
he's
we're here,
doing improved.
I did want to ask, out of all of the arenas, Mazel, do you have a personal favorite? Is there one that you're really
My new personal favorite is the JDG arena, actually. I just really like the aesthetic because we have especially a lot of like TV boards in our arenas. I think this one makes the best use or the coolest, like unique use of a lot of interesting TV columns.
Yeah.
Because you have like kind of these moving text and stuff. It's really cool.
Oh, I do love that. That actually looks so cool.
It also, that arena gets packed. So, like, it's actually ridiculous. Every time JDG has played, since they've let fans in since last week, we've seen them pack the house. But it will be a packed house potentially against AL. Everything stacked out. Like, look at that. Just at least the front seats are already packed. But AL, they're going to be a little bit of a backs against the wall, but they're not giving up. And I think that's something that has stuck true with anyone's legend who maybe haven't had the success you want in recent memory, or maybe in memory for a long while. But the fact of the matter is, we continuously see them try to invest into developing talent, try to see them fight towards the upper range.
Exactly, and I think that's there's always a couple of different looks for how teams want to run their organization, right? Like, are we going to try and get the best of the best talent? Are we going to try and aim for the top of the league? And while they are still competitors at the end of the day, there are teams that are inevitably in a 16-team league. For any competition, someone is going to lose. And for anyone's legends, they have been risking it and trying to go into more of that development side. They've been picking up all these new players. They're even testing out some of the new ones, specifically, again, getting Jichoyi, getting in him to play over iBoy. Ever since that week 1, we've been seeing more and more. While there have been some impressive moments, there are still things for anyone's legends to work. And going up against JDG, I think is a perfect test. You're playing against one of the best teams in the entire world. You gotta get good.
That picture of Knight is just menacing. I don't think the players can see it because I think it's too far up towards the crowd, but man, just imagine if you walk into the arena, you just see Knight standing there with his fists ready to go. Oh man, JDG feeling the home arena buff here right now as a ruler. This man has been on a tear. Nobody has been able to step to him. There are so many clips. You could probably pull a rabbit out of a hat more times than you could find explosive. I don't know how that works in the end, but more clips for Ruler every time we see him hit the rift. And it's on the Xayah most of the time. but it is just people trying to catch him out, and he outplays you.
Recently, for the side of JDG, it has been how many people can we fit in bot lane before Ruler goes down? Sometimes it takes 3, a lot of times it might take 4, but every team, in order to try to take down JDG, they've been focusing bot lane so hard. And I think this is a wonderful spot for JDG because it allows for a lot of the other carries, a lot of the people who maybe if you're focused on this team, you're like, I'm only looking at this because it is an AD carry meta. Knight and Kanavi have really stepped up as the weeks have gone by. Knight in particular, just running over a lot of games, even getting one of our best player awards just last week.
And across from Ruler is a rookie ADC in Jitoyi who came up in the LDL section of RNG, Royal Club, but specifically really trying to make a mark for himself. I think having had a solidified starting spot so far, at least, I think there's still some breathing room for that. But as long as AL are looking to commit to this, I think this bot lane can play a little bit aggressive into this 2v2. And that's actually what I would like to see, right? I wouldn't like to see this kind of back down and try to scale against JDG because that's where we know their strength is historically.
JDG, like in terms of their stats, they are ridiculous, but they are a little bit of a slower team. Their average game time is 10th in the league. Their first blood is not particularly high. Their first tower percentage, 29%. Their early game is not their strength. Yes, they will make early plays. That's not to say that they're not going to be able to really kind of tussle with the best of them, but where we see JDG thrive is in their ability to not only have strong laning phases, but come out and have one of the best team fighting teams in the entire world. Reason being for them being the MSI champions.
And a little bit of a sour note for any AL fans. You were bringing it up to me in the break, but it's been some time since AL have beaten JDG here, Alex.
Yes. They are, from org to org, they are 4-1 in favor of JDG. The last time that AL were able to take a series win was summer 2021. Back when when Anyone's Legends was Rogue Warriors. And we do have some remaining players from those times. ZDZ and Xiaohao, those members are still around and still playing here on the stage. Same for the side of JDG, Kanavi and Yagao. So they remember. It's probably been a while. You may have to jog their memory if you ask them. They're like, yeah, we probably took care of business against them. But that was the last time we've seen this organization take down JDG. And obviously, things have changed a lot for both of these teams, especially this year coming in. JDG, they want to leave a mark. They've made the roster to build all rosters here in the LPL.
Trying to make it so here, coming off an MSI championship, as they, again, on a 5-win streak, have been so dominant. It's been a lot of later games, a lot of team fight compositions, but it also has just specifically been a lot of early game menacing by Kanavi against his fellow junglers of the LPL. And I think Xiaohao will have a bit of an interesting task tonight to kind of take it to Kanavi, but that is where our big spotlight has to be.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how to word this in the best way, so it's pretty tough. Obviously, fan expectation, our expectation. JDG should take care of business here. This is Anyone's Legends climbing possibly the biggest hill out of anybody. There's a lot of times where it's like, oh, it's the second place team, it's the third place team.
BLG fans are seething.
Yeah,
seething.
literally, like
I'm seething.
Yeah, I forgot. You're actually. I forgot. You did.
Since they're not here, I'm not biased. All right.
Exactly.
They're
okay,
not here
good,
yet.
Good. We are pretty far alongside in draft with all these bans coming through. AL on the blue side here, getting rid of Knights, Jace, the Annie as well. But there is a ton of things open. Lennon, I can't believe it. We might get a Zeri game.
I love the Lee Sin ban towards Xiaohao. Definitely a comfort for him, but something he can make stuff happen for himself. We'll see what AL want to go ahead and get this first pick. I feel like our first pick meta in the LPL has been very curious, but this is a pick that hasn't been making it through. And when it does, we always see it first pick typically. And if it's not, then usually the other team lost. So it is Nico first pick.
This is one of the most powerful, the most banned champion on this patch right now, and we are just giving away power picks left and right. I was surprised to see Cassante taken away from ZDZ so early on, but immediately now, anyone's left to get the Nico like you were
Summon
saying,
the
but
Uzi.
JDG,
No.
Aphelios
He's
Emilio
summoning
is
the
so
spirit of
abusive.
Uzi to the game. Make sure that AL have some
Sure.
strength for Jitoi. Come on. No, it is a thing that's circling around. A lot of teams hovering it to summon the spirit of Uzi, give them
Show
some strength
support,
in the games.
for a legend coming back to the league.
But speaking of showing some strength, Jitoi and Zora will be piloting the Jinx and the Blitzcrank, respectively. If you wanted to upheave a little bit of JDG's game plan, that's how you do it.
Well, for JDG, I think this is right now a pretty tough team to crack if you're going up against what anyone's legends have already picked. I mean, you have a Vi ultimate that's going to be walking straight into a Nico, and this has been something, personally for me, I think Blitzcrank so far has been super impactful. Obviously, this champion just has a one-hit pull, and you just call it, you get that pick for yourself, but when you're anyone's legend, if you can start off a team fight with a numbers advantage, you're feeling super comfortable. You're feeling a little bit more invigorated to say, hey, maybe we can win these fights. Maybe we could take down JDG.
I do like the point-and-click precision that Kanavi will have with the Vi, though. It does give him a lot of options, and when you give Kanavi options, that's where JDG find wins. We do have a lot of focus from them in the second phase of bans. It is the Kazakhs and the Viego towards Xiaohao, so taking away a lot of those aggressive picks that we said could be the potential win for AL in this draft. But we actually see that focus towards Knight for AL. So far, that Ahri that he goes to so often.
Interesting enough, more and more of these mages being taken away. I wonder if they're also going to start to reach for more mobile mid laners, because with this Blitzcrank, I think if Knight is going to pick up something like a Syndra to try to slam lane, that is something you can use to really take control of this. Getting rid of Kennen tells me that there's a potential Scion in ZDZ's future here. And for JDG, you need to be thinking of ways of what are champions that are going to be pretty okay with dealing with the Blitzcrank. Things are going to be able to disrupt not only the Nico, but the Jinx. And I love this Gragas here for 369.
I think that can be pretty huge, but it also is flexible. I think we could see the Knight 369 flex with the Gragas. I was wondering if we were just going to get 4 bans towards Knight. Luckily, the Kennen comes through, so just banning 369 there at the last second, so Knight can't be like, oh, you need 4 bans, huh? And as we get into it now, though, there will be a counter pick available for JDG. Again, they still have a little bit of that flexibility, so the confidence pick comes through. It will be the Gnar.
Ooh, okay. Well, the Gnar here for ZDZ, we've been seeing more of this champion pick up the Hullbreaker, and especially into Gragas. I think this is a fantastic option. It allows you to really chase Gragas in the side lane, and as a champion, even if he's going to go tank, if he's going to go for AP, it's very difficult for Gragas to deal with the minion wave. So I like this. Being able to stack this does give them an out into the laning phase, and for anyone's legend, I love this Nocturne. Gives you threat onto this Aphelios, and on the side lane early on, if you want to play for top side, this is perfect up against with this Gnar.
Really appreciate the focus to ban out Xiaohao, but he still finds the Nocturne. He will have, at level 6, a big spike to find things, and the combo of Nico and Nocturne can be so deadly. The Malphite does come through, so it looks like we have that flexibility we were talking about.
Okay, it means that JDG, their mid-jungle, is going to have some say up against the relatively low range of something like Harder and Xiaohao's Nocturne Nico. But come level 6, it will be pretty difficult. If JDG are going to continue their full court press, if they're able to grab priority, maybe grab an early enough tower, then AL will have a tough time breaking in.
Yeah.
But as it stands, coming in even, you get into that fog of war, you get set up first onto an objective, it is very difficult for JDG to go in without just using both of their ultimates topside.
I actually really like this pick from Knight. Earlier today, I was at LCS and got to watch JoJo pilot a very dominant Gragas in the mid lane, but this is Knight. This is the golden left hand of JDG, MSI champion, finally an international trophy to his name. and we're getting underway with a 5-win streak already in their pocket for JDG. Expectations are they win this series. AL, though, they've given us fights. They've taken games off of top teams, and most recently BLG, and they do not want to give up the fight against JDG tonight. We're going to be getting into our second series now, and we heard a little bit about those focuses for the compositions, but it is all eyes on Kanavi versus Xiaohao for me, and Xiaohao needs to get to that level 6 mark as quickly as possible and start affecting the map.
Got to avoid Vi in the early game. And here now, JDG, we get that amazing skybox of their arena. Just beautiful, honestly. I love all the different, specifically I will say, LNG skybox when they're in their arena, just perfect, just beautiful. I love seeing all the graphics that they have there. Early game here for Anyone's Legends. They have to make sure, put down early vision to avoid Kanavi from finding plays in the early game, and save Nocturne, make sure he gets to level 6.
Any advantage is an advantage you'll write home about. Speaking of home, JDG, man, that arena's looking packed, and that arena's looking very, very biased, which I think you'd expect at this point. JDG is going to be thriving off that, though. And I'd love to hear from the players, right, specifically from Missing, about how kind of that crowd affection affects them and how they feel like this is their home turf. I love that. It's not something we get often in League of Legends, and it is something specifically home to the LPL.
Exactly. This is the only league that has home crowds like this. You could get a little bit of that from European regional leagues, but we're not there. And they also don't have like five arenas that are just like this. So as we focus in on this game here for JDG and Anyone's Legends, again, this is we'll see what they can do. I think the fact that Anyone's Legends got not only Blitzcrank but also Nico is maybe a little bit of a testament. Good hook coming out from Zora for some early damage onto Missing, but if they can't make it work with a Nico on their side, a champion that's been banned prematurely across the world, it's looking tough. It's like, well, we gave you the best tools and look what you did. I
would say, though, counterpoint, Melio is a pretty damn good tool, too.
I agree.
So I'd say giving Ruler the extension power that Emilio does, it looks so terrifying. But I think as we look and hone in on that jungle matchup, see where they're going to be affecting first, you get that push from this 2v2 down here. Both junglers are pathing towards top side.
Very scary here, where both junglers, like you were saying, are moving up to where ZDZ and 369 are fighting. Interestingly enough, Xiaohao does have an early ward, and you see the pings coming in. Harder is getting that first call to say, I'm moving topside. I have my mid laner who's able to collapse. ZDZ, if he needs to, can do so as well. Getting aggressive with Kanavi is exactly what we wanted to see from Anyone's Legends.
You have to be able to upend the game plan from JDG. They're a slower team. They take a little bit to wake up. They go to extended series as well. And Xiaohao is not going to let Kanavi wake up here. He's going to use that vault breaker, but those chicky nuggies are Xiaohao's.
Oh,
actually,
he gets it!
Kanavi, man, he's just too good. Around the corner, around the bend, those chicky nuggies will be always Kanavi's.
And he can still go for this. Look, Harder just getting in his wave. They could just contest for this red buff. But they want to make sure, Kanavi, we know where you are. We're going to make sure you do not have fun. Now, Xiaohao does have to get the smite this time and does have it available.
Is this just the meta now?
I guess so.
Do we just start from 2 minutes? We just say, hey, let's fight. Let's see what, you know what? Let's see what happens. But that is the game plan that I love to see from Anyone's Legend, because they're saying we may be looking at 50-50 this early game, but if we win that 50-50, well, hey, we just took a game off JDG.
Exactly. And if you could take one game off of JDG, you can always argue that you could take another one, right? Like, if it's one, it's replicable.
Wait, you can win games in League of Legends?
I know. Some teams, I mean...
Oh, man. Oh, no. I don't want to get too real. Back out.
Yeah, you already knew where I was going with that one. Xiaohao is going to take care of this top side here, and Kanavi has a few options. Is immediately going to go for that Rift Scuttle, or bottom lane Scuttle, to make sure that he can get some vision here. But there's really not a lot of camps for him to be able to go for on this bottom side. And if Xiaohao is playing this about as well as he is, he should know Kanavi's going to be towards bot lane. Play safe, make sure that we're not overextending. Like Zora had said in the interview, we don't need to be greedy for these waves. We should be playing a little bit more team-oriented if we want to try and find more wins.
And level 6 is when that team orientation comes online. It's when you're driving along in the car and all of a sudden there's a bright red button. The NOS is activated. You can just press it when you want to. And I do look for that in AL. But I also, with some of this kind of early invade, they've been risking some things. I don't want to see them risk everything to some extent. If we're going to try to take a game a little bit later, you're trying to rely on Jitoyi and the combo with Harder to really be that damage profile. You've got to have a decision at some point in the game when you're going to stop taking those risks as often.
Well, eventually the risks will have payoffs, hopefully. If you're going to be making them, you got to say, this is what we're going to get with these risks. And then you got to be able to hone in. I would, me personally, I would love a risky team, especially if you're going to go for development in terms of what we've seen from Anyone's Legends. Go for some risks. Why not try some different stuff? Yes, it will mean you lose a lot of games, but when you're going up against the likes of a JDG or you're going up against even our top 6, you gotta be thinking of ways that are gonna catch them off guard. Now, early Dragon here, I think we might see a fight. Takes one pick, one hook.
Speaking of risks, we see AL moving in into the pit. Knocking up Kanavi. Kanavi still connects it though. Pop Blossom on a 2, and Jitoyi is firing away. He gets excited here. He's starting to turn up. Ruler is gone. Your savior for JDG right now in this early fight is already off the table, and Knight with no mana does end up having that body slam over the wall. But AL get first blood and another kill. They do lose the dragon, but they have successfully smacked JDG.
It is 2 kills and a lot of gold going on to Jitoyi. So if we're looking at 80 carries, it's feeling pretty good for AL. With that play, they come out ahead massively with 2,000 gold. It was a good start here for JDG where they're able to keep Xiaohao out of the pit. But after that, I mean, I love that Zora's getting aggressive on top of Kanavi, getting him low, and it is Harder's ultimate here that sets them up for a huge win.
Ruler does not have cleanse this game. He said it's enough to have the Melio. And maybe going to be wanting a little bit of that for this early fight. Later on, it'll be a lot easier once Missing actually has his ultimate. But that's all that AL need to try to get a snowball going for him. And right now, they're about 1.5K in the lead as well. So feels pretty good as JDG are looking for a bit of a response on top side. We also have that Rift Herald spawning in 50 seconds.
We'll see if there's any recalls coming in. Zora and crew don't look like they will want to move out of this lane anytime soon. So JDG just going to be taking the Rift Herald or the Scuttle up in topside and then moving down because Kanavi is behind right now. He needs to hit level 6. So I think the Rift Herald will take a little bit of a back seat as we wait for that Vi ultimate to come out. And I love this from JDG. They're like, do we have to move for bottom side jungle? Is Xiaohao going for another invade? Because you see this wave and you have to be thinking Nocturne could very realistically be level 6 soon. They can go for an invade. Anytime that Blitzcrank is off of the map and in Fog of War, you have to be worried that there's potentially a hook coming. Huge flash from ZDZ, gets the ultimate out from 369.
369 trying to say, hey, you awake ZDZ? I know we're hitting each other with pool noodles, but you gotta stay awake. Gotta stay awake, buddy. It does get that check out. Does have that flash burn, so 369 will have that advantage. Xiaohao, though, has hit the level 6. JDG's alarm bells are ringing, and preemptive strikes are available for Anyone's Legend.
And you see right now immediate movement for the Rift Herald here. JDG's bot lane is not taking a single step up into this river. And Kanavi, while he is finishing some of his camps, it's going to be a objective going over to Anyone's Legends as Zora walks into mid, helping out his mid laner with any kind of wave instead of in case someone were to show. I love this for them. They're getting some early objectives, and instead of going for a stack, they obviously didn't get the first dragon. This Rift Herald should be pretty important in them being able to open up the rest of the map, get some gold into some of their carries, and start exploiting some of the early game here against JDG.
Set the pace of the game against JDG, and that's exactly what AL have done thus far. Still have to look at how the team fights kind of come together. And JDG obviously giving themselves a bit of an extended timer with that first dragon take as well. So neutral objectives go a long way for a scaling team comp, but also I'm terrified for one person's life when they go into team fights. That's all I'm saying. Because one person is going to die real good when JDG go to fight.
And I just want you to know, you look at what JDG's got. You got a tank top laner. You got a bruiser, so someone who's going to be pretty resilient. You've got Gragas in the mid lane, someone
AP,
who,
baby.
again, gonna be pretty, it is AP, but still pretty resilient, has some damage reduction in the kit. And then there's an AD carry named Aphelios and Melio. I wonder where this Nocturne ult is going to land. It's pretty clear, to me at least, as to where this should go, although AL, they want to try and flip the script here, try to make a play in the mid with this Rift Herald in their back pocket, with the Dragon coming up in 40.
At this point, I'm going to start weighing how many times has Ruler said to himself, I wish I took cleanse. With the amount of lockdown that there is for AL as well. But AL taking that pressure from mid, using it to get this Scuttle Crab, get a little bit of vision ahead of this Dragon spawning in 30 seconds.
It's an AD carry moment when you're just sitting there like, well, I may be down a little bit in gold, but I'm feeling okay with where my position is. Boom, Nocturne ult his bot lane. All right, well, glad I had fun. Flash is not quite up for Ruler, so they have a small timer here. 369.
369 going for it onto ZDZ. Can't get all the damage down, but does a nice chunk. And that fleet footwork working out for ZDZ. About to have Meganar, though.
Ooh, this is a good timer here because 369 can teleport thanks to the Unleashed teleport changes that did happen. And ZDZ, well, he will be able to teleport, will not have Meganar for this fight. So a bit of a short time here for JDG. If they want to get aggressive, they can do this now. You already see pushing onto this bottom wave. Anyone's Legends are going to be late to this play. Kanavi here.
Face checks a little bit, says I need to dash out. We did get that TP exchange back to top lane, so side lanes will stay there. We get the grab in, though. Maybe Kanavi's not the one you want to grab, but the Paranoia comes out. Now they find it. Pop Blossom on the top side as well, and they are rolling away with this early fight. Kanavi had fallen missing very low. Knight able to make it out.
Knight just jumps over the wall thinking maybe he can help this fight, but it's more and more kills for anyone's Legends. They're going to be able to grab this wave under the turret. They're going to be able to grab the second dragon of the game. MSL, we wanted to see what anyone's Legends was going to do. Dictate the pace of the game to JDG. Do not let them lead you around the map. And so far, anyone's Legends, they've been hanging with the best of them for the time being. It's just that sleeping beast that JDG always are so far in the regular split.
See, Kanavi was actually the one that got engaged on initially, and they go back in for this one after Zora connects this rocket grab because you're a little bit extended, but they actually thought they could maybe take this fight around. The difference becomes when you get the overextended engage, but the Paranoia picking apart the fight. Oh, Ruler's gone, and Jitchoi picks up that kill. That's Dragon for AL.
They'd already gotten the flash out of Ruler, so unfortunately, Mazel has both AD carry mains here. Flash does not help you versus all that damage. If their flash is down, if the cleanse is down, sorry, it's not going to help you versus Blitzcrank Cook. He immediately gets picked off. So 4 kills now here for anyone's Legend. A dragon in their pocket. And it seems like JDG playing to the opposite side of the map now. They're saying bot lane is a lost cause for the time being. We know Ruler is going to be a teamfight beast. Let's see if we can try to destabilize ZDZ.
That's where I do want AL to ride this high, but they need to take into perspective the beast they're fighting. ZDZ maybe didn't take into perspective how his top lane was going. Does have to pull that TP from Harder as they have Pop Blossom available. It's a big combo onto 3 members, but he's almost dead. Harder going down, but Mega Death Rocket claims one back. As ZDZ, that's a Meganar coming up. He wants to go over the wall, but not going to follow it up. Paranoia was not available for Xiaohao either.
A 1-for-1. You even get an assist here for Jitchoi. Like, you're feeling good still. JDG, they get a counter punch, but still, grabbing the teleport out from Harder will change the dynamic of mid lane. We'll see how much of an effect it actually has. As we get a replay of this fight, oh, we get to see how Ruler lost his flash here. Maybe just playing a little too far up. Yeah, getting aggressive on Jitchoi.
Oh, man.
Oh, was it a predict? Oh, no!
Oh, man! Zora just had to wait.
Well, that feels bad. You're like, oh, well, that happens. Happens to the best of us. I was afraid here because you already see not only the ultimate coming, but Xiaohao is making his way up here, and the Nocturne ultimate is coming soon. If that fight had overextended, there could have been more for anyone's Legends. But for the time being now, Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds, and anyone's Legends are still holding on to this gold lead, finishing off on some of those camps. I hope to see JDG and AL fight for this next objective because the Dragon's coming up in 3 minutes, and you really don't want to give any more turrets or, you know, any more turret damage over to anyone's Legends. You give one reset over to Jinx, there's more and more gold in your back pocket. Already 3-2 and has a huge bounty.
The fact that he also got that kill credit in top side from the Mega Death Rocket just feels really good. And the matchup itself could not be crazier, right? Again, this is an LDL carry from RNG Royal Club who came up for AL this time around. It fought for a spot with iBoy and really has taken the center stage right now as a developmental piece for AL. And he's facing up against Ruler, and he's 3-0-2. That's where I love that they're riding this high of aggression, but they also need to keep it in perspective. They need to drive this win home.
Exactly. That has been some of the biggest problems, especially when we're talking about a lot of our lower teams in the standings. They have not been able to necessarily close out a game. They found some early picks, they found some really good early game plans, but are unable to close out against some of our teams. So Anyone's Legends, they need to be able to keep calm, cool, collected, while also keeping the pace up against JDG.
He will find a nice pace here onto the Rift Herald as well. Kanavi was just weighing his options. Looks like the option is going to be to just wait and find out what happens as time flows on. AL will have a Rift Herald under their belt here.
They can't do anything here. I mean, like JDG, their bot lane's on in a great position to answer. I think they're just afraid right now of kind of finishing some of the rest of these items, and they're not in a great position. 369 as well, taking a reset there. So Chichoyi, man on your screen right there. The Jinx, what a great game as well to play Jinx. Like, you find one reset, your entire team is built for this. You get that one kill and you can take over a fight. You've already set Ruler down behind, who has been the man of the hour, the guy that every single team in the LPL has focused. It has been, there are so many clips right now of like Ruler having to play 1v3, 1v2 bot lane, and he's just either making it look good or having to wait for the rest of his team to really kind of bail him out of those situations. It is not fair for the King.
And you just love for AL the fact that they are in the driver's seat, because it gives them that decision-making power with the composition that they have, and that's where you need to be, because the other side of that coin is not a good one. Speaking of coins, we're going to see a flip onto Knight here as Paranoia comes down. They should have the amount of damage to do it, and the cast saves Xiaohao from taking an extra tower shot. There you go.
You know what that means, Lennon? There is more turret damage down in bot side, and it gives them priority for this dragon. Coming up in 30 seconds. Anyone's Legends are not giving up any space for JDG. They're saying, hey, Knight, you might have been resilient, you might be going AP, but guess what? We're still going to try and make that dive. And it feels unfortunate because even that Gragas barrel turns into saving Xiaohao there.
It's actually so cool, the dance that's going on for AL right now. 369 has been unlocked a little bit. He's looking a bit rambunctious in the mid lane. As JDG is actually going to put pressure onto this. They do get the TP out from AL. That'll be harder rejoining the fight down here, but Dragon is on the table for JDG, and Rift Herald popped in mid lane for AL.
If JDG cannot grab this next Dragon, they see themselves on a timer 10+ minutes afterwards. They're going to immediately start this up. They grab this on spawn, so they'll grab the second Dragon, set themselves up there, but this Rift Herald crashes into the mid lane, and it is more turrets, more structures here for Anyone's Legends. Getting rid of this mid lane turret means that it's very hard for them to walk out of mid. They can contest for extra juggle camps, and I love that Ruler is just using the Calibrum there to just get some poke damage with the splash.
Dude, Zora is mind gaming 5 members of JDG right now. He's just hovering over there like, oh, you gonna walk away? They're like hovering to try to go to mid lane. Actually hilarious, and what this Blitzcrank kind of brings to the table. And I kind of love that representation from AL, because they do have a lot of that pick out potential that JDG has fallen prey to so far. But as you had said earlier, the Dragon secure there for JDG. For me, it actually means a lot. They're just continuously buying themselves time as we're going to look at Harder.
I loved how he just played outside of turret range. He gets the ultimate here for the shield, and then flash to dodge out on the belly pop.
Whoa, Harder coming in with the play. It's not a replay, it's live action as it's AL. They get traded one back, but they find a couple more on the top side.
2 more kills, more kill credit for Jichoyi. They're going to grab this top lane turret as, I mean, Anyone's Legends are playing a fantastic early game here, punishing JDG and maybe some of their lack of aggression. They do tend to lack in the early game, and Xiaohao saying, I'm going to double time on that. We're going to invade early on, put Kanavi on the back foot, and now they have a 6,000 gold lead here.
Looking pretty good so far for them. as that is the kind of early aggression we expect from AL, but we needed specifically against JDG. And we actually didn't get to see the whole part of this play, but this is how it started.
Okay, so ZDZ was just under the turret, and he's tanking it up. He's using that Meganar. He doesn't die here?
Nope.
All right, ZDZ, respect. Respect that team for that one. Good job.
Throw some respect on his name.
Yeah, exactly. It does mean that Harder's the only one to die, but really, who cares? He's playing Nico, man. He's got the stopwatch coming up next. So anyone's Legends are just cruising.
Crucially, a 2-item spike, even though it's not the third for Jitsuyi, it's still a Gale Force, and it's still something AL can continuously press into JDG. So these 2-item spikes are actually a little bit important for AL to continue pressing forward with.
It'll be really good to see what they can do with it, and Jitsuyi has been so important for this team. Had similar stats alongside Ayaboy for damage percentage, but it is an 80 carry meta, and they're just going to constantly put pressure down onto Knight. Gets the flash out from him, which in 2 minutes time, when we have another Drake here, that flash might be the difference maker for whether or not they get onto Jitsuyi in the backline.
It's a long timer, and if he didn't flash, he was just dead. So see if JDG can respond to some of the holes in the game plan, at least early on. 21 minutes in, AL have a strong advantage. 5,000 gold in the lead, like you're saying, kind of building towards that. Still long timer to go here, and I think a lot of vision game played, and I still need to see Xiaohao continuously pull the trigger on these paranoias every time they're up, because there does come a point where JDG's composition comes online in 5v5.
Yes. Lennon, I feel so bad right now because it's like, if nameplates were off, I would be really excited to be anyone's Legends. I'd say that they have a very clear way of winning, that they have this Jinx that's really far ahead. Xiaohao, as well, as you see on your screen right now, is being a massive driver for this team, but unfortunately, nameplates are on. This is the best team in the world right now, and they still have a team fight composition that does come on later. Until I see that Nexus explode, it's hard for me to believe and kind of get wrap my mind around the fact that anyone's Legends can pull this game out. They're in a really good spot here. In 40 seconds before this Dragon, we'll see what has come of this early game.
Luckily, the one person you need to have a bit of a say is Ruler on the Aphelios. He's the leading gold for JDG at this point, but Hardy was trying to play a little bit. What's that minion walking into the bush for? As now it's JDG trying to make a strike onto AL, who have set up in front of the Dragon. There's the hook right onto Knight, and you ain't tanky with that Everfrost. They're going to try to turn this one, though. Paranoia comes out, and they've actually found ZDZ before he went Meganar. Here comes the Pop Blossom right onto the back line, and right onto missing. All of your healing, your cleanse, it's all going to be gone as AL have taken yet another fight against JDG and gone toe-to-toe.
Oh my God, Lennon, we are about to see some amazing games here already. 11-3 is the kill feed. And if you would have told me again, nameplates off, people would be thinking the Reddit threads would be on fire right now with JDG are ahead, but anyone's Legends are making great plays around the map. And JDG just feel lost. It's his first pick from Zora. I meant to comment on this earlier, and we saw the Blitzcrank yesterday between EDG and IG, but there's a reason why this champion is so deadly. It takes one hook. It doesn't matter what you did in the early game. And they have been near flawless for the side of anyone's Legends. They do get a little cheeky. I will say JDG did use some of their spells in a bit of a weird spot, like 369 throwing down the ultimate on the tanks. Doesn't matter. We got another fight.
JDG, they're pouncing back. They're going to fight back. We got double TPs coming through, though. We got the Paranoia pop. Xiaohao should make it out. Now you got into the fight. Ruler is on his way. Mega Death Rocket has been used, but he can't get there. Knight goes down first. Pop Blossom yet again, and Harder makes a big difference as a Meganar from CDC. You got punches being thrown from every single member of anyone's Legend, and they're connecting right onto the face of JDG.
This could be the Baron here for anyone's Legend. That Gragas barrel threw the Nico right into the team. If they weren't able to get that Nico ultimate off on multiple members, that could have been a fight that JDG turned. But now teleport's coming in. Lennon, we have got an amazing game one. We had said at the beginning of this show that expectations are that all of our top teams should be taking games off of these lower standings teams. But right now, anyone's Legends, they want to break expectations and they want to bring us to a game one victory here.
And it was all off of the momentum in early game. The game plan, play aggressive, take on JDG. Don't let them rest until the late game. And they have not stopped, right? We've been in replays multiple times where we come out and they're taking fights.
Ah! It hurts, Lennon. It hurts when the Nico ult gets just straight up delivered into your team. Ruler, he's like, I could try to maybe do something here, but the game just feels too far gone at this point. A 10,000 gold lead versus JDG. Not many teams can say that they've held this, much less 10,000 at this point. And 2.5 minutes before the Dragon, they have Barons as well. What an insane game here. I mean, ZDZ now has the Hull Breaker, so he can tear apart at 369 at the sideline, start picking away at these turrets. And what do JDG do? They can't collapse. Zora is just exerting this Blitzcrank all over the map and making it so a Fog of War is such a deadly place to be.
And Harder efficiently showing why Nico should either not be let through or not be allowed to be picked on blue side, because so many times Harder has found backline access, multi-man Pop Blossoms to set up the chain reaction that is AL's comp. It's buying room for the paranoia to be waited on, for things to just fall into place for AL.
Right now, we're seeing the siege. The ZDZ's gonna have another wave. Navi does go in.
They don't have an engage anymore. Zora is a little bit out of trouble here. Xiaohao is around the corner, but they will just leave Zora out. Meanwhile, ZDZ with his Hull Breaker is just taking down this inhib tower. He's gonna need to be careful, take the inhib and run away as they're pushing down to tier 2 in mid. He's buying so much time, and they could be able to take an inhib tower as they are now actually gonna back away with the rest of this Baron buff.
Oh, let's see, one last auto from the minions. They're auto-attacking, and the inhibitor is going to be safe. So big find there. Zora and ZDZ just too far up. If they're able to grab another turret, I think anyone's Legends could definitely maybe save him. But it's going to be a minute. JDG will now be in a very good position to be grabbing this 5th dragon. There's way too many dragons in this game.
There are.
I'm going to say, from what our first game was to now, we are getting much more action, a lot more dragon focus here, and look at what JDG are doing. They're playing aggressive. They're trying to get down vision and find another pick here.
Oh, Zora, you just came back and now you're gone again. Knight gets the kill. I feel like right now, AL might get caught up in this because it feels like there's somebody like a drill sergeant standing on the outside of their Nexus going, go, go, go. They've been redeploying every single time, going straight for fights, and that's where JDG can start to test your missteps.
Deep breaths for AL. They've gone picked a few times, specifically now Zora with those 2 deaths. And JDG, again, not a team to be trifled with, not a team that you want to be making missteps up against. They are a killer team. They are your MSI champions. They have won the LPL already. Like, it takes one mistake against a team that is not only doing amazing so far in the LPL, but also just full of veterans. We saw this in the LGD versus Weibo series, where it took one mistake from LGD, who were winning most of that game. Boom, the game ends. Game 1's over, and the Weibo take a 2-0. JDG in a similar position now, down much more gold this time around. But it only
nobody can answer ZDZ on the side. It looks like JDG. No, Knight, you're by yourself. It will actually be Kanavi that got the dragon, but it's Knight that's already caught out by himself. They're also losing an inhib in topside, and JDG, they just don't have the decision-making power, and AL are making all of them.
They don't have the big stick. They don't get to wave around the big stick right now because
AL's like, I'm talking.
Yeah, exactly. This is my talking time.
Oh,
369.
engage from 369. Will it be a 9 or will it be a 3? It is to be decided. Harder's Pop Blossom goes wide. ZDZ's on the flank, though. Ruler is chugging away right now. It's a front to back now. JDG might be favored here as AL back away. ZDZ should get caught out, but Ruler with the caliber. Flash out from ZDZ gets him alive.
Okay. Big summoner spells here now gone a minute before the Baron. Chichoyi with no sums, no ghost, no flash, And no flash as well for ZDZ. On the opposite side, JDG are going to be looking, their ultimates are going to be up and available. They're going to be respawning in time. And that was as good of a fight as they were going to get here, as Zora misses out on the flash hook. And we thought Chichoyu would potentially be going down here. He got so low, and it was just the fear from Xiaohao that stops Kanavi from finding the AD carry.
Love that strike from 369, but AL know when to pull back for the most part. And now as we come back to live, you see AL just consistently pushing forward. They also have 3 items coming up for pretty much everybody. You've got a Magi's completed for Hardor as well. So their team fight is definitely there, and your saving grace for JDG right now is Ruler.
It's all about finding one pick for both teams. For anyone's Legends, if you find that pick, that could be the game right there. You get that excited onto Jinx, and she could be a team fight menace. Or on the opposite side for JDG, you find that pick, maybe you can force for Baron, but it will relieve some pressure on the map here.
Oh,
it's the Nico clone. Oh, thank God. I knew it was Nico,
but
I just didn't know which one.
I'm saying, because like, what do they do here for ZDZ? Like, there has literally not been an answer yet for JDG, and he is breaking down the base. That's 2 inhibs now, and super minions on top and bot. The pressure game is on.
Right now, you're seeing JDG. They're split across the map. AL are pulling them, stretching them thin, unable to do much. Knight kind of just trying to... Oh my God, Hardor!
Preemptive strike has been engaged!
Oh,
they do get Hardor back, though. They blow him out of the water! And now you got Jitoi going with 1 kill, but the G8 has been popped from Xiaohao. He goes down, can't get a trade back to Baron. Will end up going over to AL. ZDZ's ending the game. He's got a couple more hits. He's so big on this Meganar, and he finished it! It's just it! AL, can he get it? 1 more! And that's game 1 to anyone's Legend!
Look at CDC at the player cam. He gets excited. He gets ignited immediately. Anyone's Legends. They've taken game 1 versus JDG. And expectations be damned here, Lennon. We've got a series on our hands.
The thing that casters know and love, and it is AL with an underdog story. Expectations gone out the window. And the fact that we have another moment where AL takes a game off of a top team, and the way they did it, man, just start punching JDG and don't stop. Just go.
They didn't have a single moment to compose themselves. Wow, incredible stuff there. I mean, you said it before. They've taken games off of top teams before, but I don't know what it is, but week 3 so far has been super impressive for anyone's Legends. The game taken off of BLG just this week, and here again, doing it up against JDG. Are anyone's Legends going to start turning around their season here?
You know,
It's early.
Some dampeners on it a little bit, but yeah, it feels good, and especially it's because they approached draft really well. The fact that Hardor got the Nico, it's set up so much from the mid lane where I appreciate Knight's attempt on the Gragas. Definitely didn't have as much say in a lot of these moments as the Nico did. So it opens up a lot of the avenues for Xiaohao on the Nocturne, and I think that is what really unlocked game number 1. And is also where I expect JDG to have answers going into game 2.
Yes, and we were already talking about how Kanavi before, the early split so far has not been super kind to him. And here again, Xiaohao just did not let up on the gas. Made sure that Kanavi in the early game was not a factor, got his level 6, made his plays, and Kanavi playing more of a reactionary when we really want to see him lead this team, especially on that Vi, when you are supposed to be ulting these carries. No one's able to follow him up. It's a JDG that looked lost, looked confused, a rare sight to believe, and anyone's Legend now. I mean, they still have to close out the series. I know we were definitely expecting JDG to still win this series, but they need to be able to recalibrate. They've got a ton of veterans to help do that, and anyone's Legends, ride this high, take this momentum, keep going.
In past JDG, it hasn't always been as clean as I feel like what we've seen in recent memory of JDG. I mean, last year, they were the team that was known to go to 3 games every single series, no matter what. And in interviews, they would say, we wanted more practice, we wanted more time on the Rift. We wanted to try things out during the regular season. So I don't think that's the same case, maybe to the same extent this time with kind of the new pieces they've added in Knight and Ruler. But it is interesting to me that we do consistently see JDG fall to chaos, because they are one of those teams that if you can get underneath the armor, it's a lot harder for them to fight back if you end the game before a certain amount of time. It's like a Kale scaling up, but it's JDG.
Honestly, this is probably the most LPL game I think I've been a part of this week so far. Like, we have our 16th place team taking on MSI champions. Like, it is so indicative that our teams that people will not expect to win, that are down and out, people are rooting potentially against them even, we'll just take games off of our best teams.
Yeah.
G has definitely had some losses against some other teams that are around AL's level, and it's just like literally anybody can win a game, but can you win a series is much different. It's that ability to go long that is the difference between our 10th place teams and lower and the people towards the top, our top 4.
I love looking at this gold graph for Anyone's Legend. Just a dominant victory as a whole, but harder coming out big with a ton of pop blossoms. I will just say, damage numbers aside, Yi had a heck of a performance. Is 5-0-7 against Ruler, a tough test against a rookie ADC. And I love that he was able to use the strength of his team to lift himself up, or be lifted up as well. And it was, again, the compositional strength from AL and draft that led to a very well-executed game.
Exactly, and you even see it. Choyi actually just has 17% of his team's damage, which for an AD carry is a little low when we're talking about this meta. But the numbers are not going to be indicative of what actually happened this game, where he's getting excited harder, like you were saying on this Nico, is Pop Blossom destroying everybody, and again, those numbers won't reflect it. But ZDZ, man, as a side lane threat, is just so wonderful this game.
Too bad there's no real big tower discrepancy describer there, because that man was destroying the base of JDG. That is it for our first game of our second series here. AL stun JDG's home arena in Beijing, and it will be JDG needing to fight back in game number 2. We'll be right back.
What Yubi does, with help from jungle mid
This
as
is
well.
one-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Topside's losing out too. So when Inner Turret goes down, and LNG just keep offering between that and the river. Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flash bang.
Yeah, having nothing on their side, but still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LG up going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Sign back with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing, trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off, and now with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight stood on this last cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Venus can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from
Here
the
he
Here comes
is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
There he
in, Jin's
goes.
out trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
Looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting. alright, we can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just a beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle.
下一场打京东的话，我觉得跟路若打还是有一点压力的，因为他很强，但是呢，我也会尽量达到我自己最大的能力吧，去应对他。团队上的话，就跟着团队打吧。本赛季的小目标就是打赢对线，打赢所有人的对线。我觉得我们 AL 5个人都是不输别的队的，我觉得我们就是一个好团队。
We are a good team. We are not weaker than other teams.
Yes.
And they showed it in game number 1 specifically. I think AL really shocked the whole stadium of JDG's home arena, but it was Harder who shocked the system with those pop blossoms, man. He got MVP in game 1.
Rightfully deserved. there's a reason why this champion is just perma-banned everywhere. And you can see it on your screen, like almost 200% damage to gold conversion there for himself, almost 90% kill participation. What a great start for him, and just another thing, right? Like, this is one of those substitutions that we were saying, who's going to be the starting on the starting roster for anyone's Legends? Is it going to be Pinz? Is it going to be iBoy? So far, Chichoyi and Harder have really put their best foot forward so far.
They have indeed, but got to press that foot to the throat of JDG, which we saw a lot of times here. They were just playing with a very aggressive composition, but these are the reason why Harder got the MVP. There were so many moments like this with 2, 3, 4-man Pop Blossoms that really turned the tide.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say, Lennon, other than the fact that this Nico champion's a little busted. He played pretty well. I want to take nothing away from Harder, but when you have one of the most broken champions and you're able to make it look good as well, like, what else can you say?
What are you supposed to do when there's a paranoia and also you're invisible when you cast your ultimate?
Yeah, exactly. You already can't see it. Like,
you can't see me twice. Haha.
Well, maybe technically that might be a double.
Oh, yeah, that hurts my soul.
Yeah, that one was not his. Okay, as much as I want to give Harder credit for that one, that was Knight throwing a three-pointer and accidentally just setting his entire team up to get knocked down like bowling pins. That was a split right there. So that one, I don't
Hit
want to
a
take
fan in the crowd. But getting into this second game, I'm Azel, and this is Alk Battery. We're in the duo yet again. We're almost seeing AL have an underdog story come to fruition, but the expectations are still there. JDG should win this series. They should go on to a 6-win streak, but shoulds be damned. AL have JDG on the back foot, and it was the way they did it that stood out to me. We said at the beginning, game plan is get an early advantage and snowball that against JDG. You do not want to go to the late game haymaker that JDG is waiting to deliver, and you've got to keep that moving forward.
Exactly, and I love what Chichoyi mentioned there of the goal right now is to just win laning phase versus them. The laning phase for Anyone's Legends has not been the best for everybody on the team, and so being able to supplement that or even avoid the laning phase altogether by having this Blitzcrank to make snap engages to go for these dragons and fight them, immediately put them at a disadvantage on the side of JDG. So, hey, if you can't win laning phase outright, skip it. Who cares?
Just skip it. That Blitzcrank's not getting through again. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think Nico is either.
Way around it. Yeah, probably not. AL will be back on blue side though, so maybe a potential of something big for the first pick. And I think that still is heavy importance. We saw a lot of those jungle bans going their way from JDG in that first game.
And we'll see how the bans change up, right? Because my eyes are thinking, or my mind is thinking, well, there was a Cassante ban that was thrown out by them. There's the Lee Sin ban for Zhao Hao. One of these things might have to slip through, and hey, we might see something a little bit different. I do want to have a bit of more of an exploration for split pushing because we've seen it start to creep up more and more specifically for the Gnar. Is that something that JDG is going to have to worry about and start to look at?
Split pushing Gnar looks very scary. CDZ was actually piloting that really well. And it was that multi-pronged assault that JDG knew they didn't have an answer to, so that's why they kind of let their base burst open to some extent. But now it's a realigned JDG coming into a second game, trying to bring back a reverse sweep in a best-of-3 here against Anyone's Legend. And we see the crowd always behind JDG in their home arena in Beijing, as we're going to be getting into the draft very, very soon. I expect to see a lot of those honed-in changes for JDG.
Yeah, they've got a championship-winning roster. They've got a championship-winning staff. They will be able to make adjustments. That's what we've seen from all of our top teams after losses to others. Like, what are our adjustments? What are things that we're going to be looking to tweak? Again, I'm looking towards those bans. We may not see the Blitzcrank again, but Zora, shout out to you. Like, kudos. You did a fantastic job alongside the rest of your team of being able to give JDG a pretty bad sour taste here in Game 1.
They did indeed. Not going to like the taste of that one, but JDG, the ever-sleeping giant. We actually saw, I won't discredit JDG completely from that Game 1. We actually saw a couple moments where they were breathing some life back into themselves. They had moments where Ruler looked like he could go 1v9 in a lot of those situations, and that will always be the case for JDG, right? That is, again, highlighting a lot of the expectations we've already set. That is also the expectation for JDG, but man, a way to be as we're just waiting to get back into the arena to go for draft.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. For anyone's Legends, again, this would be a historic win, not only for them being able to beat the first place team as the 16th, but as an organization, they have not beaten them for a couple of years. You're looking forward to that.
Long, how long was it again?
2021 summer.
God,
They
that's
weren't
like
even
a whole
anyone's
nother
Legends at
era.
that point. They were an entirely Rogue Warriors. So huge organization win there for them, and especially now, you'd be able to cash in those bucks. You get to say, I'm one of the few teams that in a best of 3, in a best of series, we took JDG down.
Yeah, would be something to highlight. I don't know, unfortunately, what's going on with the game. Hopefully, we'll be getting into it very soon. As soon as I get word as to why we're being delayed, I will let you all know.
Caster, start the game.
I'm
Caster,
hitting
start
the
the
button,
game.
Alk. It's broken. It's broken, okay? You see that? I just hit the button there. It didn't work.
There's a Gnar ultimate where the button should be, unfortunately. There's
Oh,
one
no.
last
Now you're
Gnar
just looking at
auto-attack.
JDG's nightmares. But we do have some time here, and I want to hold back into something we set up really heavily in game number 1 was the matchup in jungle. But now specifically looking back into how that is with the 2 solo lanes and the cohesion between them, because we've seen when Kanavi can connect with 369 and Knight in the early game, and Ruler can carry the late game. But it truly has been about Xiaohao working through harder, having a lot of stoicness from ZDZ in the top lane that enables a lot of that aggressive play we've seen from it.
Well, I'll just be real. Kanavi did not have lanes this game. His top lane was losing. I mean, it's Malphite pre-level 6. What are you going to do? Knight in mid lane, well, had a quiet laning phase. Outside of lane, got taken advantage of. They found him on side lanes. They made sure that he was uncomfortable. So what is Kanavi to do when he's getting invaded? He doesn't have any priority from his solo lanes. It's a tough game to play. So instead of the Malphite, obviously they really wanted to focus on shutting down this Jinx, getting around this Nico, but you need to be making sure that you're getting yourselves some favorable matchups. Otherwise, you're going to end up in another situation where anyone's Legends have 3 pushing lanes and there's nothing for your jungler to do.
Looks like my button finally got connected.
There
and
you
it worked.
go.
We're in the draft. Game number 2 starting very soon. AL on that blue side we talked about earlier, summoning the Spirit of Uzi. It worked for them in game number 1. Choi had a pretty heckin' game. We'll see if that summoning of the Spirit can help them in game number 2 as well. We did get that Jace ban, the Annie ban, the Yumi ban. They first picked the Ahri. On the other side, we have the Emilio, the Nico, and the Lucian, all those big focuses, but maybe right back to tried and true for JDG here. Aphelios first lock in.
Oh, they're slamming them. Jade a little upset with those bans. They're like, okay, with these picks, they're like, we're slamming these picks. We need to get what we want, and we know what we want to play. Kanavi does not want to take this loss. He looked angry up against RNG. They want to close this one out sooner rather than later. And it starts now for them. If they want to make that comeback, they need to be able to obviously win this game and go on, push us to a game 3. But we're pretty far away from that for right now. What is on his head?
They're cooling packs. You've never had one of those before? They're amazing.
No, of course not. I'm a caster.
Yes, I've used those before. They're awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
They're really
All right.
nice. They're very
Well, now I
cold. They're
want-
like gel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Does he have them on his
He
neck?
has 2 right on his neck. I'm pretty sure they're only supposed to be for like your face. I guess not supposed to be. I guess they could, but you know, maybe looking at the new tech
It's
here
for safety.
in terms of the cooling pads. Now we are finished with our first phase. We did get the lovers duo down there for Jitoi and Zora in the Rakan and Zaya, but it was the Syndra locked in for Knight, a tried and true pick for him, but also jungle focus in the second phase for JDG. That Kha'Zix's off the table.
Yeah, you're already seeing it here. I love this for JDG. You already have a lane that you can play around with this, with this Syndra, something that they could look forward to. And for anyone, they need to be looking for champions that are going to be able to get onto the immobile carries. Something like this Aphelios, something like this Syndra. So with the Vi already taken away, I think Wukong is definitely something that they could look for. I like the Nocturne takeaway, but Zell, see what champion did not get banned this time around?
There's a Scary Zary.
Okay, that was not the champion I
Well,
was looking for. I was thinking more
that's
along
what
the
I
lines
wanted.
of like a Lee Sin.
But I wanted Zary. You know, I'm
Why
trying
do
to
you
get
want
banned.
Zary?
I'm
Oh,
trying
you-
to get
you-
banned.
okay, I'm gonna
no,
tell
I'm trying to
Yamada-
get
I'm
banned.
gonna
Yeah,
tell
because
Yamada that
we
you
have our
wanted
ADCs. I'm just trying to get banned. Okay. I will say before we get to the rest of the picks here, out of 54 games on Syndra, what do you think's Knight's win percentage?
74%.
I hate you. You looked at it, didn't you?
I didn't. Actually,
while
I
you're
didn't
going,
check.
no? Okay, well, you're right on the money. 74% win
Let's
rate.
go. I unironically
There's
guessed
some
that. I
cheating
did not
going on
take a
here. I
look.
don't know, chat. You gotta message Al. Figure out how he's cheating
I
here.
literally, that was a free ball. Like I
Nice,
took a. I
nice,
just
nice.
took a-
Well,
I
look
took
at
a
you,
blind-
big brain. I love it. I love it. But as I want to dissect that big brain of yours a little bit more in this draft, we did get that Lee Sin that snuck through, made it through. The Cassante, also a very heavy meta pick that made it through here for AL. And on the other side, the answer so far has been the Renata and now the Ornn.
Ooh, okay. They're going for more and more scaling on the side of JDG, saying level 6, we will have some answers. But they do have some aggressive looks. Specifically, we need to see Knight and Kanavi link up, feel more and more comfortable. If we're going to be able to utilize that 74% win rate on the Syndra, you gotta start now. You have to be looking for plays. Kanavi with this Vi can get very easy kills, but it's not going to be, it should be the same for anyone's Legends. You look at that mid-jungle duo between Xiao Hao and Harder, they can find picks just as easy as JDG.
They truly can, and I think Xiao Hao will be fully unlocked on this Lee Sin. Big comfort for him, but also just gives him a lot of that early aggression and decision-making power. And they have really nice lanes to play around. A lot of mobility available from the solo lanes, and that was a key aspect coming into this one.
I'm looking forward to this because we have been talking about jungle every single day here in the LPL, and today is no different between them. We wanted to see more power, firepower out from the solo laners of JDG, and this time it feels that specifically Knight does have that available to him. But for ZDZ, getting away from the Gnar,
Yeah.
now with this Cassante, matchup for
True.
Ornn is incredibly difficult to play out.
Well, anyone's legend defied expectations in game number 1, but JDG have roared back to life with a very confident draft here in game 2. In their home arena, Beijing, Missing said he does not want to give any room for interviews for any team that comes and visits them. Well, it's time to put up or shut up and deny AL that here in game 2 because they have a very strong composition together. They have a lot of the meta picks that we have, but a lot of safety through bot lane as well. And the laning phase is going to be oh so important. We're looking at Kanavi, we're looking at Xiao Hao, and how they bounce between these two solo lanes. And I'm looking to hear the Gyos ring loud and true for JDG, as hopefully we'll be loading in the Rift very shortly.
They need every bit of fan crowd sentiment. You need that crowd to be playing in your ears. And for players who have made it to multiple international events, for players who obviously have played in stadiums like this, they can kind of tap into that sixth man of the crowd. Give them a little bit more energy, play a little bit better. I always think back to the Knight interview where he's like, people might think, you know, whatever they want about me, but I've proven to myself that I'm a good enough player, and I am only going upwards. The challenges that I set for myself are more important than really whatever anybody else is going to be given to me.
And the big pieces that have been showing out so far are Jitsuoi, the new LDL carry, risen up from Royal Club in the bottom lane of AL, and Harder, the newest addition, re-edition rather, for AL, who's been really popping off on those pop blossoms in this series. We finally hit the rift here, AL versus JDG.
So from the top, it looks like typical 5-point, nothing, no early shenanigans. Shout out to ZDZ and 369, they're just having fun. They know as top laners, I'm glad that they're willing to have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, that they're not just like hitting each other, because for 369, this matchup is incredibly hard. It's Q3 versus your ability to use your W, but for 369, this Cassante can ult you in the middle of yours, so it's very difficult to get a second ult. And just the laning phase by itself, very difficult as an immobile tank. So looking forward to what can be happening there. I will say, Harder going for the spellbook here, saying I'm probably not going to be able to find much on Knight with just teleport, but wants to be able to dip into a few different spells. Cleanse can be important, and I think Exhaust could be something that changes the landscape of the game, as you can get right onto the backline of Ruler, or even stop Kanavi from doing a ton of damage.
See how that comes to bear a little bit later on. I was going to ask you who had the better dance moves between Ornn and Cassante, but at this point I'm going to decide that it's Ornn because he's on Space Groove and we're going to move forward. I get to decide. Top lane starts, top side start though for Kanavi, and bottom side start for Xiaohao. We did see a little bit of proactivity in the jungle pathing from Xiaohao last time. I expect that to still be the case for the Lee Sin. I think you can be so very aggressive on this and find a lot of those early dividends.
Currently, right now, both junglers are on opposite sides of the map. We'll see what Xiaohao is doing, ending this part of the clear on the bottom side, which either could give him some flexibility, saying, if Vi is going to show up early on bottom lane, I can show up. But if this wave is going to get under the turret, they could look to blow some summoners away from JDG's bot lane.
Any advantage would be awesome down here because you are just able to play so safe on the Xayah Rakan. You can just kind of bear the brunt a lot of that aggression. I do want to see how the Renata plays into it here, though, for missing. I think it could be a key factor of the JDG to play around. We see Harder actually pushing pretty heavily by this Syndra matchup against Knight.
He was dodging some of those Qs originally from Knight, but now that he has a few abilities, now that that stun has come out, he is just taking damage after damage. There is only a single corrupting pot left, so in terms of the sustain, that teleport from Harder is going to be coming out sooner rather than later. And instead of going for any bot side plays, Xiaohao has instead decided to go up towards that top side. Could look to destabilize around mid after his clear. Harder could try to put down some damage onto Knight, recall, teleport back into the lane, and look for something as he gets back into the lane.
There's going to need to be some attention paid by Xiaohao down this bot lane, though, as already a plate over to Ruler and feeling a lot better than the way the game number one started here for sure. They will continue to press this up, and they have Kanavi in the wing, so just able to hover that one as well. And they'll just keep pressing this 2v2 as Xiaohao maybe looks towards these solo lanes like we were highlighting.
Harder for right now. They're just fighting over the mid lane. Both junglers are finishing off on the scuttle, and they're both walking towards this mid lane. Charm missing. It's such a tough spot because without like an ignite or something from Harder, it means that you do lack a little bit some of that kill threat, especially with the summoner or the keystone that he has chosen. Kanavi sticking around mid lane, and he does not have a lot of mana, so he's trying to get down a little bit more gold so he can recall here. This wave is not fantastic.
Knockback comes through. Kanavi lands the connection on Xiaohao. Needs to be a bit careful. They were just trying to push in this wave, and it looks like they successfully did so. Harder. They need to get aiming on those charms going through, but it's still able to start off for AL defensive nature.
There we go. And with early vision as well, Kanavi could look for a invade. Knows that both mid laners should be going for a recall here, and typical fashion, Kanavi does get some of those chicken nuggies away from him. But the bot lane has to be so afraid right now, putting down vision to try to prevent this dive from happening. With the wave starting to crash, like you were saying, already a turret plate here for Ruler, and that goal is only going to get larger as we haven't seen a kill, but he has a call compared to Jichoyi's longsword, and that means that he's going to be juicing every little bit of gold out of these minions as he can.
Noodle fight continuing the top side too. 369 actually getting the better of ZDZ there. We see Kanavi up towards this top side hovering now, but something else that came to fruition, at least in the early parts for JDG, was buying a lot of time for themselves by taking early dragons. And I do wonder if AL kind of still set that momentum forward with the Rift Herald focus that they had so heavily prevalent in game number one, but they don't have necessarily as much of that, oh, we're already winning the game in 5 minutes, let's have decision-making power around everything. So this is where some of those question marks start to come out.
It's more even than the way that we started the first game here, and Kanavi, by doing all of these camps up here, will end his clear at the bottom side for them to take this dragon. You already see that Zora is actually moving in mid lane to see if maybe they can find something on tonight, over-aggressing, getting really far up on Harder, who does have the ultimate. Both of the mid laners do have the ability to make some playmaking happening. Xiaohao actually going to the opposite side here, Lennon, as trying to end his clear on the top side, maybe set themselves up for that Rift Herald in 2 minutes.
I would actually really like a wraparound towards Knight. I think Knight will be a very big factor in this one. Obviously, you can put as much focus as you want on Ruler. We've seen how that ends up a lot of times, even though it worked out for them in game 1. Knight on the Syndra is still terrifying, and it's just a double threat composition for JDG that looks really, really good on paper. We also see them get that early dragon I was talking about earlier.
Moving into mid lane, it looks like they're not going to even allow Knight to get back into this wave unless going the far way. Okay, well, JDG just make out with a dragon and not much punishment from the side of anyone's Legends. No early action. Again, the longer this game goes, we do favor JDG with their composition.
Oh
my
the
God!
insect! Knight goes and flashes back, but the charm connects, and Knight goes down. First blood for AL. Give him that laughing poro, baby.
Beautiful vision from our observers there that shows Xiaohao with the flash kick to get Knight into an uncomfortable position. No teleport, no flash either on the Syndra. This is someone that they can revisit here. Zora's going to hit level 6 soon. If Knight comes back to lane, expect another play around mid lane, and with the Rift Shield coming up as well, that is someone that they could look for free gold in the future.
I was literally just saying, if AL can focus Knight, that's huge because he's one of the threats now in this composition. And they do just that. Xiaohao gets that first blood, and that just means this Lee Sin with the whip completed will be back on the map looking aggressive as ever. We do have to refocus, though. 15 seconds for a Rift Herald spawn that I think AL would want to contest here.
A good job from Zora, being a good support as an AD carry is
Look
always
at
more
this,
important to try
man.
to get this. Yeah, he just does not have vision.
Oh,
Nothing for him to do. Nothing for him
Xiaohao,
to do
you
here.
dirty, dirty man. Oh, my God.
Beautiful, and again, it will set them up for this top side as Kanavi shadowing his top laner, saying this is a moment for him, for maybe ZDZ to find me. I don't know if ZDZ actually saw him on the vision there. They're going to try and make this play now.
He does have a lot of mobility, but Kanavi cannot connect the distance. Doesn't want to get punished just in case Xiaohao was hovering, even though he wasn't. We do see the ping here onto the Rift Herald, though, from JDG.
Look at this already. Anyone's Legends instead focusing on the laning phase. Ruler by himself has both of his summoner spells. Zora now ticking over to level 6. Instead, what they're going to do, they're going to get their recall in, and now the onus is kind of on anyone's Legend. If they're not able to grab this Rift Herald, it's going to be gold going over to Ruler as he continues to farm up. And JDG, they already have the priority in mid lane. They're trying to get missing this level 6 so he can have that ultimate available for them when they go for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, hostile takeover is going to be a game changer in a lot of these situations. So you got to look at the angle that Missing's going to want to use. But the thing is, if you find a big cash out for Xiaohao, that makes the difference. And that's what I love going into this second game, is that we have a lot of options for both teams to play around.
No. They were trying to clear vision. I love how Xiaohao was playing in Fog of War, trying to not get spotted, crossing through mid, but it's just that one sneaky ward that Zora does not find, does not spot and clear. That allows for JDG to know that they are on the bottom side of the map. So what does Kanavi do? Finishing off his blue buff, he has a couple of options. Could go towards that top side and say, we're going to forego the dragon. It is in 2 minutes, so there is an option for them to do that. But it seems like both of these teams really want to index onto the bottom side of the map, make sure that they get that dragon stacking for themselves. And as soon as I say that,
yep, Xiaohao
wonderful.
should start this one up here, be able to trade this side of the map as they have first move from Harder out there. And a little bit of presence from bottom lane from Zora. Kanavi's actually making a cross cut across the map. Go to this mid lane. Has the cease and desist, and Harder gets knocked back. Here comes the lockdown. It's a bait. It's a bait under tower. Gonna flash out of the charm. If he didn't, he was dead.
the entire time this is happening, thanks to ZDZ controlling the top side, Xiaohao gets the Rift Herald. So JDG unable to get much during all of this. And I love that Zora's just completed the back in front of him. They're going to take control of this bottom side. Dragon spawning in a minute here. Let's see what JDG can do with this vision. And now Anyone's Legend with the Rift Herald in on Xiaohao. Can they just trade? Go for some turret plates, get some gold onto specifically Harder, who now on this Ahri has a small advantage overnight.
We also got those item completions here. Zora's going right for it. They're TPing on the back. This is the decisiveness. That one AL, game number one. Chichoe is on the side. You got TPs everywhere. Chaos has erupted on the Rift, and it's AL taking advantage of it every step of the way. 2-0 now in this first game. That's a flash from missing. 369's gonna flash too. Take them all because JDG are routed so far in the pressure game of this game number 2.
That could have been very easily 2 kills there, but 369 with the bellows breath saves another kill. Anyone's Legends here are now very firmly kind of dictating the pace of this game to JDG, who respond to that play by grabbing the teleport out from 369. And we're going to go again, Mazel. We're going to be missing some ultimates. This is not Anyone Legends' time to make this play. JDG have all their ultimates available to them, minus the hostile takeover. This should be the dragon in favor of them. But man, they got an extra kill. Xiaohao is 2 kills up and has that bounty. Now they're going to grab this Rift Trail, take it on top lane, and get harder even further ahead.
Try to get as much in the wake of this dragon going to JDG. That is 2
no,
dragons
no.
for JDG. And that does mean their stacking potential is there. Knight has just TP'd to potentially his doom as Xiaohao comes around. Knight's realization has hit, but everything misses from AL. And now you got Knight turning around with 369 coming up here.
Wow, insane stuff. Good job from Knight to dodge out on those skills, including the flash there, because that would have meant a kill going over, at the very least, not that turret. Kanavi now making his way over. You even see Zora starting to put down vision. This entire top side for JDG is lit up like a Christmas tree in favor of Anyone's Legends. And it's going to be turret plates going over to the mid-jungle here.
Not able to get that last one there. Just one auto attack needed. The Rift Herald play did actually find a bit of success, but it's still JDG right on the heels of AL.
Oh, and I just love how fast they pull this. Zora with 0 hesitation finds this pick. Just means it's a kill onto Kanavi, and Xiaohao is going to continue to have that gold lead, which they need to. Remember, they need to be making plays, otherwise this game goes long, and they're going to be staring down the barrel of a massively huge scaling teamfight composition from JDG.
Yeah, the scaling don't stop until JDG win the game. And they do have some item completions coming up for them, but specifically, again, that 2 dragon lead is big. That just means that AL are going to have to be a little bit more wary on how they approach the next objective fights. And there's some defensive posturing coming out from JDG. Actually, a crown first item for Knight.
He knows that first punch is going to have to be huge, but we'll lack a little bit on that damage. So when we're looking at this team, we wanted it to be a double threat composition here, where you have Knight and Ruler able to dish out damage and find kills, but now we'll be lacking a little bit in favor of survivability versus them, especially with how this early game has gone. Can't hate it, can't be too mad about it considering what happened to Knight so often, and it's gonna happen again. Xiaohao wants to make this play happen, but Kanavi is on his way. Knight just needs to survive, and on this next wave, maybe Anyone's Legends can find something.
Will be spotted out by that ward clearing there from Xiaohao, but it's just a momentary wait for Anyone's Legend as Kanavi was coming up this way as well. You see Ruler sitting fine and dandy there, most gold in the game so far.
He's been juicing that coal. He's been making good on it, and now they're using this ability. Hey, we're not gonna make that play around top lane. Let's just go through mid, get some turret damage for ourselves. Anyone's Legends, I think, are playing very, very well. It's really hard to take away from them the fact of how well they played these 2 early games. It's just a matter of, can they accelerate the game enough to be able to find this win? And now ZDC's looking for that solo kill. No flash on 369.
He is, but you know, the wet noodle fight continues. Even though the noodles are starting to get a little sharpened, they are still noodles in their own right. Harder though, wanting to find a little bit of a replay action here as Charm not gonna be available. Had just used it, so not gonna find that connection from the trio of AL top.
Still, that is a flash out from Kanavi. 140 before this dragon. You will take that as a way to stop them from getting on top of Harder, which you're not. Zaya, she's just going to use the ultimate, right? So get on top of this Ahri. Maybe you're able to make something happen. Get onto the Lee Sin as well. No flash on him makes him an easy target for Anyone's Legends moving forward onto this objective. Finally, they're going to break this top tier 1. As Knight just has to say, I don't have any vision up here. We've tried to clear it as much as we can, but there's only so much I can do. We've been focused on trying to protect mid lane, protect around the actual geographic mid lane. We got to do something. We got to be able to move our vision now. Oh, Dragon.
What a world we're in, though, Alf, where we are seeing a heavily contested best of 3 by AL against defending MSI champions JDG, who are themselves on a 5-win streak after losing their first series in the split. And it's just the way that game 1 went, the way that game 2 is going, you can't count anyone's legend out.
And this is one of the, you know, when we're talking about the schedule for AL, this is not a win that they are supposed to get. By expectations alone, they're supposed to lose this game. They're supposed to lose to they were supposed to lose to BLG, but if you're able to pick that up, that's a really good chance at potentially boosting yourself up in the standings. It's still a long ways to go before you're able to make top 10 to make playoffs, but finding a win against JDG, and in the fashion that they're doing it, means that this team could be a lot scarier than maybe Jewel or maybe their standings really kind of give away.
Now we're approaching that next fight carousel here as both objectives up on the table. AL trying to move in through mid lane. They go for an engage. Harder will actually connect on a Kanavi. Kanavi's locked down, but that Everfrost not going to be followed up by the Scatter of the Week has already been used. You got Chakram starting to stack for Ruler. It's Jitsoi versus Ruler in a lot of these situations, and who else gets caught out first? Vault Breaker is charged up but can't be loosed, and we see push from JDG into the mid lane.
They have complete control right now. AL are fighting from the river, while Ulyss right now, I mean, Ruler is just controlling this mid lane, so they should be able to bully their way through the river. ZDZ getting right up into the face of JDG.
Titans. You got to be careful for that knockback swing, as JDG will move into the Dragon Pit here. Getting a reset from ZDZ. He has TP. They just put down a bunch of wards, but you got to get that back off quick. You got to get back into the pit because about 5,000 health. Xiaohao's on the side. He wants Ruler. He is looking for one target, and one target in specific. They found him. The knockup. The hostile takeover back, though. Ruler's still alive, and you better not miss if you're going to come at the king. ZDZ goes down, and JDG get the dragon. That's huge, as the pick-up part selection was not there for anyone's legend.
Dude, this missing, Renata Glass is so perfect for this composition. We talked about how important that ultimate was going to be. The bailout here for Ruler. Every single ability had landed onto the Aphelios, but it is just one kill that goes over. Zora's just going to have to sit there. Kanavi gets his kill credit with this. The dragon goes over to JDG. And just how we had thought in game 1, we were waiting for JDG to turn the corner that they never ended up doing. Now here in game 2, they do it with a fantastic team fight.
They turned the corner, went back around, took the corner again here. As the big kick doesn't actually get the combo they needed. And as you said, that hostile takeover, a big difference maker. Nobody could follow up anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really tough fight. The angle was good for Harder and Jill, but JDG, their front line, this Syndra, this Vi, the Ornn were standing in front of Jitsoi, and there's all your damage. Unable to actually find that kill onto Ruler. Turns into 3, turns into the Dragon for JDG, and we're right back to where we expected coming into this series. JDG now with a gold lead. JDG now expected to win with that Dragon Soul coming up in 3 minutes. AL with their backs against the wall after an amazing early game.
This is exactly where we would have expected JDG to turn that corner, though. They start getting into the later parts with a composition that's so stable like this. You had to have had a big lead, and we saw that in game number 1. We just haven't seen that in game 2. I think that's the difference maker here. We do have Baron coming up, a lot of decision-making power again in the hands of JDG this time around.
It looks like they really want to try and fight for this mid turret. Not quite going down. Nine in a really precarious position. Just has to flash. Yep. Just can't be there, brother. Like, that's okay. Not having flash on Syndra sucks, and we'll see if they're able to punish this. 369 is looking for a flank, but just jumps over the wall. And we're just going to be positioning for the time being. We're just going to be posturing around mid lane until... because there's not really many side laners from the side of JDG. Now with Knight not having flash, that is going to be a very scary prospect going up against an Ahri. 2.5 minutes, man. This is going to be such a tense 2.5 minutes. A single pick could very easily turn into the Baron.
You just really need some item spikes to start coming online for AL, and it just doesn't feel like they're going to get to that point before that next big fight. There is also just constant pressure from JDG because they don't want to give you the opportunity to try to scoop up that gold and get back on the map. But AL might be looking for something here. Xiaohao on the side. That knockback, though, from Knight. Huge stuff in a bit of a trendsetter here. 369 will need some help. He gets kicked back, and he's tanky. He does flash over the wall, makes it out alive.
All right, no flash coming out from 369. Flash on Ornn is not super impactful or super gonna be, you know, like game breaking, but definitely important if they are gonna try and find this kill. Now Harder, I was very worried. The vision toggle there told me that Knight was gonna be throwing a scatter of the week and potentially be looking for something, but Anyone's Legends, they simply kind of just get a little bit of chip damage. They get that summoner out from 369. Harder's gonna push out this top wave. CDZ is going to catch the bottom lane. Minute and a half before the Dragon Soul here for JDG if they can secure this. Looking at Zhao Hao, who has been the early game driver for this team, the player to watch for Anyone's Legends in the early game to get the finish line, transfer that lead over to some of his lanes. And he needs to have that smite. That smite needs to be perfect if he wants to keep Anyone's Legends in this game.
Need some pinpoint precision here as Ruler does get his back off. That'll be a nice little bit of a reset coming in before this fight. And the big thing is Jitoi has not completed a second item. And there are big item differentials starting to come online just in this little minute moment. Even with not a big gold differential, it is a difference.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you say it's not like amazing, but like that is pretty huge. There's a film and a half here for Ruler.
2K.
Yeah, he is 2,000 gold. And that's it. I mean, that's 20 or 30 CS, a full kill, and a hell of a lot of plates. Like, that is putting in work. The CS doesn't necessarily tell the story of the game here for how far it is right now. And they're just looking so much damage onto Jitoi right there.
That's a Featherstorm already gone. That's your defensive tool of not available any longer, and that was just from the poke of JDG.
Oh,
Harder looking to engage onto, can't find it, and JDG looking for Zhao Hao, knowing he's been gone for a long time. He must be here. And they do find him out. They're trying to catch him on the backside, but AL trying to save his life here. He does flash out from that engage. He's buying a lot of time, but the scat of the week comes through. Cease and desist, locking him down. Harder's getting locked down on the other side. And there's the double knockup. Kanavi goes down. AL, they want to try to pounce out a Ruler. Again, they can't get him here. Nobody can really find him except for ZDZ, and ZDZ is just gone.
Oh my God. Like, the fact that they're able to sense that Zhao Hao is obviously in there. He went for the flank last game. Here, they're going to be able to start up this Dragon here. I love that Ruler is not moving over. He can just walk towards this bear and use the Calibrum to scout if maybe Anyone's Legends were going to go for it. But that's the sole point here, Lennon. And man, it's just slipping away ever so quickly from Anyone's. As we get right into the replay, I mean, oh, he was on ward. No!
Oh! Well, you know what? It happens. He's like, oh no, I've been found out.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen Anyone's Legends actually go to start up this Dragon, because there's no way you're going to win the fight afterwards, right? They're committing so many members to this side. They were trying to find this pick onto Ruler. And maybe that's some of that greed that they were talking about in the interview, right? We saw them, they're saying, we don't need to be greedy for waves. We need to be playing macro-oriented more around our team. That right there could be a pretty huge blunder that they'll look back in review and say, yeah, we probably should have just taken the Dragon right there and called it our, cut our losses.
And now with JDG in a very strong lead with an Infernal Soul under them and a Baron available to them, they are just going to keep pressing until they need to force the hand of AL, which looks like they want to do very, very soon.
Yeah, of course. If you're in the team in the lead, you should cause the opponents to have to make options. They have to make forced errors here. And by corralling around the Baron, getting rid of all this vision, it is more and more important for the side of JDG. They put Anyone's Legends into uncomfortable positions here. As now they're feigning, they're going right back over. Vision getting toggled now. Anyone's Legends, let's see what you do. Are you just going to get your objective bounty and go for mid? Looking to contest.
See the Baron already getting pretty low. AL do know that it's going on. The quickness will be there, available. They want to try to get a big engage on the back of a JDG. Feeling a bit hesitant. Do let the Baron reset, and 369 gets a flank.
We're playing on the opposite sides of the map
by
here.
yourself. Just have to burn that Spirit Rush. Still has his flash available, though. Has that smite if they want to go for the double smite combo. JDG just pushing into Xiaohao. Might catch him out. He does be able to move out. And JDG going for the engage. Hits Xiaohao. Multi-lockdown. Xiaohao has no life left.
Okay, no jungler here for the side of Anyone's Legends. Means that this Baron is a foregone conclusion. A team fight miracle for the side of Anyone's Legends. If they're going to be able to pull this one out from underneath JDG.
Gotta try to get harder in there with that smite.
Yeah, I guess so. He's got that smite. It's the same as Kanavi for thanks to the levels. And no teleports available for the solo lanes here. Harder just trying to get in, but Knight and 369 are not letting it.
They're catching out 369 here. There's a hostile takeover around the back, though. 4,000 health on the Baron won't be the focus right now from everyone of JDG. As Ruler's trying to look for Titoe. Ruler over the side, though. He can't go down. Harder doesn't have the combo. He doesn't have it. A double kill for Ruler.
There it is, JDG. They're going to take the Dragon Soul that we saw earlier. They're going to grab the Baron. They're going to win the team fight. And Lennon, it is more than likely we are going to a Game 3 here between Anyone and JDG.
So much hope, so much promise in Game 1 for AL. And JDG have woken up. They've got the comp that works, but it's also the execution on the board.
That pick onto Xiaohao means that it is so golden. Good job between 369 and Knight. They know their jobs. They know, hey, the early laning phase for Knight, not fantastic, but man, Ruler wanting, this is one of his specialties that we've seen all this year is, hey, if we're playing a split fight on some different fronts, I'm going to challenge the enemy AD carry to fight me, because I know that if they're uncomfortable, I'm in my zone. They're going to have to make probably some bad decisions, make some not optimal decisions, outplay the opponent.
He does so much damage. Like, one auto attack was doing so much. That's the upgrade coming through that came in before the fight, but also that 2.5 item spike. Now he has 3 items, and they're just knocking on the front door of AL saying, will you be able to answer us?
Plus, they have the Infernal Drake, so all that damage that they're building is just turning into less and less likelihood.
Oh!
Wow.
Zora missing, I thought was on the other team. Zora's missing now.
True.
As Kanavi overextending a little bit here, does get all out and back. A big shutdown gold goes to ZDZ, but the base is in tatters. The mid lane is burst open, and JDG with Baron minions for another minute and 30 seconds can look to end the game here. Xiaohao's back. Xiaohao's locked down, and Xiaohao goes golden. See if they follow it up, though, with a hostile takeover, and it's Ruler every time. At 4-0 here in game number 2. He's looking to put some more here. Ruler's going for it. Ruler wants to take Harder down, and he's in the base of AL. He's going to get lasered. He goes down. Ruler's not alive, and JDG, they're scrounging.
Wait, are they going to play around their solo laners here now? Knight and 369 alive versus
Knight's
Anyone's
still
Legends.
so big. Knight's still so big. Oh, the unstoppable, the block actually for ZDZ. Okay, it didn't matter.
Okay, well.
Knight ends up killing him anyways, and now it feels like a bit of an ARAM as we're just waiting for this Nexus to fall. JDG want the minions to end as they take one by one AL's life, and they take game number 2.
What an incredible win there. It felt more like the JDG we have come to know and love this year, as they don't let the early game. They said, hey, we are more than comfortable. We get right into our team fight pocket, and we're going to take control of this game. Great job from JDG and Anyone's Legends. While the looks were good, it just wasn't that same level of advantage that we saw from game 1.
That was a really big step up from the composition of JDG, Ruler from JDG, but also Kanavi having a lot more of a consistent performance in game number 2. Again, AL's gameplay in game 1 was to hit them and not let them recover. And in game 2, we got a little bit of those punches, but it felt like JDG were hardened from that first game. And they definitely had a much stronger approach, an approach that we had kind of expected from JDG. So now AL on the back foot, and we've gone to the promised 3 games, and our expectations going to continue to be the case, or are we going to see those expectations be damned?
They put their helmets back on. They got the vests. They were like, okay, we're protected. We're not letting you do that again. There were some good looks. We were talking about earlier on, Xiaohao and Harder. They were getting really aggressive on Knight, saying if there's any point of weakness that we can try to assault, it's going to be the Syndra. We're going to try and get her summoner spells out. Just wasn't enough. And all those picks, good vision coming out from JDG stops anyone's Legends from being able to find sneaky ways into fights. And we talked about it during that game. Ruler's itemization difference versus Chichoyi was just constant.
It was, yeah. It was a bit of a roughie. And it just came because there was a lot of focus from AL on the rest of the map. And while I think we saw some of that in game one, it ended up being some more hovering around the dragons, things like that, as we started getting contests over objectives. But this time around, it felt like JDG were unchecked in those first dragons yet again, but this time there wasn't that opposite side lead or any real big advantage for them. They had a couple kills on Xiaohao and Lee Sin, and Lee Sin making it through. Maybe that means that JDG rather don't have to go back to banning it.
Potentially true. ZDZ, like you were saying, did not have the most influence this game on the Cassante. Was not able to pressure the Ornn, make sure that 369 was stuck under his turret, start taking a lot of those turrets. That was a large contributing factor to that win, and the fact that ZDZ was just peppering all the structures and saying, hey, we just want a team fight? Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and end the game for our team. It just kind of looked a little...
He was finding Ruler every time, but it's just he was by himself. There's just nothing he could do.
Ruler had a great game. He felt like a man possessed, like he did not want to lose this game. He said, guys, get on my back. I'm going to play this Aphelios. We're going to do our game. As this is our post game. You saw how close it was around the 18-minute mark. And after that play around the Dragon, it fell apart for anyone's Legends. And that goalie just did not let up.
For a second game in a row, though, it's like the ADCs having huge KDAs, looking really, really good, but it's the mid laners doing all the work in terms of the damage potential.
Wow. I mean, Chichoyi did almost as much. Xiaohao did almost as much damage as his AD carry. Chichoyi did not have a very fun time this game, not able to stand up. It's one of the reasons why Syndra is so powerful. She has so much kill threat onto the AD carry, so much range, especially with the rework. Her stun range is huge, so you always have to be cognizant of it. It was not in a great position from the side of Chichoyi, and you get to see it here and now. I mean, kill participation, not really a huge indicator, but Knight with that 30% damage. We were looking at him like, hey, this early game was a little bit rough, but he closed it out.
He truly did. I think the Syndra pick is obviously a huge comfort for him. We were talking about the win percentages and all that kind of stuff, but like the execution, the fact that every time that he needed to pop that power unleash to execute a crucial member on AL, it was there. And it just comes with that kind of point and click targeting that JDG went for, right? They went for ease of execution in game 2, and they absolutely executed the heck out of AL. Maybe not safe for television. But game number 3 is right around the corner. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back.
복구를 시켜야 될까? 전력 있는 거요.
사이온을 상대로
근데 모건이 한 명은 날려도 가다가는 예, 그냥 그러니 스파이더맨 된 거죠. 스파이더맨.
Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my back against the wall? Ain't no backing down.
TP de novo, Croc sem flash. Vai ter que dar uma volta completa e aí vai ser difícil demais. Será que dá? Será que dá? A Loud tenta um milagre, no máximo um disparo à distância, acabando conseguindo. Vai tentar agora a batalha faz varão. É pra definir o jogo. A eliminação do segundo Weiser. Caiu um, caiu dois. Foi embora o Carioca. Perde agora também o suporte aqui pra Loud. Perdeu o Cells. O Dinquedo faz linha de frente. Quase amassa por ali o Tinoso. O Rubão vai ser penalizado. Ele vai sair do cronômetro. Round! É quadra kill!
Going hard and going home. Coming for the throne. I don't need no help. Why me do it on my own?
They're just going to try to fight it front to back with a 4v5. They got Page 1 on the side, but he can't do anything. They've already gone down with Yuyaja and a big insect on the Huan Fong. Xiaohao consistently making the difference. And AL, they are hungry, they are bloody, but they will beat down TT.
Drop the ball, yeah, I'm clutch like Rich. Light work, I beat all the odds, got them pissed.
コントロールワードを消したリキャップがフラッシンからのティバーズハニーはただスタンが入っていないテンポエムからの開始からの英雄降臨。さあリキャップとの 1v1 オールアウトラップイコライザーを敷いてはいますが今度は上に全員で駆け抜けてハニーがダメージ出すことに成功。1人で残っている友情はなんとかソウルが倒すことで成功しましたがいやただチャクラムがとってもない ソウルフラッシュあるぞトリプルキルからクアドラだったので、そこにオートアタックしてしまって、なるほど、それでオートアタックモーションが1回遅かった。なのでアフィロスのオートアタックが届いた。あ、ただドラゴンはかわし取れるか、どうだ、取れない。実質ペンタ、いやペンタこんなに長いのクワドラって
Grown man, call me mister. I handle biz, lot of blood, lot of tears. What it took to get here.
러커라. 그리고 네, 좀 더 봐요. 근데 앞으로 제리를 못 잡았어요. 우리 넥스탄이요. 넥스탄도 땡겨와라. 죽여라. 죽이지도 못하면 넥스탄 깨면서 최대.
Consistently pressuring this inhibitor. He's already gotten it, but I don't think he can get anything more than this. So he can realistically TP, but he's gonna get stopped by Fearness.
He can fight.
He stole it!
Oh my
Phoenix
god!
stole the bag!
No way! No freaking way! Phoenix steals the Baron! No way!
Shield doesn't block it. Are you serious?
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us. Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
我们相较于上个赛季的话，Rula的中文更好了，我们沟通更好了。可能我们选手都比较有实力，然后教练也比较厉害。我们要好好小心他们的打野，他们打野是核心。新主场氛围很好，粉丝很多，然后希望我们在主场一场不输。
Well, they didn't want to lose a single game. They lost to AL in their home arena, Beijing, but they bounced back, gave something for that home crowd to be proud of in game number 2. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Alk, and we have an MVP to deliver for that JDG performance, and it goes to the support missing, who will claim that MVP as a pretty heckin' good Renata here, I'd say.
Yeah, he had a huge influence on being able to stop what we saw from Anyone's Legends, the ultimates, like we were saying, and anytime that Anyone's Legends thought that they were going to try and find those kills, guess what? There's a bailout. It's like, oh, well.
You thought.
Yeah, we can see it here. Yeah, literally, like, watch this. Like, Jichoyi cannot walk forward, has to use the ultimate available immediately. And this fight is the kind of the turning point that we were talking about. The gold was even at that moment.
Yeah.
And it turns into that, gets the shield here. I mean, this is just missing getting more and more assists for his team. What a fantastic fight for all of JDG.
The amount of these clips, the amount of these clips that are just Xiaohao that was looking for an angle that ended up getting caught out by JDG is impressive. But then it was a lot of the turning moments like this where they just had really excellent target selection and peel back for Ruler.
And even right here, right? Like, they gave him the shield, give him the bailout for additional attack speed. It feels good. They all play pretty well. It turns out JDG are very good at League of Legends. Shock her to literally nobody. And
who'da thunk?
Anyone's Legends are now back on the drawing board, backs against the wall. It's a best of one at this point. Whoever wins this one takes the whole...
No holds bar. Hopefully we get something for Xiaohao. Even though the Lee Sin is comfort for him, we needed that kind of playability around the other lanes as well, and maybe a little bit more focus towards bottom lane. So some proactivity from the support role will be super important, but resetting those expectations, I think we've already kind of blown through the underdog story here. AL took a game off JDG, and the fact that we're going to 3 is just a statement to AL's grit in a lot of their series so far in the spring split. But it all comes down to this, and it all comes down to getting something like you had in that game number 1 that gives you a lot of that priority to just bring the fight to JDG.
Yes, mind control the JDG crowd to somehow not
mind
Nico.
Control.
That would be great. That'd be probably preferable if they can figure out a way to get Nico back onto their team. But barring that, I think you really need to start looking at some favorable topside matchups. We've been moving away from talking about ZDZ, but when we saw him on that Gnar, his ability to apply pressure on the side lane, his ability to then come into team fights, I thought the Gnar was pretty excellent and has an okay matchup into the Ore. It doesn't get much better as the game goes on, but something that allows for Anyone's Legends to have an out. Say, hey, if we're not going to win this team fight, let's look for something on the map that we can get.
And an answer just in a side lane. Again, JDG had so much trouble dealing with anything that ZDZ was throwing at them in the side lane in that first game. They were just committing to an unmanned fight, like a 5v4, and just let ZDZ pounce down those towers. So I want to know if we get that kind of style from AL again here to try to bring home this best of 3. But JDG have arrived. They have woken up. Game 2 was much more their style, much more their pace. We'll see if Game 3 is going to be a continuation of that.
You already see players on the stage getting all ready. Game 3 is so interesting because obviously in the LPL you have so many best of 3s you're going to be playing through. You get a ton of stage experience if you can make it to that point. And for Anyone's Legends, you know, we have some fresh LDL players who've been playing for a little bit now, and you have to, at a certain point, you're like, okay, we're getting comfortable into this Game 3 scenario. What can we do? What is different? What are things that we have learned from our past couple of series, the games that we've been able to win? What has that gotten us? How do we replicate that experience?
Yeah.
And against JDG, you're looking at a whole lineup of veterans who have been in this situation more times than probably the whole team.
Well, back to JDG's home arena in Beijing we go. JDG will be on the blue side for this final game. AL on that red side. JDG ban away the Lucian, the Melio, and the Yumi. And we'll see on AL side, they got that Nico out of there, thankfully, and the Jace, and the Annie. All the bans going towards Knight. And we got a first pick on the table as Ari comes up big again.
Ooh, giving Knight such a proactive mid laner, something that gives him the ability to play minion wave as well as find solo picks onto a side lane. Much different of a look compared to what we got in the past couple games. excited to see it. As Anyone's Legends, they can keep it pretty flexible if they want. I love that we're getting the Gragas, has some of that flex potential. Getting a strong AD carry, that Jinx is perfect. It is designed, will not have the peel, but any kind of Jinx composition, it's single kill for a game to be turned on its head.
Yeah, you can just ride that momentum. And I actually appreciate the Gragas pick here, as well as the flexibility. It just has a lot of space making that can be said in a lot of the team fights that JDG's looking to take. They will get that classic combo, though, of the Ahri and the Vi, which is already so deadly on a single target. And then they also get Ruler the Aphelios yet again.
Now, for Anyone's Legends, they could go for their jungle pick. It is the most likely. They could also slam support here up against the Knight, try to take away something, get something that will be able to answer the Ahri, the Aphelios, as this Nautilus comes in for them. Now, bans for Anyone's Legends should be focused on supports, getting rid of more of those enchanters. Lulu should be probably first up, but Missing's Renata is actually going to be taken away immediately.
Got to take away what is still available and what was still strong. You don't want to deal with that again. We also get the Kha'Zix respect ban towards Xiaohao, which I do expect to continue to see jungle bans from JDG. Xiaohao has actually been a pretty big focus from JDG so far in the series.
They've been making sure that he can't do it. You saw 369 in the interview say jungle is their core, the part that we need to be looking out for as JDG. And by giving him as many bans as they probably want, probably feeling very good about that. Getting rid of the Braum now, what do JDG go for in terms of the support pick here? Because there's not very many options left. With AOL, with the draft coming back onto their side, they're going to be able to pick. That Gnar ban is critical, as that was something we had pointed out right before, after game one.
Also shows that they're thinking this Gragas maybe going over to harder this time around. There's still some very aggressive center junglers to be had on the picks, and oh well, there's one of them. Xiaohao's gonna be whipping out the Kindred.
Good way to survive. We're talking about getting the Vi to engage onto the Jinx. Well, now there's a Kindred ultimate. What do you do at this point? JDG going to need to be very aggressive in the jungle, try to get this Kindred off the mark, but doesn't have mid priority. I wonder what the mid laner here for Harder is going to be. Could end up still being that Gragas if they want to survive the laning phase. Really trying to see what 369 is going to pick up here from the top.
You know, we were talking about underdog stories. We're talking about this, that, and the other. Expectations defied, re-honing in on expectations. Well, Xiaohao, this is a first competitive Kindred for him, at least on stage, that is recorded, which I just love, taking into Kanavi, who himself is a Kindred enjoyer in his past. And the fact that you have the confidence to do that, right? That is something from the get-go that AL has not been shy about. They don't feel like they're a worse team. They feel like they can take the fight toe-to-toe to a Titan like JDG, and they grab that tried and true combo that I feel like we haven't seen in so long, and it's the Galio with the Kindred.
You know, I was going to say it's been a once I've seen a Galio, but the Thunder Talk versus Ultra Prime series made me watch a support Galio. So it's not as uncommon as maybe I would have liked, but it is pretty rare a sight to see this for Harder. A much more supportive mid laner here, going to be taking away a little bit of damage. So expect for ZDZ to be going for that AP Gragas build. This magic damage is not very good on Anyone's Legends here.
But that's the thing. We put so much focus on this jungle setup. The mid-jungle duo is as important as ever, getting control early in this last game, and you're going to have a bit of rolling momentum from Anyone's Legends side.
They need to find a kill. They need to find a pick. They need to be able to get Kanavi off on the wrong foot. Maybe do something a little bit akin to what we got in game one, where you saw we saw Xiaohao get right into the face of Kanavi and stop him from being able to do anything on the Vi versus the Nocturne.
We set expectations a long time ago, it feels like, at the beginning of this series, just 2 games ago, going into our third. But at this point, it is that best of one you highlighted earlier. It is Anyone's Legend taking the fight to JDG, while JDG are on a bit of a momentum swing up in game and out of game. sitting at 5-0. They are Titans as strong as ever, and AL need to climb that mountain once again. We're in game number 3 now, JDG versus Anyone's Legend.
Let's see if Anyone's Legends have brought the dynamite here. I love it. You know, we talked about, hey, bringing out the Kindred against Kanavi feels like a lot of confidence coming out from them, coming out from Xiaohao, and they also pull out the Galio. Like, we're in new territory here. We talked about how mid lane has been a facilitator role, but this is a completely different look. As DD I mean, I was gonna say if they commit any further, Kanavi is right there, ready to go in.
I just love the confidence from ZDZ. He says, I know 369's there. I'm going to trade with him a little bit. Let's see what his health bar can take. But I do want to also focus in the style of approach for these mid laners. Yeah, the spellbook from Harder, which has provided them a lot of potential changes going further. And AL looking for a level 1 that JDG has sniffed out. Missing Caesar coming around the corner. And Knight 369 will be here to answer. We could have a big tussle on our hands as Missing goes around the corner here too. As Ruler, you've overextended Anyone's Legend. That's going to be punished immediately by JDG. The flash comes through. They're not going to commit anything else here, but Missing might go for it. There's the Ignite and one more auto attack. First blood to JDG.
5 people participated with that kill. Everybody got a piece of the pie there. That's every summoner out of the from Missing and 369. Zora just going way too far up. We thought maybe there was going to be able to find something, find an additional bit of dunk onto someone, and we wanted them to play aggressive up against Kanavi, but now it completely backfires for them. Shichoyi will not have access to this bottom lane wave, and arriving late just means missing on that level 2. We talked about how difficult Shichoyi has been in lane to kind of get any kind of leads, and this is definitely not helping.
Hopefully Zora can make the difference there, but they'll definitely be playing with a little bit more confidence on bottom side now for Ruler. But Xiaohao transitioning up towards this top side of the map, maybe going for that 50-50 on the top side scuttle here. Get those early stacks going. Again, an importance that needs to be remembered going forward is that Kindred stacking and how this is going to play around these duo matchups. I expect Xiaohao and Harder to link up consistently.
Well, they need to be able to move out of mid lane right now. And Harder caught.
Yeah, Harder's in a bit of a rough one. Not hovering on his side of the jungle matchup there, and he just goes down to Knight.
And now you have to think, Lennon, like, is this game feeling like...
Are they breaking?
Players, yeah, exactly. We wanted to see them make the win happen. Thinking about for AL, they needed to keep the pace of the game. They needed to keep up with JDG. And maybe the stamina's just not there, right? Like, we had a really good game 1, and they've been slowly petering out in terms of what they're able to do. The laning phase has not been kind to 2 games. Now here, shining light for them is that Xiaohao will be able to pick up this bottom tier scuttle for his mark, but he looks across his lanes. His bottom side is not doing very well. Say that as they try to take this
Missing's in
trade
some trouble
on the Missing.
here. It takes a nice little trade there as a potential hover down from Xiaohao was on the table. But now, again, back to this mid jungle 2v2. They're hovering each other, and Xiaohao is going to actually make it over the wall here. I think he might actually make it through, but Ruler is going to be able to face check with that ward. See the Xiaohao's here and put a little bit of pressure on him.
That ward in the river right there is so deadly. Literally stopped all this play, but I think they're just going to keep going.
No! He wanted to jump across. He tried to jump across.
It hurts. It hurts. While all that is happening, Kanavi took the enemy Krug, so he's more than chilling. He's going to come down bot side just to make sure that there's nothing going to be going on. That wave is not crashing for a little bit. He's going to use this time to pick up the Raptors. Oh, no, not the picture.
Don't look at your right screen. Come on, observers. Oh, man.
They are in the home arena, so I get the bias, but...
I will say, though, that is an important mistake.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Because if he's able to get across there, they thought he was pathing away from the bot lane. He would have had an interesting angle on Ruler and Missing. So, in actuality, that's a huge mess up and something that was potentially there for AL forward, and maybe something they'll be looking back towards. Now, Dragon is up. JDG has put a heavy prevalence on getting these early on, but there's both junglers hovering bot side for a 3v3.
And I love this. Look at how far Missing is playing up. They want to be able to track where Xiaohao is. Kanavi as well knows that he has topside camps, but recognizes Harder could be hitting level 6 soon. Xiao Hao should or could be down here, and all he has to do is prevent the dive or answer it at the very least.
Those level 6s are going to be so crucial for anyone's legend, but as well for JDG. They'll have a lot of that single target allocation that they'll be able to focus down from Kanavi's lead. And right back to what has been tradition so far in this series, it's JDG on Dragon number 1.
Early vision priority does go over to JDG. They have every bit of this river lit up. And like you were saying, they're able to grab the first dragon. So starting off on a Dragon Soul win condition in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see what they can do with this.
ZDZ? Combo? Combo wombo? 369? There's the cask out. ZDZ should make it to safety here. A nice little 1v1 between the top laners as that dragon went down.
There's no other combat summoners. Remember, 369 did use all of them. Actually used the ghost in that engage. Try and get the most out of ZDZ, who did just teleport back.
Okay, 369 going to be seen here. So he's on the ward. They do have that vision as Xiao Hao might actually have an angle here. ZDZ going to bait him out. 369 feeling confident, realizes there's something gone wrong here. Somebody smelled me out, and 369 going to make it away. Maybe, no, one more auto, and even delays it for a second as Xiao Hao gets AL on the board.
That'll be 2 marks here for Xiao Hao, and a great time for a reset out of ZDZ, who's looking to get bailed out of that after an insanely good trade for 3-9. Zoran missing now, hovering around mid lane. No one else but the supports here. They're trying to make this play in a night.
Ooh, Charm doesn't connect there. Nice little moment, though, because it forces Harder to flash.
I don't understand what they're looking for with that trade, just because
to fight, man.
I know, but they have the.
I know you're new here, man.
Okay,
you know,
all right,
we fighting, all right. We fight.
I know. Back in the homeland of North America, we'd be resident sleeper right about now. They don't have a lot of damage. Harder did switch to the ignite, but it's a Galio who doesn't have a lot of AP, who actually went for the Merc trades first. That item, I mean, maybe they're trying to bait for a flash out of Knight, but really, I think overextending themselves on the side of anyone's legend, and they're feeling that they're getting a little bit more desperate for everybody that isn't Xiao Hao.
But it has to be, right? Like, you need to try to find any advantage you can, because you know what happens after that 25-minute mark. Your nightmares, whatever your worst feeling is, that's what's going to come to life, because JDG are just that lethal when you get to those big deciding 5v5 moments that take good macro decision-making ahead of time to execute.
Well, 3 minutes now. Let's see how they'll set up this Dragon. Zora.
There's the flash from Zora to try to get Knight. Ooh, Knight going to be engaged on here, and a huge combo comes through. Now Kanavi all by himself in a 1v3, just trying to get something back, but cannot. Another mark to Xiao Hao. And AL, they're punching back.
There we go. That's exactly what we want to see. Knight just being way too aggressive in that position. So now what's going to happen? Anyone's legend, they're going to be able to grab the Rift Herald in topside, immediately move that down, and be ready for the Dragon. And it's time. That was a pretty big misplay and a window now for Anyone's legend to be back into this game.
Shout outs to Zora there, all true supports. Just making sure that he can make it there to get that cannon. But in actuality, it's all of this that started off the whole play.
Yeah, like, why are you here? Like, we don't know where the rest of the team is. There's a fight on the pit. Kanavi steals.
Rift Herald going over to Kanavi, but you still got to be able to survive after, as I guess not. Cass comes through, resets that fight. Knight with the spear rush has to be popped. The quickness also. A bunch of ultis are utilized. The Rift Herald goes to JDG.
Even with the kill going over, still a huge win there for the side of JDG. No flash now available on Kanavi. We'll see how much of an influence this will have. But he'll have ultimate coming up when this dragon spawns. And that right there will be whether or not JDG can actually contest for this dragon spawning. And another mark here for Xiao Hao means he's hit the 4 mark. He's going to recall, be ready for this. Let's take a look at what happened. Kanavi coming out of base. Oh, okay, wait a minute. 1K, 800. Oh my god, that's so close.
The flash, that's so clutch from Kanavi. And what would you expect from an MSI, a winning jungler, and a key component to JDG's moments when they find a lot of that early success as well. But it's still AL punching above their weight class here. They had a 2,000 gold deficit early. They have fought back. We're starting to get to a point where things are breaking open. We have another dragon spawning. JDG have been at that fight every time so far in the series.
And I love this decision making to fight AL where they are even. Let's just take the Rift Trail. Let's try to get some plates into Ruler here. Maybe even find a kill onto ZDZ. The ultimate is coming up. This is available. But
they're just hard tanking this turret. Kanavi has taken 3 shots. There's a 4th. They will go down as the combo finally comes through from Harder and Xiaohao. Mega Death Rocket goes a little bit wide there. But Kanavi has given his life, and now the Rift Terror won't be able to be used up here.
Exactly. That is a massive misplay. And when Kanavi respawns, the timer on this Herald is going to be very short. He's going to have to drop it almost immediately, leaving base. So they get nothing for that play. It is a for 1, and they even use the teleport towards bot side, so not able to grab this dragon, not able to use the Rift Tail to get plates for Ruler. JDG making a few mistakes here in the early game.
They're just buying their time, though, as we did get first items coming up for a majority of members. We got that Kraken Slayer there for Xiaohao, but on the other side, that Black Cleaver first for Kanavi this time. Obviously, top laners will have their first completions as well, but we're recycling position to get to this dragon. All right,
the Rift Herald's going to expire soon, so Kanavi has to spawn this, maybe trying to look for, he literally just has to use it. It's going to go down a little bit. There's a Baron, there's a Dragon already being started. Ultimate to pull away JDG.
That is actually a moment that Kanavi could go in. He's not going to pull the trigger there, but AL will. They're going to go straight in, but getting engaged on by Missing, who hits the backline with a big grand entrance, but they can't follow it up. Now AL in a bit of a front to back. Zora is able to tank out, but here comes the Moonlight Vigil. Ruler's trying to make the difference. The shots ring out, and Ruler finds the kill. Zora getting low on the fight with the Lamb's Respite, though. It's getting a little bit low for AL, and ZDZ gets chased down. Ruler wants to find the last shot onto Zora, and he will, but it's actually Knight that gets that double, and huge fight win, a clean ace for JDG.
JDG get down right in the mud with anyone's legend, and that was an incredibly close fight. My MVP for that is going to be our solo laners here. 369 with the Cassante Q knocks Jichoyi out of the Lamb's Respite. Just take a look in the replay. The charm as well from Knight pulls members out of the land so that they can find these kills. Insane stuff from almost every member of JDG. They know exactly what they need to do in these team fights, and it's their job that they execute perfectly.
And AL just can't find that clear-cut move into the fight, and they get caught waiting for it.
Oh, there, right? Like, they knocked them all out. They got their kill. We talked about that clean ace. How is this Rift Herald still available for JDG? That is the longest cooldown. Even with that, they get so many turret plates there now. The goalie's only going to get larger and larger here. And now Harder, bit overextended. Kanavi should be able to get a little bit of damage there. They're just making sure that Ruler gets all this alone time with this turret.
4,000 gold in the lead for JDG. Finding ways to make it work. Gale Force also completed now for Ruler. He's just looking to try to clean up a couple more plates before the timer goes down. And now we will hit that 14-minute mark. So no more plates for you, Ruler, but it's still a hefty advantage that JDG have found themselves 14 minutes in.
Well, now for anyone's legends, you did end up grabbing the dragon, but at what cost? 5 kills here and some shutdown starting to pop on JDG members. You're looking at Jinchoyu, who is still down an item. Should be backing now to complete that, but Ruler right now, he's utilizing this item advantage. He's making sure that they cannot be comfortable at all in this map. As we crest the 15-minute mark soon. Knight on a side lane, looking to try to another turret here, and it is a full court press here for JDG. Use this mid priority to move into the top side. Get ready for that Rift Herald in 30 seconds.
Got to try to reposition for that fight, but AL with the fight that never gives up. They aren't RNG either. It's so crazy to me that they're able to take big games off of big moments, but the fact that they've also been able to drag out series like this and step up in moments, even though maybe that 1-4 record isn't necessarily highlighting that, this is one of the teams that just feels like every time you go onto the Rift with them, they are able to upset those underdog stories.
They said in an interview, like, we want to be challengers to some of the best teams. We don't feel like we're anywhere below them. I have to hold this as Kanavi's on a flank, has not been splashes. Whoa.
Engage, 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 missing, going in. You got the reset though. Choi, he's on fire right now, but Ruler wants to step up to the plate. He does get all those chakrams. That means AL should back off here. That red-white Ruler is looking for the fight, but Harder will be able to position a decent amount of tankiness here, and ultis that are still available for AL means they want to take this Rift Herald fight. It's crazy to me. We're getting such contested fights only 16 minutes in. That Rift Herald goes down, but I don't think AL can get the eye. Here comes 369. Ruler still has the Caliber and the chakrams. ZDZ wants to claim it. He does get it, but Knight should get this reset here. And there goes one. 369 on the other side. Knight can't find that charm, but 369 finds the all out. And right as the heroic entrance comes through, Ruler able to Gale Force him down.
4 kills going over. Another instance where JDG win the team fight in terms of the kills, but anyone do get the objectives. I mean, this Rift Herald will just turn into gold. Xiaohao flashes
nice
over
flash.
the charm.
The rest of
but now he's in
JDG are
no
like,
man's land.
I wanna come take part of this too. Do you think you can take a 1v4? Who's gonna get the kill here? It is of course none other than Knight, who puts 17 pages into his wonderful book of death, honestly, at this point.
Oh, man, Anyone's Legends, they could just go ahead and try to start up this drag, but it's a far cry from any kind of win for them. As JDG, they take another kill onto Xiaohao. They grab this top one, and JDG, they want to make sure that game one was a fluke, that game one was a blip on the radar for them. As Kanavi, I think trying to flash ult, yeah, and just a little bit of a mechanical display coming out from him.
That's a lost vision at the last second. Man, Ruler is literally the front line right now, though, which I think is crazy because AL, they are in such an awkward position.
They're now sandwiched. They were trying to maybe start up this. Who picks it up afterwards? It is going to be going over to ZDZ, and we've seen this fight already. Let's take a look at this dragon. Half health here. ZDZ coming in on the back line, but Ruler has just now arrived, and they have the Rift Herald in mid from JDG.
We didn't get a chance to see the item completions. We don't know how these fights are coming down, but it is obvious that AL want no part of it in any way. Second dragon to JDG.
I love that, and the Rift Herald isn't anything, so JDG just have their cake and eat it too at this point. They're even gonna grab a mid-tier 1. It is all going to here for Anyone's Legend, as they are unable to make any kind of plays right now. ZDZ sitting on a side lane. They're gonna go right onto Gragas.
Going golden though is buying a lot of time. Does still just get locked down to hell, and Knight picks up another one. That's more pages in the book.
The Magi's ego is getting inflated right now for a Knight, as 21 almost maxed out, is getting that bonus for having over 20 stacks. And they're just moving from strength to strength here. They took the bottom lane, they got the kill. Well, guess what? There's a wave in mid. Let's put some pressure down onto this mid-tier 1. And Knight, this entire time, doesn't even need to be. He's going to continue to push. And now Anyone's Legends, they are just stretched way too thin. They don't have enough resources. They need to be able to get gold onto relevant carries, but they so quickly, man.
Yeah, and now that Knight has 3 items, especially the Banshees, go in with the defensive build, but has 21 stacks on his Magi, so still does a ton of damage. It becomes a lot more difficult because you have this multi-pronged attack that JDG are able to utilize. They also did just get second item on Ruler as well, so that Gale Force will be completed with that Kraken Slayer combo. And now CDZ in trouble. That's a 3-item Ari that might just kill you.
Oh,
but
no.
Spirit Rush activated, and here comes Knight one more. No, not going to go for it. There he goes. Body slam back, ZDZ. He goes golden, though, and he's too good because Missing steps up. Mega Death Rocket not going to go through. Missing, what is happening, Knight? You just injured your team, man. He tried to TP out, and AL fully capitalized on that bad boy. Harder's in trouble, though, and that's an all-out 369 that actually connects on to Xiaohao. He is just a non-tanky marksman, and Joey has to step up and say, guys, chill. chill. Ruler's like, nah, fam. No, I don't want to. He goes down. Lamb's respite comes through, but the Moonlight Vigil rings true as well. A double kill for the measuring stick of the LPL.
JDG, man, they make some mistakes. Let's not beat around the bush there, but anyone's legends are unable to hang with the best of the best here in this game. 20 minutes, it is 16-9, already almost a 10,000 gold lead. I love the gumption from Knight, and maybe if Nightmare is here, he'd be able to tell you how bad this Ahri build is in terms of the damage. But guess what? He's not here right now, and we get to see Knight try to build himself. I love that ZDZ tries to go for this, and this should have been Knight backing up, walking out of this. Didn't think that Zora would be here.
Missing your G.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens with that's just the natural interaction with the battle dance coming out from Rakan. He ends up behind his ally. There's another fight in the picture-in-picture.
Oh my goodness, Missing did pop that quickness, going right back in with the grand entrance onto Zora. Knight tried to get some more as 369 holding off two members on the side, so he can't really do anything to this tanky Cassante as Ruler connects a hit from the Calibrum.
They need to be very careful here because anyone's legend, if too many members get backs are staggered enough, the Baron could be started. They don't even care that the Dragon will be up in a minute and a half. They will very easily give up that Dragon just to play for objective.
Whoa, Kanavi
right
going
now,
for it though.
He's too tanky for this, man. He does not care.
Yeah, the charm doesn't go through, but JDG, we're streaming through mid lane as we still have about a minute and 10 for that Dragon. It just means that JDG are looking for fights as much as possible. Harder doesn't have any way out. He does go for that taunt back. He got a bit of a fight back. Can Zutoi get on fire here? He cannot. You got Knight getting some Spirit Rush stacks here. Can't connect another charm, but JDG find what they were looking for and even more with 2 kills.
They get the turret as well. Knight is at 19 stacks. It's like he didn't even miss a beat. It's like that play didn't happen. It definitely did. We all had eyes to watch that one.
It definitely did.
Yeah, they are going to move over to this Baron. They have 2 kills. They can just make whatever plays they want. Teleports in through mid. Maybe they try to, but I think it's just too desperate. They don't even know that it's happening right. They can't walk over the solo lane.
He body slammed into the charm. Knight's like, we'll take that fight all out for 369. He's fighting Zutoi, who doesn't have any mana, and he goes down. Knight's ripping him a new one here. As ZDZ's out, but it's a catch on Azora. Baron Capes are overwhelming anyone's legend.
They don't even care that the Dragon is up right now. They have a minion wave coming in. They can go and start to fight for these inhibitors. But instead, some of them actually going to back. It looks like Ruler's going to be the one to solo out this Dragon. And a fantastic job from JDG, who have played from strength to strength. Kanavi, Knight, having some slip-ups, but it is always the consistency of this team. It doesn't matter how many times they might stumble in fights. They come back stronger and stronger, ready to fight. JDG are ready to close this game out now.
And for anyone's legend, while this might look disparaging, and you see some of these moments where it's like, okay, how are you fighting these kinds of situations? They are a team that is a different trajectory than JDG. They are a team that is looking at development, trying to find the right pieces for themselves, while JDG are bound for world champion status, right? Like, they are very, very different. And the fact that we do see a longevity fight like this going the way of JDG just feels natural. You're trying to find that consistency with this team for anyone's legend.
And I love it. I love the fact that we have seen some aggressive. But there's just another fight, man.
They can't stop. At this point, we can just keep talking while JDG pick apart the remaining pieces of the carcass that was anyone's legend. Zutoi goes down. He may be a rookie's org, might be opting in to the developmental strategy, but JDG know where their sights are held, and it's on a 6-win streak in the summer split. They might have fallen coming in. You might call it some MSI hangover, but they are no longer that. They are dominant. They are a huge force to be reckoned with as our defending MSI champions will take a 2-1 victory over anyone's legend.
There we go. Final touches there. Unfortunately, they lost in their home arena, but can't be mad with a victory
no interview,
at the
though.
end of the day. No interview, like we said, for anyone's legend. They're going to go ahead and do that walk across the stage, do some congratulatory for the opponent, do their bows. What a fantastic job from JDG coming into this game. They have bounced back completely. We obviously expected them to win, but the fight that Anyone Legends was showing throughout all of these games was valiant, was, something to be applauded. And we've been talking about their full squad. Well, I'm excited to continue seeing how this squad evolves throughout the season.
And again, they're building around Xiaohao and ZDZ. They're finding ways to work through that in the style they want to find. We saw them get a little bit of comfort here and a lot of strength in game number 1, but that's where I do have to turn our attention to JDG on the other side. They are just so dominant when they get off the ground running. Maybe they make you question some things as they're getting warmed up and going, but this is kind of the JDG that we've seen in the past before they've made all these roster changes, but something where they do have to be kind of brought through their paces. But once they're raring to go, and honestly, it just means that much more terrifying for a best of 5, but once they get raring to go, it does become a very scary thing to deal with.
I will say for JDG, this is regular season. You have games to practice, make sure that you're getting all of it in now, so that come playoffs, they're not burnt out. You have a ton of veterans with multiple best of series, have gone international multiple times. You know what kind of pace you need to set for this team. You know internally what works for you, what is going to make sure that you're ready to go when you need to be peaking properly.
Yeah.
And look, if there's a time where you're saying we're going to take a little bit of a downturn, that's the perfect time for someone like Anyone's Legends to take advantage of that, find that game 1 victory like we did. But JDG, they clean up house.
I'll just say it still feels bad, man. All right,
It does.
like Anyone's Legend
for
has
sure.
literally taken games of our top 2 teams, and they just can't close it out, but it is showing so much promise in their direction. So it is really cool to see this go at it, and I think that when we get to kind of the breakdown of what JDG are looking forward to, I do want to go ahead and look at their schedule ahead of time, because I do believe they're playing in just a couple days.
Yes, they are.
And it will be a rematch against BLG. So
Yes. That's our match of the week, right? Like they're playing up against each other. That'll be a really fun match. They will get a little bit of a break in week 4. They've got Top Esports. You don't got to worry about that. You just got one match that week for JDG.
Did you watch
I'm just saying. I did, but also it's one match. You don't. There's no other matches for week 4 for JDG, so they do get a little bit of a rest, and that'll be nice. But I think it also speaks to the level of the LPL that really anybody can win, and it's awesome to see that Anyone's Legends just. It's heartbreaking. There's nothing else we could say about it other than it sucks to lose, and for Anyone's Legends, they're going to have to go back home, look at the review, and that gold graph just tells it all,
hey,
man.
don't worry about the numbers. You don't need to look at those. Just look back at game number 1 at some point for Anyone's Legends. It's going to be like a picture frame they keep on top of their piano. But in this one, I think we had the brightest showing of JDG so far in the day, and it came off the back of some very proactive plays from Kanavi, but the wonder duo of Knight and Ruler at this point.
They are nigh unstoppable, though. Ruler's consistency is overriding a lot of the mistakes that JDG might make. Knight sometimes getting caught. Kanavi, same thing there as well. This team is still finding some of those troubles, which is really cool to see. I will say, when we're talking about playoffs, we're talking about this team being that wanting to be a multi-title holder. You gotta shape up, and Ruler has been that guy. He is always consistent, very rarely makes a mistake. He just needs the rest of his team to follow his lead, get behind him, and protect the carry at this point.
You just got to know who the president is and how to get him down. I don't know. That doesn't work together, but we're still going to thrive off of it. And I think when you look at the stat breakdown here, it was Knight who undoubtedly came away with a lot of the big percentages, but you have to again look at Ruler and wonder how much of that aggressive Aphelios play was centered in those objective fights that worked out for JDG.
I would not be surprised if either of these got it. Obviously, Knight had a much flashier game, but you know, when you get those flashes with Knight, you get the highs and a little bit of the lows. We all saw the
Took him a couple
play.
times to get warmed up,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, of course. But Ruler, again, so consistent, always has an angle, always finds a really, just knows where he needs to be, where to threaten the enemy AD carry, which is the most important part, especially when we're talking about front-to-back team fights. Ways for your team to threaten the enemy carry is always going to be a game-winning solution.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I can't believe the next time we see JDG hit the ref, it's going to be an MSI rematch there, man. That's going to be such a banger. I cannot wait for that. Should be at the end of the week here. Make sure you're watching LPL every day. But hopefully we'll be catching up very soon to our last series, which I do believe has already started. But we'll be getting to that very, very shortly. It'll be TT versus BLG. So we had all the top names today that are going to be making appearances. So far, besides a couple blips, one blip in particular, we've had things gone to expectations, Alk.
Yeah, just forget about game 1, and we've had 2-0s all day. For sure. It's, you know,
I don't know
nothing
if you can do
happened. Game 1 was a mystery. Game 1, the feed cut out, and then, boom, we're ready into game 2 for some reason.
Yeah. But anyways, I think we've seen some strong showings. The first thing foremost, what we saw earlier was LNG with a much more dominant victory that I think JDG were able to put on the table, but it's still trying to kind of continue those expectations for our top tier teams where LNG had fallen a decent amount in the early parts. We saw them kind of recoup into themselves here, find a lot of those combos that really work well for them. And then JDG sticking to what's true and going for a lot of those kind of late game moments and just buying a lot of time.
Yeah. Interesting enough, right? Like, there's also some teams that are currently like having a lot of the road to the Asian Games as well. Hope actually did just get the double MVP playing up against China Macau. So really interesting. I want to see what the teams look like when, you know, everybody is back home, everyone is back on their teams, and we don't have some substitution issues coming in midway through the split. We are getting to that point, right? We're in week 3. The LPL has a very grueling schedule this time around, this split. You need to be keeping up, and any losses, any wins you can pick up that maybe you weren't expected to matter so much when the schedule is this fast.
And I know everybody's heard it a million times, and if you haven't watched LPL enough. It is a single round robin. There are a lot of teams. It is a lot of momentum to be able to say you've taken series off, because a lot of times you either will not see each other again or you see each other in playoffs when it really matters. So it is really cool to kind of break down a lot of these games. That's why like the JDG BLG matchup is so important. That's why a lot of our games over this last week have been actually so crucial as well.
We've had a ton of movement in the league within the last week. You know, obviously we have new substitutions coming in. We've got new players that are stepping in and out of the roster. So obviously the big one is turns out still pretty good.
The elephant in the room.
Yeah, the big elephant in the room.
A U, Z, and I.
Well, you know what that means though, Lennon? JDG versus AL means they're 5-1 and out of the last 6.
True. Very true. Oh, we finally got our MVP, and it will actually be Knight.
Woo! Congratulations, Ben. Nothing else I can say.
We already talked 6,000 gold differential at the end.
Yeah, I would hope so. They were up a fair bit amount of gold at the end. Which also means we're going to be getting our highlight package. We can see all those cool plays. We can get this restacking his Magi Soul Stealers. And this game was pretty fast, right? Like, it was the Dragon play. We had those the Rift Heralds, which really started to dictate the pace of this. And unfortunately, for anyone's Legends, JDG just happened to be the best team in the league.
Every time we were getting in replays, we try to break down things, we'd come out and be like, oh, wait, there's a picture. Oh, wait, they're fighting. And it would just come out into chaos every single time. And I think that reminisced a little bit of what we got in game 1 from AL. It definitely wasn't on their side this time. It was JDG initiating that. But I love that kind of scrappiness still coming through.
Look, they had a much different draft. This is obviously a developmental roster, something we've been talking about all show long for this series. But, you know, they still have other teammates that have been on the roster. CDZ and Zhao Hao have been on this team for so long. And coming in, you have to be able to kind of brush off the shoulders of the rookies and say, this happens. This is what happens in a regular split for LPL. Just,
dude,
let's see what you can do. Hold that confidence for yourself.
Jitso should be proud. And that man stepped up against Ruler, of all people, a guy that's just been rocketing to the stars here so far in the summer split, but even in spring when they claimed a championship. So it's really impressive stuff. Again, rookie development, different expectations from what JDG are rocking, where they are on that huge win streak, man. And our top of the table are looking spicy. That's where I'm so excited for a lot of the one-on-one matchups there. But we'll see how that all works out. As I'm just waiting for the go ahead to kick it away from me and you, and to get to our next series, hopefully. And that's it. We got the kickoff.
There you go.
Thank you, Alk, so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to get to cast with you for the first time in the LPL. But we got a banger series on the cusp. We got Ashin and Nymera bringing you TT versus BLG. We'll see if expectations are damned once again, and we'll see you there.
What Yuumi does, with help from jungle mid
This
as
is
well.
one-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Topside's losing out too. So an inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. That's
Huge
what,
to
okay,
this.
double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flash bang.
Yeah, having nothing on their side, but still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LG have going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Sign back with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing. Trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you want to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off. And now, with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Venus can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from
Here
Steve.
he
Here comes
is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
There
in,
he goes.
Jinjiao trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third and final series of the day. I am not Mazel, nor is my co-caster of Battery, but we are two brand new casters here for the final series of the day. It is just so she
Having
joined.
an existential crisis. I'm not Alk Battery.
What do you mean
will I
I'm
do?
not off Battery? What are you talking about? I am Mazel. We have the same birthday. That is a fact. We're both 27th of July, 1993. We are literally twins on two different continents. Yeah, it's 100%. It's incredible. We're both turning 30 this year. But welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are obviously a little bit behind our other game, which is going to be BLG versus TT, and we are going to try and jump in and catch up to that as quick as we possibly can. So, honestly, coming into this one here, it's still very favored for BLG to continue their undefeated streak.
It is. Quick shout out though, we saw AL in the last series. They were also BLG's last opponent too. AL took a game off of both JDG and BLG. So if you think that, oh, maybe BLG, they're losing a bit of their momentum, maybe it's just AL being good. Even though our top teams have dropped some games to them, you're coming into this game and TT still need to really be on their game if they want to achieve the same, start taking games, maybe take a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for BLG, it just feels like this team is going from strength to strength. Yes, they do, much like JDG in that last series, have a game or two where people come in, or teams come in, I would argue, very, very prepared, very set on an idea of how they want to play against these very top-tier teams. But in my head, it just feels like even when you get them once, you know, it's not about just beating once.
It's the double
power.
tap. Again,
Yeah, you
it's
gotta get a
Zombieland.
1-2.
It's a best of 3. You got to get the second game. That's exactly what I was talking about with LGD, a team which, you know, they're sat at, what, 0-5, 0-6 now in the series score. But every single time, they come into game 1 and they look like one of the scariest, unironically, one of the scariest teams in the league in game 1. They nearly took a game off of Weibo again in that first game. They took a game off of JDG. They are seriously hitting above their weight. And I think you're completely right. A team like TT, even though they're sat at that 1-4 score, which is very different to how they were doing in spring, they actually had a very impressive spring. You can't really slip up to one of these teams. They have a lot of potential on their roster.
Yeah, we are going to see new jungler there. We have a replay here where we miss on the bot side, and flash for flash, but it does see TT getting themselves a little bit of the better of Elk on this bot side. Does unfortunately have to use his flash as he gets himself over the wall. No summoners now for the Lucian Nami bot side, but again, again, this is what we want to see from these teams. Again, it comes into the setup of, like, you need to have a way of taking them down, and something that has been consistent for BLG has been that bot side. As we see them kind of coming in from this side of things, we actually get a lovely little graphic. Ooh, I like this. This is cool. Nice little pick and bangs.
And I think it goes
That's
left
a lot
to
of
right
junglers banned by BLG. I did know that. Xiao Huang Grin, excuse me, as you know, coming in now, new pickup here for TT, and I'm curious to see how he's able to do.
And, well, I mean, you look at the other new picker they have, the Aphelios on your screen, 1xN. This guy has been absolutely red hot, particularly on this Aphelios pick. So BLG, despite the fact that they have one of the best AD carries in the world right now in Elk, and of course on being not just the youngest support in the LPL, but also one of our best as well, you can't overlook something like this LDL rookie AD carry picking up his specialty Aphelios.
No, absolutely not. And curious to see that where TT kind of bring this one. Again, a team that made it to the spring playoffs, very, very much so looking to try and emulate that. Not the greatest of starts, 1-4, potentially going 1-5 after 6 series, but only 10 left. That is not a position you want to be sitting yourself in.
Considering how good UCal in particular was in spring too. LPL, we had a lot of mid to bottom table teams still have incredible mid lane performances. Think of Team WE with Shanks, UCal on TT. A lot of players really made a name for themselves in that mid lane role. And UCal has sadly not been able to repeat that same kind of performance in TT. With that, have lost a little bit of their steam.
That's literally it. It does feel like they're a little bit maybe, I don't want to say uninspired, but definitely feeling as if they're kind of coming out of this from a little bit of an unfortunate position. There's a nice little lollipop right on top of Elk, who again has no summoners underneath the tower. It's a perfectly executed lane gank, and that is first blood to TT.
Love this. If you see that the enemy team has themselves one of these star teamfight AD carries, don't let them go in even or head into that mid game. Take them down early. We see it against Ruler, we see it against Doozy, we see it against Elk now as well. Taking the summoners, taking the kill. And Shun is going to have to try and get himself onto the map as well, because you can see that the Lee Sin, starting to have some real pressure, has that first kill too. Shun needs to start upping the ante and getting advantages somewhere on the map so BLG can stabilize. When you have such early game champions which can snowball, like the Aphelios kind of being able to combo up with the Nautilus and the Lee Sin, you can't afford to stay behind the pace of the game too long.
That's the big thing. You have to try and find the tempo and dictate it for yourself. We saw from AL in that last series that when they were able to kind of pick and choose when engagements were happening, or even at the such, as such kind of make sure that JDG didn't get an opportunity to make a decision, that's when they just kept coming out with victories, kept coming out with wins in so many of the side lanes. So curious to see how TT are able to kind of do that. And a great start in that bot side, recognizing, look, no summoners is kind of like a good opportunity for us to get an early easy kill onto something like a Lee Sin, which is going to want to be that early skirmisher. It's great to see.
Sure, and we do have a couple of Lee Sin specialists still around in the LPL. I mean, it's been you know, this was a great conversation I had with my brother about this, because he asked me a question out of the blue. If you could define a region in one champion, what would it be? And Lee Sin is pretty high up there for the LPL historically, even if it's not there right now. We still have a couple of these players which just love to show off in this pick, and it feels like they just they have extra abilities compared to other Lee Sins around the world.
Yeah, I tend to feel like Lee Sins in general from the LPL, it just feels like a rite of passage. It's like you have to be some kind of like level of Lee Sin one trick in order to participate in our league. But we'll see. We'll see how they end up kind of working for it right now. And again, great start here. Has the Iron Spike whip nice and early. Did mean that he is falling a little bit behind in terms of the camp clearing, as Shun has just been on a bit of a hard farm for the moment. But again, Shun that's just what the Wukong does. He's not looking to engage. He's not looking to fight. He's looking to just kind of get up to that level 6 alongside Yagao and Bin, who now picked up theirs as well.
Xiaohuan heading back towards this bot side again. The scene of that crime. Summoner's back up and available for Elk. No heal, rather. They have the Cleanse and Flash.
Yeah, they have the Cleanse and Flash, but no way is on getting away from that one there. Nicely done here by Yao Yao to make sure he catches himself a fish when he goes fishing.
Hey, again, returning to the scene of the crime, making sure that these summoners are never available for the BLG bot lane. And they have really stuck to this Lucian Nami through all the time they've really been kind of at their dominant peak in this year from BLG. But the thing about Lucian Nami is that you need to be playing aggressive. I love this approach from TT, not just against the name cards and saying, oh, Elk is a really good team fight menace, really need to get rid of his advantages early on, but also against the champions too. If you're not able to dash forward and take bursty trades, you're not able to play the same kind of lane. If you're dashing backwards and you're having to disengage, that's not how they want to play. TT, they're just abusing that right now.
I think Shun should get level 6 if he's able to take that scuttle. Going for a bit of an aggressive engage. Yukao coming down here, though, with Yao Yao to try and make it work. Flash in with the Tibbers onto On, who does have his flash still on this one here. Flash belly pop onto Yukao, as it's a very scrappy 4v3. Kind of in favor of TTs. They're coming out with the better health bars right now. Yugao looking for a little bit of those cooldowns to see if he can maybe turn this one back around. He will kill off Yukao just before he goes down himself, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
This is some seriously rocket fuel early game from TT. And what were we just saying? BLG, JDG, they drop games to teams like AL because they come in so very well prepared. TT absolutely doing the same thing again. They're hitting BLG very hard, very early.
Definitely looking to try and be a bit more aggressive, as you're saying. I love seeing this from teams. Again, you play standard, you're probably going to lose. However, the champions that are in the meta right now, the Anti, the Aphelios, they're still exceptionally powerful. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just need to reinvent how you're using it. That's how I kind of view this at the moment, because it does feel like we're just kind of waiting for 15, 20 minutes. Well, there's more than one way to
How many ways can you use
a
wheel?
There's more than one way to skin a cat. That's what my granddad used to always say. But yeah, I mean, looking at this one here, again, they're just trying to be aggressive, trying to make sure that they're blowing summoners at all times.
They are, and this is so very important, again, because as soon as you're not on the front foot with lanes like the Gragas that wants to shove in the roam, like the Lucian Nami that wants to be pushing forward and dashing forward, your composition, your champions don't play the same way. And yes, there is every chance that you make an over-aggressive play in the next few minutes and things start falling apart afterwards. It's still only a 1,000 gold lead, but this is the kind of gameplay that we needed to see from TT to stop BLG reaching the point in the game where they're strongest, which is where they start grouping up, looking for impressive initiations and skirmishes.
Yeah, no dragon take for the moment, but we are going to see a hook. That almost looked like it should have hit. I've seen Nautilus hooks hit a little bit more skeptically, but not going to be for the moment. That's going to be the Rift Herald now picked up here for TT, and we'll see where they're able to put Shelly down and make some moves. But with Shun having that Cyclone coming up very, very shortly, he has eyes on bot side and potentially looking to try and gank after this dragon gets taken.
Yeah, and I think very important that you note that Cyclone, because while the Lee Sin has those 2 kills, heading up towards their first item very quickly, Wukong is the best scaling damage jungler in the game. No one really comes close to him right now, at least in the pro meta. Of course, you can talk about maybe some of your AP carries, your Dianas of old or whatever. well, it's not that old, you know, last couple of seasons, but still, Shun gonna have that ability to impact team fights. I know, right? I missed Diana Jungle. We saw one of those games from Annual's Legend coming in earlier in the week, but either way, that Wukong is on the bot side of the map, has that Cyclone as you're mentioning, and can flip this play.
Yeah, they can. They know Shun is there, or do they? They're going very aggressive here onto On, who does not have his flash available. It takes about 2/3 of his health bar out from under him as 1xN just throws out the Moonlight Vigil with that combination of the hook and auto attacks from Yao Yao. And that's the thing with the Aphelios. He's just so safe when he gets that Calibrum that it just makes it so difficult to kind of trade back on that. You just kind of have to accept that. You got to hope and pray you're not half health or less.
Yeah, and particularly with 1xN being really good at kind of utilizing 3-weapon switches, where you run your ammo low at the start of the fight and you switch mid-fight to change up what you're doing with your weapons. You need to be very, very careful about what that Aphelios is switching into next. He'll be switching into his utility weapons soon. Have to drop on one or more of those Sentinel turrets. Shahuangren once again heading towards this bot side, and I really like that, you know, debut for this jungler coming in from, I believe they were on TT Youth before this point.
Yep.
Has that Herald, has the ability to snowball this map, and this is the kind of way you put your best foot forward and you start snowballing the game early. It gives you a lot of confidence to play the mid game with.
Absolutely, and again for TT, just great to see them going for it. We've seen a lot of teams recently, you know, I remember the last BLG game, I can't remember exactly who it was, had Wen up in that top side. Who had Wen? Who has Wen in the top side? I can't remember exactly who it was.
Wasn't it, didn't he just come in for IG?
IG, yes, of course.
Yes,
thank you.
the Gangplank. I was just like, we cast that.
Yeah, I was like,
yesterday.
we casted that. Who was it? I couldn't remember it.
Almost made Uzi's redebut
lagging.
a bit of a disaster.
Exactly, but again, like I'm liking to see these LDL players coming in, showing that they have the mechanics to be here. It kind of comes down to game sense. Then at that point, it's like, yes, mechanically you are good enough to kind of go against some of these players, but are you going to be able to go toe to toe against some of the veterancy, some of the clutch plays that comes out of people like Kanavi or Shun in this particular example? Shun's still a young player himself, but really showing that he does have those clutch potential that you need from any kind of player who wants to make their mark in the LPL.
Firing that all again, just trying to chunk out someone so they can finally play aggressive, having to blow everything.
Yeah, Blue a cleanse and the flash. They're going to see the hook come in, but that's a great tidal wave to disengage.
Teleport.
Now, yeah, it's a little overextended. TP coming in, a flash in to get the kick away. Going to be a knock up, and they're going to try and take out this Nautilus. It's taking forever. And as well as that, the Malphite's been left in no man's land. You could see that Elkanon kind of looked at him for a second and went, maybe next time, buddy. And they backed themselves away. It was a TP invested by UCal, but at the end of it all, it's still a 1-for-1 trade.
Shun is heading down towards his bot side. The Herald was still in inventory. TT looking to stick around, looking to get some plates. Not sure if 1xN was in range that it goes completely to Shahuangren, and now Shun can re-engage.
He can re-engage, and he's going to look for the Cyclone, but great buffering there by Hoya to make sure he's just not able to get caught out, with the Gravitum still available to 1xN as well. Makes it so difficult to really go underneath that tower, so dangerous for the side of BLG. But despite the Herald going down, it's BLG who get themselves a counter push.
And again, worth noting that while the kills on screen and the players on screen are going the way of TT, Gold's still very even, and Shigao is now making a play.
He's trying to, absolutely trying to, but unfortunately for him, was not able to 100%
He was reminding 1xN to stay hydrated. He's like, yo, dude, I got a barrel for you, got a cast. Remember, I know you're kind of like debuting here, but you got to keep your health in mind. Elk, sadly, couldn't really quite do the same at the start of this fight. Uses everything to stay alive. I really love the way that they play that disengage. Use on to kind of tank up the Lee Sin Q, use that tidal wave to buy some disengage. But at that point, the fight's already been committed to. The teleports come in, and Bin tries to play a bit of a mind game with kind of flash forwards before he kind of goes in for the ult. Sadly, not able to disengage himself, gets stuck in the play.
Yeah, gets a little bit of a mind game going, but does get the kill to trade back as well. So 1,000 gold now for TT for the moment. And again, just trying to keep the pace of this game, but I do feel a little worried because yes, normally when you're looking at some of the the bigger teams in our league, when they Weibo, the JDG and stuff like that, when the game gets a little scrappy, they kind of find themselves lost in the sauce. BLG created the sauce. BLG are the chefs that have created this recipe in the LPL. Of like, they have no problem going because they're the original ones. Their game times are so low on average that they are literally like just like swimming towards these game objectives, either winning or losing.
That's great, actually. I love that. They are the chefs of the LPL right now.
Let them cook.
They've got some practice at it too, and they've had a heck of a lot of success with it. So TT, they're gonna have to see how long they can stand the heat of the kitchen. Still ahead in gold. Minorly, they have some important gold in some important places. The Lee Sin is starting to snowball, but that Lee Sin is very hard to execute later into the game. Yes, if you manage to catch out Elk a lot of the damage with BLG goes with it. This is basically a 1.5 damage threat, particularly because Shun can add something in with that Wukong. You can never throw that one aside, but still, BLG needs to be very careful about how Elk is positioning, particularly in these fights right now. He has himself an army buffs.
Indeed, first dragon for TT, not of the game. Yeah, going to be the first focus here. Does eventually go down, but it is traded back for the Wukong. That's a fantastic cast to catch out 1XM, but he's got red and white, so he's going to be able to heal up and get some decent damage down in those very short corridors. They're trying to see if they can catch out the Nami, and they will. 5-3 now on this play. 2 kills in favor of 1 for TT, and they get themselves the dragon. Really, really well done here by TT to, again, get the objective and get themselves a little bonus afterwards.
And seriously well played by Yaoyao in particular. Manages to somehow get the CC down before he goes down himself. Shun over-engaging just a little bit. You can see that BLG, if this Lucian is not in the right position, they can struggle to get that immediate damage down and be able to clean up afterwards. BLG starting to, again, get held to account in some of these first skirmishes.
And this is risky. A lot of resets coming back in here, but with the Gore Drinker available for the Lee Sin, will not have ult for the moment, so no flash kick coming in. It looks like BLG want to try and contest this. They should be able to. This Rift Herald not taken very low until right now. Here we go. It's going to be taken down. Not quite sure who got that particular objective, but everybody backing away from BLG. It looks like it was secured by the side of TT. As Yaoyao goes forward to try and maybe catch out Shun, bonks him on the head just with the little bit more damage, and now you can see they're all kind of running away because Yaoyao realizes he's bitten off a little more than he could chew. Flash over by the Lee Sin to try and make something work there. The Rift Herald goes to the wayside, and I believe it was TT who secured it, but they had to give up a kill for it.
It fades into the abyss. BLG deny the pickup, so TT, they find themselves with their first fight loss of the game, and as soon as that happens, you keep looking back to that scoreboard at the top, and you look back to the gold, and the gold is still very similar. BLG, they're not being cowed away from these team fights. It is absolutely their specialty. And we're going back right towards that dragon fight. See that Yaoyao did manage to get a good amount of CC and damage onto Shun as he went into that fight. It means that the continued DPS is all on Elk, and Elk has to deal with Hoya. That's not who he wants to be dealing with. He wants to be dashing on someone squishy. Was not able to in this fight. Sadly, TT couldn't replicate that in the next one, because in fact their own AD carry was out of position for the Herald fight.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's still actually a very even game despite all these kills and changes, because BLG are still fighting back just as hard. And I'm going to kind of cast our eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, you can, and the left-hand side, where you can see how just chaotic these fights have been. Normally it's everyone's flashes are down or everyone's flashes are up. We're on a very similar timer. These are kind of half up, half down, not quite there. Maybe we're going to have them available in 2 minutes 30 for this next dragon. I don't know, Nymera, but the great thing is here is that these teams are not leaving anything out to dry. They're just straight up going, no, we got to try and make things work. And they are, and a great credit to TT. They're going in unperturbed and unafraid.
Now they're reaching past the 1 item spike, heading up towards 1.5 to 2. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Going to get to the point where 2 items are going to be on the board soon at that point. Trying to think who I want to cast my eyes to on the side of TT, because they have a lot of playmakers across the board. They have a lot of initiation. I think Yucal on the Annie, we see this pick an awful lot. That will be an important extra bit of damage to see if they can get past the front line. Yucal can revisit some of his success from that spring. He's been struggling a little bit in summer to find the same level of form he did at the start of the year, but TT, if you can use that engage to buy some space for Aphelios, 1x's Aphelios sat at the 303 as well, and very much in a position to take some scalps off of BLG.
Absolutely, and the crazy thing is, though, is that because first strike and just kind of a couple of plates and stuff like that, Elk is still ahead in terms of item parity. Has gone directly for a rapid-fire cannon, though, which is the very curious thing
the item build
for
for the
me.
Lucian is it's different, right? Because you see this kind of build when you go for press the attack and or lethal tempo, because it's more auto-attack focused. Because you have the Nami, you still want to go towards the first strike kind of burst trade. But with these items, it's more about continual auto-attack DPS. His continued DPS is good, but the positioning is so hard to pull off in these fights. Elk, he's given himself a pretty hard job in regards to trying to pump out that DPS, but it's very important he does so because he is the threat for BLG.
Absolutely, and look, the Gragas will still do damage. Of course, you just mentioned it as well. In terms of pro meta, the Wukong is just the most scary DPS jungler we have in the meta right now. I've seen plenty of players, specifically, you know, Kanavi coming out with plenty of kills, and definitely looking the better for it. But now we're going to have ourselves 30 seconds till this dragon spawns. You can see Bin and Hoya trading slaps in this bot side. Yucal kind of hovering off to the side. Now he's been spotted out, so Bin not going to fully engage onto this one here, hoping to get a favorable 1v1, because it was going to always be a 1v2 at the end of the day.
Bin we're going to talk about differences between Spring and Summer, mention it for UCal. Bin is playing a tank. He does that nowadays, folks. For those of you that haven't caught up after MSI, Bin has been convinced, finally, to play a bit more of a facilitating role for his team. He is in a position with Flash and ult, potentially could go on to the clump of TT. Dragon has spawned, and guess what? We're ready to fight again.
Yes, we are. No Flash though on the Lee Sin. That's a big thing. We'll be able to kind of get those Flash kicks in. Neither does Shun, but a couple more seconds and both these junglers will have a full plate of summoners to work with, and I think that's what exactly both of them are. They're using the excuse of pushing in that mid lane to try and make sure they get themselves that Flash back up and available. No Flash for Yao Yao as we look for a full engage here. Hoya seeing if he can be a bit more aggressive, but he's being aggressive right back on top of it. Gets burnt down so easy now. Yao Yao has to try and run away. He just got his Flash back off cooldown, but wasn't just enough, and that's going to be 2 swift kills over to BLG, the Dragon as well, and this is what I was talking about. You may love having all these scrappy fights, but BLG thrive in it.
They play it out so well, split the fight exactly the way they want to, and Yao Yao tries to like distract towards the bottom side. Now we've got Yugawa getting caught out briefly.
I mean, is he caught out or is he catching them out? Because already we're seeing the flash of the kick there from Xiao Huan Gren just having to be popped out. Great damage from 1xN. Does mean that Yagao does have to be a bit more respectful, but while this is all happening in the mid lane, nobody goes down, and that's going to be the Dragon confirmed.
Dragon confirmed, and now Baron is on the table. Next time a fight like that happens, Baron goes with it. That's probably the turning point. The next big fight is the one to keep your eyes on. We're even enough in gold still. We have, again, you were talking about the uneven summoner timings. That's going to be important to look for as well. 1xN has Flash, and on the other side, Elk doesn't. Use that to get a kill in this one. Look what happens with Hoya, because Hoya is basically going in 1v5. Thinks he can maybe use the W to give himself a bit more kind of damage resist. But while this is happening, Yao Yao is also trying to play Disruptor, but both of the people going in from TT don't have the backup from actual damage, so BLG get to focus down both of them.
And again, great zoning tidal wave coming out from On. He's been really on point with those. And again, it doesn't feel like it's one of the most impactful summoners in the game or ultimates in the game, but either to catch someone out or to just straight up mend it cannot follow back up. It gives you those extra crucial sections to make sure you're able to burst somebody down.
No, I think Tidal Wave is one of the it kind of reminds me a bit of like a Renata ult as well, right? Where it's very impactful and it splits the front line from the back line. It pins someone in place with a knock-up and everyone else tries to scatter behind it. Gives you a couple of seconds to clean out that front line, which is very important, again, for Elk. Elk's positioning is hard to pull off on the Lucian when you're in an auto-attack build against this many mobile engaged threats. He's doing some more damage here, though.
A hell of a lot of damage as he's Kraken Slayer in his back pocket. Bot lane turret gets confirmed by Hoya while the mid lane is posturing for the moment. And 6-6 in kills, pretty much an even game. Only a couple of hundred here or there. Not exactly too much to be making advantage of, but it does mean that TT, despite all their pushing, despite all their huffing and puffing in that early game, they find themselves at an equal point. And again, when we come down to the standard 5v5s, I've just got to favor BLG. They just know how to play these teams. They know how to play these fights.
Absolutely, and you know what? We're actually going to be seeing JDG BLG fairly soon. It's within the next week. It's coming up really soon. And this reminds me of how BLG play against JDG, because BLG know that they are team fighters. Even though JDG are the best team fighting team in the league, and they've shown that multiple times at this point, they still just try and make it work. Even if they're matching a strength with another strength. TT are doing exactly the same thing to BLG here. They're saying, okay, you like to team fight, so do we. Let's see who's better on the day. And for me, that's such an entertaining way to play out these games. I think TT, they needed that early game to go well to give them the edge in those mid-game team fights, and it didn't quite crest that same amount of gold to see them into the advantage. They are starting to slow behind the pace of the game now, and if they lose one more fight, Baron goes with it, probably first game as well.
We'll wait and see. Still plenty for TT to do. Remember, still have themselves a UCal as Elk gets caught out here by the ultimate of the Nautilus. Tidal Wave ain't going to save you from all that burst. This is exactly what I was just about to talk about. UCal with that Tibbers can do a hell of a lot. Unfortunately, though, there's no real objective apart from the Baron, and you didn't take away any of the front line here from BLG. So yes, killing off Elk is fantastic, but it's not exactly going to lead to anything else.
The thing is, I feel like Elk was the one source of damage. If I were TT, looking at the state of the game, you know what? I might have chanced it. Killing off the jungler or the AD carry normally gives you a better inroad towards that Baron, but they don't feel bold enough. They'd like to try it again. They used a couple of resources to get towards that Elk kill. And because they don't take any objectives on the map, Ben gets to push in this bot side. Has to claim a bit more advantage for himself on this Malphite, who is going to become a bit of a scary frontline in the next few minutes, and we actually get a reset. Most of the time, those fights will lead to a Baron, but it doesn't this time.
How much is that turret on? That's what I need to know. You gotta click it, observer. God damn it. You have to click it in order for it to pop up on the bottom left. There's a little observer tip for you, but sadly, we shall not know. I'm gonna say single-digit HP. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna confirm it for myself, obviously, in my own head canon. And that's what it is. That's just how it is.
Let it be shown on the record that it was single-digit HP. I mean, that might be some 0 HP if you were punted back into the team, goes into the wall instead. Yugao, a bit more of a facilitating role on the Gragas. He's been playing that a lot for his team, obviously. Yugao has been a heck of a player for BLG. A lot of people overlooked him for a little while, and then suddenly he started reaching back-to-back finals, suddenly started to ramp up his performance more and more. On this Gragas, maybe he can set up his team for success. The flash doesn't quite work.
No, but it does force out the flash there from Elk. But now you've left yourself in a bad position. They can turn this fight right the way around. Bin with the unstoppable force finds 3 onto the backside. And that is the carry Bin performance we've been waiting for. He's been a bit silent this game, but this particular play was all him all the time.
Gigabin strikes back when BLG needed the most. The Malphite, who's been sat on the side lane the whole game, comes to play. And now, with these deaths, you've got to imagine that at least vision control on top side is going to fall the way of BLG. But once again, these fights are closer than maybe BLG would like. Very close on that flash at the start of it. And now BLG will finally go towards the Baron. The smite's down. Yukal can TP in, but Yaoyo won't be there either. I think BLG, they have this.
They might have it, but do they have the fight afterwards? Yukal can TP in afterwards. There it is. So you're going to have Hoya and 1xN there before anybody else. So it's a 3v5 for the moment, but BLG still waiting on summoners and cooldowns. There's a good explosive cast to catch out Yukal, who has to proto belt backwards as Elk goes a little bit more aggressive. He knows he's not in any real danger without the Nautilus being here. Now it's a full native 5v5. These health bars going a lot lower for the side of TT than they are for BLG. Bin goes in again and finds himself a 2-man knockup. Back-to-back fights. It's Gigabin making sure that BLG know how to take these fights. It's going to be a 5-for-1, and that is BLG 100% on the board.
It is a valiant, bold, brave approach from Thundertalk Gaming in this game. Try and hit BLG early and then match them in the team fights, but they just can't do it. BLG, their solo laners coming out with some back-to-back big plays in back-to-back big fights. The Baron's gone, the map's falling apart, and despite the game being close in team fights up until this point, BLG have now found themselves the first real advantage of this game.
And again, great moves here from Elk just to keep himself alive, which means the Lee Sin just gets overextended.
Just waits for the Q to land, flashes backwards, and manages to win the mind game against Shuffle and Grunt. If that had managed to go in, that managed to hit the AD carry back into the team, the damage would have been pretty exceptional. 1xN just about survives at the start of it. Ben can't close him down, but at the end of the day, he's not hitting anyone squishy. And if you're dealing with the Malphite, you're not dealing with anyone else killing the rest of your team. Elk gets to clean up more than healthily enough and does again in this Baron pit. A lot of this game for TT is, can you get to Elk? They very nearly did it under the mid lane turret. They weren't even close in the second one, and it goes even worse.
Yeah, and again, just jumping on the 1xN. It's like Bin has just got a heat-seeking missile. Feels like a targeted, like it's like a Vice eats and assists in that particular play. It's just, he's just able to find the AD carry every single time. There's nothing
like,
you can do about it.
Yeah, there's a particularly famous quote about what computers are, and they are effectively rocks that we've fooled into thinking. And that's exactly what we've done with Malphite now, except we fooled him into somehow becoming like advanced weaponry. He has like the target reticule, target acquired, Skynet is online, and it's going straight towards that Aphelios.
Again, how do you come back into this with TT? We're all full of praise, and rightfully so for the side of BLG, but for TT, what started off so brightly with this Lee Sin combination, you can see just not quite having that same level of effectiveness in those mid-game team fights. BLG just know how to fight. They know what they want to do, and already starting to feel that pressure coming in. That's on, yeah, I get it. You're on the Lee Sin. You're going to try and go in on those Qs, but that's Bin. I mean, you're literally doing negative damage to him. You are taking more passively from that Sunfire than you are dealing to him.
Bin has himself that ultimate ready. Again, it's a long-range ultimate, you got to remember. It can go over these walls, even though he's pushing in that mid lane. He can ult from out of Fog of War. The vision's there right now for Thundertalk, but can they see off this defense? They're trying to break this siege as best they can, weather it, but BLG, they're not letting up.
No, they really aren't. That's going to be the inhibitor turret down. Maybe look for an explosive cast there. Hoya, the tank of your team, almost taken out there by Elk. Finally has himself a mythic into that Gale Force, but having this crit build doing so much right now. That extra range with the Nami just basically bursting out the tank.
Being rewarded for this build, actually. I was a little bit skeptical of it. Thought maybe going towards the auto-attack centric build into a team that was hard to position into would have made it a little bit perilous for BLG to play out this game instead of focusing around a more ultimate-centric first strike build, but it has worked for them. BLG, they are still on the map. The recalls haven't reset yet. There was a chance that there was another fight brewing on the horizon, as it has done the whole damn game. They really basically haven't stopped fighting. And finally, we get ourselves a reprieve.
Yeah, that's the big thing. We're getting ourselves a little moment to breathe, and for TT, they gotta breathe. They gotta figure out something. Nearly 10k gold down at the 30-minute mark of the game. And I mean, look, you have a 3-1 3-1-3 Aphelios who's got 3 items. You're not bad in terms of your burst. I will say for you, Cal, I'm not the biggest fan of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. I feel like your job is to burst Elk. You gotta have that damage. I think a Shadow Flame would just be so much more value here.
It's a difficult situation. A lot of the time with the Rylai's, you're buying it more for the HP on Annie than you are for the actual slow. But if you have to be tanking up the damage, and as you said, if you've used your combo and you have to worry about your own HP afterwards, you're probably not in the best spot, folks. Death Cap, Shadow Flame, something like that has been a big DPS item for the Annie. If you're using it to slow down the front line, I think you're already in a difficult spot. Completely agree. I think Yukal had the agency to kill out this game, and he's sadly gonna not be able to do quite as easily with this build.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know you mentioned obviously it's more for the health than anything else, but even the slow, like, who are you slowing? You know what I mean? Like, the amount of dashes and blinks and just things that get, like, to cover the distance is just so much right now for the side of BLG that that Rylai's Crystal Scepter CC, quote-unquote, is just negligible at this stage into the game, especially with the cooldown reduction coming out for so many of these players. But I digress, and again, it kind of just comes down to, you know, different players, what they feel like they need in the moment. I am not a pro player. I will not pass judgment on them, but I shall make note of it. You will. You have a lot more say in it, though. I just shout out things, you know? I just have the big shouty
There's been a great need to shout at things for the amount of team fights in this game. Culling pulled out again. Remember, this Lucian build is less about the culling. He needs to dodge away from that hook, though. Just about gets away with it.
Just about say that for the moment. Be a little bit harder here for TT to try and hold this one here. They are doing it fairly well for the moment, but only having the red and white, no green gun, no Calibrum here for 1xN makes this a short-range hold. Toya, see how much damage he takes just from the poke of Elkanon, just having so much more agency to just keep him at bay. And with Baron spawning in 8 seconds, Dragon Soul in 20, I mean, this is BLG's game. It's their game to lose. And now we're going to see TT getting caught out. They're going to see a good kick. It lands on the 3 people, but you can see already the damage from this Gragas. Going to put out the explosive cast to try and catch out Hoya, but he flashes away after the fact. Nobody goes down, but health bars are starting to dwindle.
TT have... Whoa, there we go. That's the ult.
Yeah, there it is. Bin finds himself on the Yao Yao. You would argue it's not the priority target, but they don't care because they're going to take out Hoya. That is your front line dead and buried. 1xN almost going down here. Not quite able to be hit by the last drink of the Gragas. Finally will get hit by the belly bop and finished off by the Lucian. That's going to be game 1 going over to BLG as they continue to look for a perfect series and continue their undefeated series split in the regular split.
BLG should consider renaming themselves to Lightning because Thunder comes second to them. Thunder Talk Gaming, they tried as they might in the early game and in the team fights, but they just could not face off against BLG.
No, they really, really couldn't. And honestly, love the aggression coming out from TT right at the beginning. They really, really forced to try and, you know, make things happen, get the momentum of the game back in their favor somehow, some way. But I mean, it's BLG, man. BLG are the team that are going to fight this tooth and nail. They love doing this all the damn time. And for me, I just feel like, yes, it's a great idea, but it's just never going to be able to stick against a team as so comfortable in that kind of a situation as BLG.
And particularly when you're locking in something like a Lee Sin, you could argue that's bare minimum getting the 2 kills in that early game, because as we saw, the Lee Sin, beyond that point, couldn't really impact that game, as opposed to the Wukong, which continually in the team fights did so much work. It's one of the reasons why he's one of the most meta junglers in the game. As we saw the pick and ban kind of pop up in the game as well, we were catching up to live. It was very much about banning out. As we there, I love the fact that we have these drafts up there. It's like we have the magic command to show it up. But look at the jungle bans on there. A lot of the things which would have been easier to play in towards win conditions, Kindred as a carry, Kha'Zix as a vision denial bot and stuff like that, and of course the Elise, would have been much easier to play. The Lee Sin didn't quite work out in the mid and late game.
No, and you got to imagine that either the Annie or the Aphelios was the first pick coming out here. In my head, it's the Aphelios that went first. That went Aphelios. Then over on the BLG side, they went Wukong and to Lucian, knowing that they could get that Nami combination, or maybe even Wukong and Nami. And then it was into maybe Annie, Cassante, and then you're kind of, as you say, down the order of the different picks and such like that. But good win here from BLG, getting themselves nicely into a ascendancy in this series. And again, looking to go 6-0 before, as we mentioned earlier, before they go and fight JDG again for the 6th time this year, this weekend.
Feels like, you know, at chess tournaments, when you have in early rounds, you have the favorites of the tournaments, not even looking at their own chessboard, but looking over at their opponents and the favorites of the tournament's chessboard across the room. It feels like that a little bit between JDG and BLG, because you can see the fundamentals of their team fighting and the way that they approach vision control and objective control just being so much higher than the other teams that they're facing right now. Yes, they're dropping a game here and there, but they are gearing up for an almighty clash a little bit later on. Of course, this series needs to be closed out by BLG. The work is not yet done, and honestly, the mindset which BLG have come into summer really reflects that work ethic too. They didn't have a break after MSI. They continued to scrim. They continued to kind of work on their understanding of the meta from the patch change from MSI, and it is really paying off for them, particularly with such a condensed summer split where you can't afford to miss a beat.
Absolutely, and look, we are obviously a little bit behind the live, so we're going to try our absolute best to get ourselves into the next game as quick as possible. Player of the game is Bin on this Malphite. Honestly, I am so glad to see this because, like I said, he was quiet, but he was not. He was silent but deadly, if that was the way to put it into it there, because he wasn't making big moves in the early game, but he didn't have to, because those mid-game team fights were just, perfection.
Yeah, he's as silent as a mountain of falling rocks can be, which is not quiet.
But if no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound, you know?
That's true, because there was no one there to hear it because they'd all died in the team fight, particularly 1xN. Even on his, you know, his iconic Aphelios for that player, that is the champion he keeps going back for. You can see the mechanics in the team fights. The player's doing well, but what can you do against such engaging, also against such a coordinated, engaging team in team fights like BLG?
Absolutely, and hopefully, in the next few seconds, we should be getting the picks and bans for game number 2 somewhere along the bottom of our screen. No, never mind. We're going to get it right in the full screen. And ooh, I see a Rek'Sai coming in here for TT. Love to see this kind of adaptation. However, as excited I am to see the Rek'Sai, I see a Jace, a Gragas, and a Maokai, and I'm already terrified for TT.
It is once again early game systems are go for TT. The Rek'Sai had the Prowler's Claw obviously somewhat removed from the game, not able to use that extra mini dash, but Rek'Sai in general got some buffs to compensate strong champion. We've seen it EU West solo queue, some people playing it top lane. It's very good at brawling right now. If you can get on top of the Maokai, on top of the Jace, or pretty much anyone but the Gragas, you're in a pretty good spot. So Xiaohou and Grunt on his LPL debut, another chance to show some specialty here.
That fan sign on the bottom left was a very detailed drawing of Annie versus Jace. They predicted the future in the crowd today as Yagao gets himself onto this particular pick once more. And we come back in. Non-stop action coming in here for our final series of the day. And for BLG, I want to see what they're able to kind of work with this. And again, just, you know, see if they're able to kind of, you know, be the big team fighters they're going for. They're not going for, and this is something we talked about a little bit, but BLG, the kind of team that whenever the game goes a little bit, you know, too well, as I always say in the first series, or the first game of the series, the second game they sometimes, you know what, throw in a completely random draft that is exceptionally difficult to execute on, just to see if they can. Most of the time they cannot, but they always like to try it. This time around, they want a quick 2-0. This is as meta can be, in my opinion, considering you do have the AD Jace in the mid lane, and then you've got double AP top laners, so it does feel like right now this is BLG throwing down a gauntlet to TT saying, we respect you, and we also want to go home.
And we saw a Jace game coming out of Yagao recently. He went 8-0-6 versus Anyone's Legend in Game 3 there to see themselves out to a win in that particular series. Yagao, sometimes you can put him behind some of the elite mid laners in the LPL. You think of Knight, you think of Rookie, you think of so many others, but Yagao continues to being a real versatile, experienced leader from the mid lane for BLG, and occasionally one of those hard carry performances comes out to just get some of the rust off the knuckles.
Absolutely, and look, you know, I think Yagao has taken a lot of the criticism he maybe received at MSI to heart. I do specifically remember in the playing stage of the MSI
when I believe he was against the LLA. I believe it was the LLA, but he played Jason to Aurelion Sol and kind of got blasted. I'm not gonna lie, did not have a good time on that particular pick, and I think a lot of people had questions considering how busted a lot of people were assumed the Jace could be for a lot of these teams. So curious to see that, or great to see that he's able to kind of take that criticism on, go off, do a little bit of practicing, get that practice tool out there, and just make this one work. And this is going to be the first rec side that we have seen in nearly a year. It was 2022 Leyen for RA versus LGD last year in summer, so not quite as long as some of the other picks we've had, but the rec side slowly but surely has been kind of having inklings of something that can come back into bed. I want to pick your brain as to why. Why are we now starting to see echoes of that champion coming back into pro?
So, Rek'Sai was a champion that was balanced very heavily around Prowler's Claw being an item. That has effectively been removed from the game in its current state. We're seeing a free trade in bot lane. We're going to be able to talk. We are going to be able to talk. Nice. Thank you, guys. But because of that, we saw some real compensation buffs to Rek'Sai, particularly in her Q. When she's unborrowed, it scales off of AD now as well, and it gives you a lot more fury, so a lot more power and a lot more brawling potential. Topside, Hoy's going to have to brawl his way out of this one.
I don't know if he's going to be able to right now. He does have a flash available to him, but that red buff slowing him down consistently. Oh yeah, does flash away. Nicely done here by Shun to be very aggressive, but there's an opposite reaction on the bot side. We are going to see this Rek'Sai in the fog of war, seeing if they can go for something here. It's risky though. Again, it's an Aphelios with red gun. Maybe hoping that he'll burn it out before they go for something, but no, he's just going to go for a reset because there's just not enough time between the wave hitting and him being able to have a different impact around the map.
So, this Rek'Sai, despite the fact that we have had some changes to particularly that Q in both borrowed and unborrowed forms, still needs to be active early. Rek'Sai is an assassin, needs to be getting above certain damage thresholds, so you can actually 100 to 0 someone in the big fights. Not really seeing any of that impact currently though, so Shahongran in his LPL debut needs to get a little bit more active. Managed to do that on the Lee Sin, looking to do so on top side, is going to be spotted out by Bin's ward in that tri-brush though.
Yeah, know he's there, know that he's going to be looking for something a little bit more aggressive. They're just going to back him away, no problem. No questions asked as such, and BLG so far so good to keep themselves, keep their wards and their vision on top of this Rek'Sai to know exactly where she shall be going, and curious to see now where TT want to try and move it, because again, it's not as, they don't have to be as aggressive as a Lee Sin, but like you mentioned, they still need to be aggressive, still need to be looking for some kind of plays with this very aggressive early game as Yao Yao does get spotted here near the Raptors of Shun, and that mid lane gank that may be happening in the next couple of seconds definitely will not.
I like that from Shun because he knows that his bot lane is on a reset. On is not going to be around mid lane to protect from a mid jungle roam. He's close enough to interpret this gank right now, and On has now arrived.
Here we go, but it gets caught up here by a little bit of a hook. You can see that Yagao just flashing away, but then straight away going back into the fight because his support is here. A 3v3 means that On picks up the first blood. And like I said, if you want to get deep in the sauce, you got to make sure you know who the cook is, because BLG love going for these early skirmishes. They are the kings of it in the LPL for the moment, and they are able to take themselves a first blood and trade nothing back.
Oh, but that is such beautiful play from Shun and On. Again, On is a young player in the LPL. He's the youngest support in the whole league. And the understanding and the presence of mind this team had to say, okay, bot lane is on a reset. They have a chance to have their support roam. So Shun, you can hover in mid first before On turns up, just in case it happens a little earlier than we're expecting, and then On can turn up later. They cover Yagao on what is normally a very susceptible pick to early game ganks. TT, their early game, not nearly going as cleanly as game one.
No, not at all. I will unfortunately have to correct you. He's the second youngest player.
Oh, really?
Feather on RA is the youngest player.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, it's changed in summer. Oh, man.
It has changed in summer because Feather has joined in. You are almost correct, though, and I do agree with you that he is still...
That is a fair correction.
Yeah,
I completely
he's still
take the Ellen, though.
exceptionally young,
The former
though.
youngest support in the L. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue quite as easily, but still. Okay, what this means just On is just he's now using his experience. He's no longer the youngest player in the LPL, and we get to see his pro view as well, as he's learned, as his time is no longer the youngest support in the LPL, that he can auto-attack and also do damage and pick up kills.
Yep, he picked up a couple of CS there to give a little bit more
What
bang
can't
for
he
his
do?
buck. What cannot he? Exactly. You know, he just covers all bases for you. Shun on a little bit of a rotation of its own towards this top side. It's going to steal away a red buff, and that's actually significant, funny enough, because the Rek'Sai can use a blue buff. It's not, you know, a bad thing to have, of course, any extra ability haste and such, but you really do benefit a lot more from that red buff, having the health regen, of course, the slow to be able to kind of catch things on as well. It just becomes a lot more significant.
Well, to the point where when Raxai was released in Season 5, which was, God, that was 8 years ago, man. It's such a long
we're
time
old,
ago
man.
thinking about it. But Raxai was meta for such a long time. And back then, giving early blue buff, you could give your first blue buff to your mid laner because Raxai just didn't care about it. It's XP and it's gold for sure, but it's not going to be changing the way that you play in the same way that a red buff does. So this Raxai, once again, being held down, has the Hearthbound Axe, will be building into a Stride Breaker, I'd imagine, with that, trying to be a little bit more bruisery than something completely with some lethality. But being put behind in that gold really doesn't help this pick get off the ground.
No, I see double knock-up. No Q to land here for Yao Yao, which means he's going to take a fair chunk of damage. Not the greatest of gun combinations, but they're making it work as they're trying to swap it off. Not quite able to get that last kill going for themselves. The feathers fly. El goes in, but he will not be going down. On saves his 80 carry, and this supportal combat 2-0 now in the bot side.
That's my second youngest support in the LPL. On makes it happen again. Significant knockups 2 times in a row. One extent, we talked about his Aphelios. He had 2 pentakills on Xayah in 3 days in the LDL. He's not a slouch at this champion either, and very nearly takes down Elk and On in the 2v2. It gets close for BLG's bot lane. They've made a name for themselves as a 2v2, and they're showing up again here.
I mean, it's just every single time I look at this bot lane, I do start to think to myself, are they the best bot lane duo in the league? Because it just plays like this. They play it so damn close to their chest, and it just works out every damn time.
It does. And Elk, again, a player which... the way that I judge Aphelios is how they can set up the situation to get those 3 weapon switches just like that. As you said, it wasn't the best combination at the start of it, but if you use that flamethrower to go through the minions and champions, gives you so many chakrams, and that'll just about get the damage to last through that play.
That's 2-0 now on the scoreboard here in favor of BLG, but the objectives have been going over in favor of TT. They got the first dragon, and they got the Rift Herald as well. So, yes, the flashy plays are going in favor of BLG, but the macros for the moment are still in favor of TT. And again, we saw how important those early soul stacking was in that last game. Can be a big win condition if you get yourself a semi-decent soul.
However, trying to play around these objectives as TT, it's going to be difficult. You have the Poppy ult to eject someone from the fight. Sure, that's important, but doing that against a Maokai ult, which can buy space for the Jace, that is the combo. Maokai Jace is very meta for that reason. You don't get to the Jace through that Maokai ult. Doing that around objectives enough to get yourself up to a soul point, it's going to be very difficult for TT.
Very, very difficult for them, but we'll see. Still plenty of gameplay to come before we really start writing them off completely, but it does feel like when on is on, there ain't turning them off, and that is a difficult setup now for the side of TT to really kind of hone in. Good burst damage here from both mid laners. You would argue that Yagao definitely came out a little bit more on top as On. Trying to see if he could maybe find out where the Rek'Sai was. They know exactly where On is, and they're going to try and burn in on top of him, but it's a Rakan, very slippery, very hard to lock down.
On doing his best again to make sure that Yagao isn't playing without information in mid lane, despite the wards going the way of TT currently, with Yao Yao and Xiao and Grim stacking in river for long amounts of time. The wards have gone to the way of TT, but the mid jungle support trio of BLG doing well to support themselves.
Absolutely doing well to support themselves, and again, good start here from the side of BLG. TT, though, not to be outdone for the moment, and the game is starting to slow down once more. It's starting to feel like we're not going into the chaos again. It feels like we're going maybe towards those dragon stackings and maybe, you know, big dragon fights, if you were. Be curious to see what dragon it will be in 30 seconds' time. You would love to pick this one up as BLG to stop the stacking of TT, but wait to see how they want to go for it. Looks like TT are ready for it to try and make sure there's not a huge contest coming out from BLG.
Ult back into tower from Vin, taking some HP away from Hoya. Of course, still has himself the teleport, both of them do. I think all this is to try and remove the ability for either of these top laners to affect potential fights on the spot side.
And we wait. Top lane throwing in a fair bit of handbags here, but with Bambi Cinders apiece and no mana, to be perfectly honest, between either of them, it makes it difficult to really go for this. So unless we see some jungler intervention, don't think we'll be seeing much else happen here, but we might just see that. We'll see if Xiao Huangren just wants to throw himself over that wall. That ward is just about to die. Finally gets spotted out, but is he feeling confident to go in for it? No, he's not. He's just going to drop down this Rift Herald. I like it because it means he gets guaranteed gold, but it isn't into a Xayah. It's not into the Annie. It's probably one of the least impactful roles to kind of get it, but at the end of the day, gold is still gold.
Gold is still gold, and it will potentially help open the map at some point. I mean, we've got to look at what weapons and what ability BLG have to throw towards this bot side. 1xN has his ult. Can't imagine there'd be a dive threat there. So there's no cross map in terms of gold from BLG, but they do pick themselves up that dragon. As you said, being a soul stacking win condition, it's very hard to take these dragons away from BLG the later it is into the game. So TT giving up early dragons doesn't help them achieve a win condition through those.
No, it really doesn't. Again, we see the Aphelios just kind of becoming the flavor of AD carries. They don't really care about anything else in the gameplay so far, but it does feel like when you have that Aphelios, you have just so many options. I think that's why we're seeing it be so popular, is that, you know, you touched on it a little bit earlier about how you judge a good Aphelios, how they utilize the gun combination, but it's the fact that it is gun combinations. It's the fact that you have to keep an eye out for the Gravitum, the Inferdum, the, you know, the Calibrum and the Chakrams. There's so many different things that you have to keep an eye out for here as TT that it makes it the Aphelios just such a difficult champion to know how he's coming into the fight.
There you go. Doesn't have his mid jungle this time.
Does not, and he's got bursted out. That's going to be a very easy kill there. Just cost the flash of the TT jungler, and a good response here from them in the mid lane to make sure that Yagao's just not getting a free farm.
In case you were wondering why it was important that Shun and On were working very closely together to keep Yagao safe earlier in the game, that's why the Jace is not safe, and On is currently not safe either.
He should be fine to get himself over the wall, as did have to pop his own heal to make sure he wasn't taken within lethal, but again, like you said, just that's the kind of burst power you have. You actually have so much one single target CC, and two, just so much DPS between the Annie and the Rek'Sai. Becomes a very, very, you know, kind of difficult combination to back away from once you're caught.
Particularly looking at the fact that there are a couple of Mercury threads built up from BLG. This Rek'Sai doesn't have armor to really worry about. There isn't a huge amount of physical damage across the team until Xayah comes into the equation anyway. So at least the Rek'Sai gets an assist. It's not the best early game coming out of that champion. Again, you tend to want a little bit more, but still it's something. Sadly, not being able to blow the flash from Yagao is annoying. Most of the time, the Jace, when you kill them, if you get to blow the flash, you feel really good about that. Because again, he's a very squishy champion. You can get behind him, you can get on top of him very easily. Not able to do that gives BLG some more tools to keep that artillery bot safe.
Yeah, I mean, I will say we have a Hex Rip as well, which is exceptional for a team like TT to try and get themselves around the map as quick as possible. Speaking of which, though, not going to be able to go up to survive or to help out Hoya here. He will have the Keeper's Verdict, and he doesn't need no man. He don't need no friends, because he is an independent top laner who's able to keep himself safe.
I love the... Oh, this is a big fight. Red-white.
This could be it. Now straight into green, and white's going to force out the ultimates. Way wide from Elk. I don't know where he was hoping to go. Maybe he was anticipating a little bit of a flash there from 1xN, but 1xN confident to know that he doesn't need to pop it until the very last second. He does keep himself safe and alive in that mid lane.
I mean, the weapon combination was good, using the Onslaught to Severum to get towards your rifle afterwards. Still need to hit your skill shots, though. Doesn't get away with that one. And at 1xN, just about gets to survive with the use of his ult. Herald towards the top side, returned the favor from BLG. First one was, of course, dropped in top lane by TT. They didn't manage to finish the tower, though. BLG do, and the map is opened in their favor. Despite the fact that they have lost their bottom turret, it's now going to be even 1-1 across the map.
The thing is, with that pressure up on that top side, Minotaur Dragon, BLG should be able to kind of transition that priority now into that bot side with those Hex Gates, as I mentioned earlier, gets them around the map so quickly, and we're going to potentially see another big explosive fight popping off here in the next few minutes around this Dragon Pit. So how do you want to see both these teams kind of approach this, or do you want to see maybe one team just give it up and look to try and prioritize elsewhere?
Well, I see a lot of red wards in this jungle from TT. They've spotted On, and they have teleports on Hoya and Yukal. That helps too.
That does help, and they CC him down for the moment. That's going to be a shutdown going over to the side of the Rek'Sai. Remember, On picked up 2 kills. That is his first death. Does mean he has a very early Shurelya's Revelry. And TT now establishing dominance around this bot side. 30 seconds, though, until the Dragon spawns, and you still have On coming back up before that. So they're going to try and turn this into a mid lane play, but 5v4, BLG are looking to contest.
What's happening here? The ult goes wide. It does dissuade TT from going for the turn. You're absolutely right. TT's timing of that play is not the best. Yeah, they get the support, but they use the Maokai ult. Use a flash on Yao too. So TT, they get a kill, which helps them maintain that vision control. Killing support removes the ability to sweep wards and place more down. But BLG, they get to reset. They get to come back out onto the map. And TT, they're 1 kill up, but they don't have positioning on the map.
No, they don't. And BLG just moving back towards this. And again, you got to remember everything they use. They use the Rek'Sai ultimate. They use the flash from Yao on top of that as well. So Now we'll see if they want to try and look for a contest. You can see they want to try and delay this a little bit, keep BLG honest. But it's difficult to try and really walk into this, especially with On and Bin just kind of playing keep away. And they know that Elk has a Gravitum, but never mind. They're going to go for a fight straight off the bat. That's an Infernum with the Gravitum ultimate. That's going to be a trade back for Elk. It's a Dragon kill and a kill for the Aphelios, which is not a great trade here for TT. I feel like they could have just let that one go.
The timing of the play before the Dragon fight was poor from TT. It didn't give them the best setup for the Dragon, and yet they still kind of go for it. In the LPL, on the whole, we've been pretty good with our teams at choosing when to fight, choosing at the right time around Dragons, around Barons to snowball into an objective or some control around that map. TT can't manage to do that against BLG in this second game, though, and BLG, they just look so much more connected on the map, and they look like they understand the pace of the game just better than TT right now.
Elk just gonna use, yeah, you got a dash, I have a dash, and nice ultimate there from the Maokai to keep him honest away from the tower there, make sure there's no shenanigans in with the Poppy, but TT, this game's starting to slip away from them, and again, it's these small little plays where it's like, yes, the Hex Flash is nice, but I just don't see how you're gonna come out of this when, you know, Rek'Sai's pushing mid, you're not in sync.
And on top of this as well, remember when we saw the cross map of the top lanes have for the Dragon? This is why it's important, because they can't walk into River versus BLG easily. You give up those Dragons, and suddenly BLG get closer to a soul earlier into the game. TT's earlier cross maps coming back to the bite them a little bit, because they just can't fight evenly around these objectives without a good angle, which they didn't there.
Absolutely, and again, like, I like the comp that TT have built for themselves. A lot of burst, a lot of, you know, kind of damage to be able to throw down onto someone like the Aphelios as quick as possible, but I feel like it needs Hoya to be at the forefront. You need that steadfast presence to stop someone like On and, of course, Bin from getting right in on top of your carries. So without him at the forefront of the fight, I just don't see this working out for the side of TT. But look, I've been wrong before. And in 3 minutes' time,
Really?
I imagine we're going to have another example. I've been very wrong.
I have never been wrong in my life. I've never.
It must be nice.
It would be nice if it would be nice if it was the truth machine. Certainly, I can't claim that one with a straight face. I do think there's a secondary play pattern for Hoya in terms of getting the TP behind someone and shoving them into a wall. I think that's one powerful thing you can use, particularly in jungle fights, because there are more walls to use. But now the fight is shifted towards the top side of the map. The vision's not there from TT to go for the same flanking plays. I really think that's what they need to do. Either get the Poppy ult to shift the front line away or get a good flank. And they haven't managed either of them this game so far.
And the big thing that I'm noticing is that, yes, they're looking for skirmishes. Yes, they're looking to be aggressive, but it's kind of devolving into a little bit of an ARAM. It's not really leading into anything else. They're just kind of saying, okay, well, we've gone from being scrappy and looking for aggressive plays, just straight up housing out in the mid lane and trying to go around as 5. Oh, yeah, we'll get knocked back. But, I mean, again, you were posturing, you were moving around. And this, honestly, is kind of quintessential to how TT have been so far this split, you know, 6 series in, and this is going to be kind of, you know, the greatest example of why they are going to be sitting at 1-4, potentially 1-5 now, is that they're just not really sure where to go, where to be, and they just kind of fall into these really bad habits of just all grouping together and then getting nothing.
I'm gonna, not sure there's much to be gained there with the Gale Force available from Elk, indeed there isn't, but I'm gonna throw back to something you said very early on in game number 1, which is TT sometimes lack inspiration. In that kind of play, there are wards behind BLG. You could have maybe gone towards a flank teleport, and I get that you're outranged and against a Maokai ult. Defending that mid lane out of turret, it just sucks. You're going to get outranged, you're going to get siege. They don't lose any kills, they lose the tower, and sure, that's not the end of the world. But that's the kind of moment where it is at the 20-minute mark. You're looking for fights at this point in the game, and they're just not able to find the right kind of angles. And BLG, as it stands, they're very happy with how this game is progressing. They're not really having their backline threatened. They're able to play around their range.
Look, it's still only about 1,000 gold lead for the side of BLG. It's not unassailable. One good team fight where you catch out the Aphelios, you burst him down and keep the Poppy to kind of, you know, stop anyone from getting away is definitely an option that could happen here for TT. But like you said, they've been uninspired. Because they've been uninspired, I am not really inspired to think they'll be able to do it. We'll see. A minute or just under it till the next Dragon spawns, and both teams trying to finish off the last item or so before coming into it. It is Gravitum and Infernum here for Elk, and he's not going to be losing those guns anytime soon. So plenty of DPS and engage, to be perfectly honest, available here for BLG as TT looking to try and overload this. But again, like, you're putting 5 members around this Dragon Pit for vision. You're losing mid lane, and you're kind of losing priority elsewhere. It just feels like they don't really know where to go outside of just being together.
They're really trying to get some vision deeper into the jungle. It's just very hard to come by. This is why it felt like earlier, just when that mid lane tower was going down, that was the time to strike, because that was when they still had vision. to make some kind of odd angle work out. 10 seconds till the Dragon. BLG are not into River first. That's important, TT. That overload earlier gets them positioning on this Dragon, but you need to find an important angle here, TT.
They're creeping forward. See now the Rek'Sai over the backside. They're going to jump straight in on top of him, though. On looking to try and catch out the Rek'Sai, who does have a tunnel to get back out. There's going to be a great little ultimate there on top of Yao Yao, but he blocks it away from getting on top of anybody else. The health bar is still very much in favor of BLG right now. Yao Yao's going to be the first one to go down. Elk flashes and cleanses away. These health bars are so low now. 1xN needs to put in the work, but he's being taken out by the Dragon, the secret sixth man of BLG. Bin going in to try and catch out 1xN, who is unafraid. Yukal takes down Shun, trying to see if the feathers can go back, and these health bars are so low. It's another re-engage coming out from On, but everyone knows how quickly this can all devolve. They're going to see if they can start the Dragon. There's TP available for Hoya. Do they look to try and re-engage this?
BLG don't have a smite. TT would love to get in range for a steal. They need to try and contest this still.
They need to try and contest it. The Dragon going down 2-1. There it goes. Now the fight can really re-engage. Oh, Hoya doesn't get the CC down onto Elk, who now with the red and white, he wants to fight. Not going to be able to do anything else there with that Poppy. And TT unfortunately looked to try and go for it. Like you said, they had to try and get that smite down, but they just couldn't, even without Shun. BLG now on sole point.
Red's the color of the gun. It's the color of the river too, TT. They swing and they miss around that Dragon, and it's another fight in a row, but they just can't find the carries. It's a little telegraph from the Rek'Sai, and I think that's why this kind of counterplay from BLG was so important. They're just baiting in the first aggressive move. They understand they're going into River second. They need to be afraid of someone hopping over the wall. Yagao baits it out, On swings home with a punch. And then you reset the fight without some important things. We've got the Baron starting up in picture, though. Now there's a potential to steal.
It's 50-50. 50-50. Never mind. They don't want a 50-50 yet. They want to go straight back in on top of the Rek'Sai. And that means Shun can secure. But will they be able to get the Aphelios out? No, they won't. Elk has gone down. Now 1xN is the carry, but he's been dead already. Yagao will get taken out. It's a very scrappy affair. And it's Shun versus the TT mid laner and support. He's going to go in. Bramble smash and a smite down. That's the power of a full AP Maokai. It's scrappy, but it's BLG's home, and they love it the way it is.
Is that Shun or is that Treebit? Absolutely smashes through the back end of that fight, gets the smite on the objective too, and that really should be it's a bit more of a straw, but it's going to break the camel's back all the same. It's a Dragon fight into the Baron fight. BLG, they've been exemplary at their team fighting yet again. They did it in game one from a closer scenario. They're showing no mercy in this second one. Yes, they lose their AD carries fairly early on, but the damage on Yagao and the rest of the BLG members is enough to see out this fight. As soon as the ultimates are gone from TT, they don't have the staying power in these fights to take down the carries and the supporting cast of BLG.
Yeah, I don't actually think that Elk went back after the Dragon fight because he had no mana. He had 0 mana for that fight, so I don't know. I won't be 100% on that one because we didn't obviously see the setup for it, but now coming in 25 minutes into the game, 5,000 gold lead. Dragon's sole point here for BLG, and yeah, you're going to be able to put down a fair bit of damage, but look at that. On doesn't care. On is chasing you. On is saying, I am going after you, my son. That is not exactly what I expected to see, but the confidence coming out here from the BLG support player.
Our tagline for summer is the power of youth. We have a debutant in that jungle and On. We talked about how fresh a face he is to the LPL, but how talented he is nonetheless with the power of that Rakan. Got those 2 kills early, using them well here into the late game.
Popping the emotes, he knows he's having a good series. He knows he's having a great game as well. I think he's 2-1-7. 100% kill participation here for the Rakan. And again, going for it. You're just not able to do it. It's the weirdest 1v1 I didn't know I needed. That's the kind of way I'm seeing this one right now. The Rek'Sai versus the Rakan. Exceptional to see now that On is just having such an incredible impact on this game. And like you said, just going from strength to strength really does feel like every other week we're kind of coming down. So it's with BLG's roster, it started with Bin. Then it was coming in and saying Elk is a god coming out of MSI. And honestly, at the start of Summer Split, now 6 series deep, On has been exceptional. It does feel like we're kind of adding them to the roster and kind of saying like, oh, you know, this is now becoming a pseudo super team just in its own right because of these names. And here we go. They're going to try and get the keeper's verdict to try and knock out On, but he shall still get his man as Yao Yao goes down to Yagao. And this is just getting harder and harder for TT. I don't think they can hold.
Don't think they can. On tanks up the Poppy ult, keeps his carry safe. Bin doesn't have cast in the top side, but has a flash. He should be safe here. And TT, once again, really struggling to land any meaningful damage in these fights. They're getting body blocked. They're not reaching their targets. They can't even defend their inhibitor.
No, and they're aimless. They're just running around kind of like headless chickens, figuring out where they can and cannot go. It just feels like TT are just so lost in what they want to do and how they want to do it. They're trying to defend top, they're trying to defend mid. It doesn't matter if you go for something, even if it fails, as long as you all commit. I think that's the big thing that we always talk about, is that even if you made the wrong choice, if you all commit to it, it has a far likelihood of getting successful than it does if you don't commit to anything at all.
And it does feel like a bit of a slow, inglorious death for the side of Thundersword Gaming. Gave it a good shot in game 1. Struggled to find their angles here in game 2. BLG, however, they're very good at cutting off those angles all the same. It's a bit of both on either side of it. See a Shadow Flame picked up for Shud. He wants to do more damage on that tree. Dragon has only 30 seconds left until it spawns. TT once again going back to this objective. They haven't managed to make it work at these objective fights before. They haven't really got the vision to make a clutch teleport behind the enemy team either. They've basically got nothing to work off of. They're still here anyway. They'll try and fight it straight down the front.
They have 2 wards behind them.
It might be.
They have 2 wards behind them. Like, I mean, this is, again, they're kind of coming here to be here, but look at the mid lane, already pushing in. Look at top side, you've double TP available for BLG. BLG don't even have to go for this if they don't want to. That's the scary thing here. On just trying to bait out as many people as he possibly can. Baits out Hoya. We'll see them trying to jump in onto Bin, but he's already got himself a nice explosive cast. Have a drink on me, buddy. Shun gets up the kill onto Yao Yao, who's unfortunately been a little bit of a pinata in this game. Oh yeah, trying to see if he can go in there. The Rek'Sai can get over the wall. They do have vision on it right now. We're going to see a little bit of engage out there, trying to see if he can maybe just wait. He's holding on, shall not be killed a second time this game. There's going to be the Hex Soul now confirmed for BLG. This slows the damage, and now Yagao coming in to make sure he can make this fight work. Going to jump straight in on top of the AD carry, and going to lose his GA, but 1xN, look, it's flashy. I appreciate the effort, but a triple kill for Elk shall be the icing on the cake of this BLG 2-0.
Billy Gaming, start of the year, you might have pegged them as mid-table, maybe had some hopes for them, but they have well and truly blown expectations out of the water in spring at MSI, and now in summer, sitting firmly at the top of the table.
6-0 going into their series versus JDG this weekend. You can't ask for better form than that. They are just waiting for this game to be over. They are waiting for one more KDA. Yagao with a big smile on his face. And that is BLG 2-0, making quick work of TT.
We really have to revisit how we talk about these players on BLG. We've done it a couple of times this year, but I think considering how, you know, in spring we went into playoffs and we expected them to lose to RNG, then we expected them to lose to Weibo, and then, I mean, in fairness, we did expect them to lose to JDG, but they took it to 5 games in the first time of asking. This team has continually upset expectations. I think you're right to call out On as a player to really watch. For myself and a number of others, we actually thought that On was maybe even the best support at MSI. He was definitely up there in the first couple, and when you consider the names of, you know, Missing, you consider Carrier, you consider the names of so many of these supports who have shown us how to play the support role anew in 2023. On has put his name up there. He's taken champions into lanes which no one else has been playing. He was playing Alistar before anyone else. He was forcing Rakan when people were only playing the Xayah Rakan. He'd just pick it anyway. He didn't care about it. The amount of faith that BLG have put into that young support has been really cool to watch it work off and pay off as well. The trust in that player has been core to how BLG play the game.
I mean, I can't help but build in excitement for this team. It feels like this roster is constantly going from strength to strength. Every single time they look to be a little bit better. And I am excited for this roster. I'm excited for this team. It does feel like right now we are looking at the beautiful start of what could potentially be one of the the biggest kind of rosters in the LPL we've seen for a very, very long time. And yes, it's still early days, but a fantastic spring, a fantastic MSI. I still need to see a little bit more before we kind of really tout them as like one of the best we've ever seen, because they still have a little bit of a bogey in the side of JDG. I need to see them kill those demons, even if it's just in the regular split. I need to see them just kind of conquer that for themselves.
For sure, because, I mean, again, one of the important things we need to talk about this team, even at the start of spring, the first half of that regular season, we were like, okay, they're a bit inconsistent. We've got a couple of teams which are figuring things out. They had to go through a coaching change before they went into playoffs. They brought in Tabe, a player, or rather a coach, which has had so many successes over different rosters. And they go from, what, 5th, 6th in regular season to right up towards the top of the table. And sadly, a team like TT, even if they found a lot of success in spring as well, their first ever playoffs appearance as a roster, they haven't been able to make that hard work stick coming into summer as well. I was a big fan of UCal in spring. He had a bit of a rough series. They brought in this new AD carry in 1xN, and he's had some great games, but he hasn't really had the position to do the same amount of work as he's done in a couple of those Aphelios games. As a team, TT looked lost. We were calling it out consistently in that game. They didn't find the engage angles. They were committing to fights a little bit half-heartedly, and you can't afford to do that against the best teams in the LPL.
No, you really, really can't. And again, BLG, you mentioned a little bit earlier, there's a lot of people kind of say like, oh, they should lose to this team or they should lose that team. No, honestly, except for maybe JDG, I think BLG should be favorites in every single matchup now. I think we need to start putting in the respect in this team, in this name. Yeah, I mean, like straight up, like it's until as I said earlier, until they beat JDG, I still have to favor them just because they've met 5 times so far this year, 4 best of 5s and 1 best of 3.
Yeah.
There's a bit of evidence to say that JDG just have BLG's number, but I mean, again, just back onto On, because I really do want to sing his praises. 100% kill participation. It is becoming a permaban against this guy. You cannot let him have the recon, or at least you got to pick it away super early.
One of the ways that BLG found their success in spring was towards the last few seasons in a series in the regular season was, as we were saying, the Rakan was being first picked or picked very early into draft, even without a prime lane pairing for On. And Elk have done so well in a 2v2 sense that it has allowed them to pick On's specialty engaged champions and make them work, despite the fact that other bot lanes across the world maybe wouldn't pick it in the same combinations. And now everyone's kind of learning from On now, but he has shown us the way how to play these kind of champions.
Absolutely. MVP as well. Player of the game is going to be On there. Again, cannot sing his praises enough. And I like that you brought up the fact that, like, you know, he is someone who's playing things in his own style when he wants to, because it does feel like we are seeing a shift in the trend. It used to be kind of like right, let's see what Carry is doing, let's see what Faker's doing. That was the trend. You look to LCK, all of a sudden now, obviously with the results kind of very much going in favor of LPL, we're starting to see that shift of narrative. No one's really kind of like saying it, you know, that loudly for the moment, but you are mentioning it like,
so what you're
being
saying
a trailblazer.
Watch OMG. That's what we're saying.
Please pick Rumble top. I pray to you. That's all I want right now. But I mean, again, I am excited for this roster, and I'm excited to see them, as you mentioned, playing their own game and playing their own meta and defining the meta, because they're the best team that can do it.
And again, it is commiserations to TT who have fallen to 1 and 5 now. It's a very difficult start. You obviously only play these teams only the once. TT have had one of our easier runs of schedules coming up to this point. They haven't played a lot of our top teams just yet. And while they have taken games in most of their series, except their first one versus FPX, you're now at the point where you're a whole load of series in, nearing the halfway point. It's coming next week, where you're sat here thinking, well, TT, if you want to get yourselves 2 playoffs appearances back-to-back and get yourself to only your second playoffs appearance ever, something has to drastically change, kind of in the way that BLG did in spring.
Yeah, you can look towards TT's next few games. They play Ninjas in Pajamas on the weekend. Not a team to be snuffed at by any means whatsoever. That's definitely a winnable game for TT, but definitely something that could fall to the wayside just as easily. Then it's Weibo, the undefeated Team WE, RA, RNG, EDG. Like, it kind of just keeps stacking up a little bit there. It doesn't really, as you mentioned, it doesn't really get any easier. And unfortunately, we're again past the 1/3 part of our mark of the season for a lot of these teams. You're into 6, 7 series. You need to start making these victories happen regardless of who you're going against. There is no choice of if. It has to be done.
And I appreciate and respect TT for going towards some younger talent, trying to make them find a home within the LPL as well. 1xN, Johan Gren as well in the jungle. They've had bright moments, but much like, I mean, we can even bring this right up to the other extreme and say, even bringing back a player like Uzi and trying to slot him into a roster like EDG, one player is not going to solve systematic issues. We've seen that for EDG, and despite the walking away with a win the other day, which was much needed, bringing in a new jungler, bringing in a new AD carry, it's not going to solve the fact that actually, when you're playing around vision control and your objectives and the way that you're approaching different fights, it doesn't solve all of those issues straight out.
No, it doesn't. There's still deeper-rooted things that you need to try and shed a little bit of light on. But we shall shed light on our results today. It was a fairly quick affair, all things considered. AL giving JDG. For us, it definitely was. But for AL, bittersweet moment. She pushed JDG competitively in 2 games, and unfortunately, just weren't able to pick up the 2-1 or the victory in that one there. LNG kind of smashing RA, to be perfectly honest, in that first series. And of course, we just came off of the back of BLG, continuing their 6 series win streak up to the top of the table with a 2-0 victory over TT. And I mean, like, you know, we can kind of look towards BLG. They actually have a bit of a run themselves coming out. JDG this weekend, then Weibo, then LNG, then Weibo. They actually play a hell of a lot of playoff contenders right now. If they can come out of that fire with, you know, even 1 or 2 wins, this is a fantastic, you know, kind of midpoint for this team.
Oh, and that's so cool, because in spring, LNG did exactly the same thing where they played against EDG, JDG, Top, and BLG, I think, right the way back to back in the middle to late parts in the split. This is now the point where you have completed the gym badges right now. You're going into the Elite Four, you go up against Lance at the end of the table, you look at these teams and you say, if you really want to be at the top of the table, it's not good enough to just have a couple of these good best of threes. You need to see that against the top teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And look, we shall wait and see. Again, great start here coming in for BLG. Very excited to see what they can do against JDG, because again, the expectation for me is still JDG favored, but you never know in the regular split. JDG have definitely shown a little bit of weakness, but we're going to go into our super weekend of 9 series over 3 games, or 3 days, I should say. Top Esports versus LGD as Top Esports look to try and get themselves further up the field. And then a couple of mid-table bangers coming out between the likes of FBX RNG and Ultra Prime and NIP. Definitely starting to see a divide potentially coming in here between our kind of top 6, top 7, and the rest of the chasing pack.
I think particularly with RNG looking a little better than they did in spring, despite the fact that we thought they downgraded. It feels like they're more cohesive right now. FPX, they've been struggling, but LWX has looked great. And NIP with Angel also on a run of form. Those last 2 games are probably looking to be fairly close and higher level than we would have expected, seeing those matchups on paper in spring.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, different expectations for a lot of organizations, different ways of kind of, you know, tempering how we see success for a lot of these different rosters. And again, I think everyone still thinks to themselves, you just have to get to playoffs. You just got to keep playing games. If you do enough, even if you look towards, like, you know, getting to 10th place, yes, you're not quite, you know, favorite for the thing, but we've seen many a summer playoff run coming out here from many different teams. And I think a lot of these teams are just got to keep holding that belief. As long as you're in it, you can win it. And that's the big thing coming in for this day. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Neymar, for quickly bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is going to be the LPL. Thank you for everyone who watched, and of course, thank you to our production staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same channel at the usual time.